Okay, and then it goes.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the New Hampshire House Election Law Standing Committee. We have, today is a day filled with a number of public hearings. We are starting at 9:30. I expect that we are actually going to go most of the day today. There are some housekeeping matters that we will need to spend some time on, but I would like to get going because I am a few minutes late to start this 9:30 hearing. And before we conduct our business, I'm going to ask that you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I want to welcome some members who are here for the first time. Representative, if you could grab a name tag, please, and have a seat. We have some things, as I said, that we're going to take care of. So new members, for some members, this is really one of their first meetings here. We had some final meetings at the end of the first year of the session, but here we are in 2022. The first bill that we have a hearing scheduled on is CACR 17. This is a ballot measure, and this provides that upon petition by voters, a question may be placed on the ballot of a statewide election. So everybody is aware, all committee members have a folder which has all bills in it. Bills are available online at the website for the standing committee. You can go in and see bills that are before the committee. And we have with us to introduce this bill to the committee, the lead sponsor, Representative Adjutant. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Representative, I have just been informed, and I need to be reminded myself, that the mics that you have in front of you are designed to help with the streaming that goes on, but please turn them off when you're finished speaking. So when you see my red light on after I've stopped talking, remind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Election Law Committee, for having me today. Happy to be here. Today, I'm here to introduce CACR 17, a constitutional amendment to create a ballot initiative process in the state of New Hampshire. I'd kind of like to begin by telling you where this idea came from. I remember specifically when I thought of putting this in. It was spring of 2021, and the Senate had voted 15-9 to kill a cannabis bill that had come before it that had already passed the House by nearly a veto-proof margin. We've seen a cycle like this over the years where a bill on that topic will come out of the House with a pretty solid veto-proof margin, go over to the Senate and die. An issue with broad bipartisan support in the state of New Hampshire clears a large hurdle in the House, the body that is closest to the people, takes one step into the Senate and stops. I was frustrated by this, as many Granite Staters were likely frustrated by it, and so I thought, this is a decent idea to put into CACR for. But expanding beyond that, there are issues that I probably wouldn't think of that have similar broad bipartisan support. So I felt like having a ballot measure initiative, as some other states do, you've likely seen them in Prop A, Prop B, those kind of things, would be a good thing to have in the state of New Hampshire. So for the presentation, I would just like to go over line 3 and talk about some of the specifics. I tried my absolute hardest because a lot of people have different opinions on what should be the standards to get something on the ballot. I did my best to try to strike a balance between restrictive and reasonable. So not having a bar that's so high that it can't be surmounted, but having a bar that's high enough so 5 people in the state of New Hampshire can't get like joke items on the ballot. I felt like that was an important distinction. On the first, on line 5, when it says, when 5% of the total registered voters petition the Secretary of State, this is how it happens in the recall process that California has, where it's 12% of the voters. There was discussion about making it a percentage of the previous election attendance, but I felt 5% of the total registered voters was more appropriate, given that elections can have pretty wide disparities between turnout. You can have a 2010 level where the turnout is lower, and you can have a 2020 level where turnout is a record high. I don't think it's fair to have distinctions and different bars for items to cross depending on which year you're filing it. So 5% of the total registered voters. That also makes it a percentage and not a number, which I think is helpful. I think putting a specific number in the Constitution over time as population increased would make it dramatically easier, like I said, to get certain joke items on the ballot that we'd want to try to avoid. If the question receives a majority of the vote in favor, the question shall become law in the state of New Hampshire within a year of the election in which it was asked. The purpose of that line, in my research, a lot of ballot measure and ballot initiative processes in other states, they'll have the question on the ballot that is more vague. Maine is a perfect example of this. A couple years ago, Maine, through ballot initiative, affirmed a Medicaid expansion. The legislature was still required to act on that. The legislature was still required to put it in their version of an RSA. You know, there's not just a law in Maine that says the complicated program of Medicaid is now law, and that's the end of that sentence. It provides a legislative route for some of the details to be hammered out, but it does provide a constitutional imperative that the body acts if the vote does receive a majority in favor. And the last line, it's a little vague, but a part of this is going to be what I thought the rulemaking power of the Secretary of State's office. May establish a process to ensure the intent of the question is carried out. Almost like an OLS process is what I was envisioning on there, where to make sure that the question on the ballot is the intent of the party petitioning with the authenticated signatures and the 5% of the registered voters. So I guess at the end of the day, I'm not married to the guardrails there. If folks feel like an amendment might be necessary or warranted to alter those, I'm ultimately fine with that. My ultimate goal here is just to have a process with which almost uncontested principles that have 70-80% support within the state of New Hampshire have an easier process of becoming law than as other states have. So that's where I'm at on that. I can take any questions. Happy to.
Thank you, Representative. Do any members of the committee have questions on this bill? Thank you. Representative Lane.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I blanked out when you said, what's the percentage in California that has to be? Did you say 12%?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's 12% of voters. I believe it's 12% of the voters in the previous election.
Okay.
Yeah, which, I don't love that because I think it creates unfair bars for issues to compete with in different years based on the turnout of the previous election. So just a solid 5% of registered voters, I think, is more fair for each question.
Can I have a follow-up? One other question was, what would prevent, say, getting 10 or 15 of these on a ballot and really making it difficult? Or do you just think it's, anyway, that would be my question.
Can I ask, is staff here in the room? Can you, is Representative Lane being picked up? Because I'm having a hard time hearing her. Yeah, if you,
Let's try again. Ooh,
Yeah, much
okay.
better.
Is there any way to prevent, saying, getting 10 or 15 of these on a ballot? Because I know some people complain that there's so many of them on a ballot, it kind of clutters the ballot, and it makes it difficult to get anything passed.
Technically, there isn't. As I said, I tried really hard to find a decent, what I thought, balance between restrictive and reasonable. My guess, if I had to estimate, was that, in any given election, you wouldn't see more than 2 or 3 of these. It would be similar to the constitutional amendment process we have now, only it wouldn't require the 2/3 of each body. I really can't see this being, 10 or 15 items on each ballot because, there is a 90-day window to get 5% of the registered voters in the state authenticated. And it is a process. It is a process intended to stop some sillier ones, but also provide a very reasonable voice within the affairs of the state.
other questions? Representative Barry?
Yes, so for the constitutional amendment part of this, is it just a simple majority of the voters to change the New Hampshire Constitution? Is that it?
Correct.
Okay. And, I had a follow-up.
Follow-up.
And on the, excuse me, on the legislative side, the enactment of laws, not the Constitution, what's to stop the legislator from coming in and immediately undoing what the voters have just passed?
So I'm doing everybody's favorite thing of reading into the word shall on that. There are states where things have passed on the ballot and they don't have specific text in their constitution or RSAs that say you have to do this thing. Theoretically, if you want to play games with the word shall, that could be ignored. I think it would phase-
Representative, if you're talking about the word shall, are we talking about line 6?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of that line is to create a constitutional imperative for the legislature to act on that. My suspicion is that if something were to pass by going through this process and creating that broad of demonstration of support, there would be fairly decent backlash to just ignoring that or reversing that. It's not a great answer, but it's what I would suspect would be there.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Good morning. Do you think that the ability of the citizens to contact their representatives and ask them to address these issues that you think would be addressed this way, that when there's one representative for every 3,000 citizens in our state, do you think that that's insufficient?
It's not necessarily that I think it's insufficient, but I think, especially in a more partisan environment that we feel now, some folks in legislative capacities may be less likely to feel the need to engage on some of those more broad bipartisan issues. I keep going back to the cannabis issue. Polling suggests that specific issue does 70+% in the state of New Hampshire and just struggles to get through the legislative process each time it's tried. So that speaks to one of the frustrations that led to this filing.
I'm just going to leave this on. Further questions? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, for the cannabis situation, if it's not an issue that voters necessarily care about, they wouldn't necessarily petition and only vote for candidates that support legalization of cannabis. I guess what my point is that if it doesn't pass the legislative process, it might just not be an issue that voters are petitioning as much as taxes or gun control or things like that. So I guess what I'm wondering is like, why put it on the ballot if it doesn't even pass the muster of like priority for the legislature?
So I think I can answer that with the liberty in expanding upon the point that I think I was trying to make just a minute ago. As a member of a specific party, I am extremely unlikely in any circumstance, given the broad scope of issues that each of the two parties represent, to vote for a member of a different party based on one specific issue. So if I, admittedly, am a Democrat and I agree with the Democratic candidate 90% of the time on issues of climate, the economy, but my Republican candidate for state rep is better on the issue of cannabis, and that is an issue that I care about, am I, as a voter, going to sacrifice 90% of the issues that I agree with to vote for a candidate who I'm going to loathe most of the time because they were decent on one issue? Or is there an avenue to say, I still want to vote for this person because I agree with them on 90% of the things, and I'm going to take this one issue out of political consideration by trying to get it on the ballot so that it's devoid of the party process? Is that kind of...
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. And Representative, I appreciate the dance on the head of a pin you just did, because I came close when you started talking about loathing people of certain parties. So,
I tried to make the point the best I could.
okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much for coming and introducing the bill. All right, our next bill is scheduled to go forward at 10 o'clock. It is HB 1482, followed by 1264, followed by CACR 22. These all deal with ranked choice voting. We have various materials for the committee to pass out, along with, if there are written materials for these particular presentations, we're going to recess right now until 10 o'clock and get those taken care of. Sorry, excuse me, thank you for that procedural. Before I close the hearing. Oh, all right, I don't have a pink card. Sorry, you were co-sponsor, pass it down. And we do have a few people signed up, both in favor and opposed to this bill. Thank you. I apologize, Representative Reed. I was so anxious to get on to the 10 o'clock. I missed that.
As am I, and just for the record, we do have some prints coming in that apparently there was a printing snafu.
That's all right. We'll take a brief
Okay.
recess.
Thank you,
even if
Madam
it's
Chair.
Because it's all the same thing.
I
to
wasn't
me.
planning on testifying on this bill. Oh, just for the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Newmarket and Newfields, that's Rockingham 17. And I am a co-sponsor of this CACR. I wasn't planning on testifying. I did hear a few concepts in the discussion that I wanted to speak briefly to. Some of you know that I teach American government at community college. And just for definition's sake, I want to talk a little bit about democracy. I know a lot of times people will say, we have a republic, not a democracy. So for definition, because I'm going to use the word democracy a little bit, there are two kinds of democracies. There's direct democracy and representative democracy. We are in a representative democracy, which is also known as a republic. So a republic is a style of democracy, a flavor, one of two flavors. Now, having said that, direct democracies are where everyone votes on every issue, and that would be very unwieldy and problematic, so there aren't too many. However, amongst republics, there are republics that lean a little bit more towards the direct style and a little bit more towards the more like kind of, I don't know what you want to say, separated from the people style. Here in New Hampshire, we very proudly, as Representative Pruitt O'Brien pointed out, are very connected to our people, and I'm very proud that we are kind of a more direct style republic in that sense. And along those lines, I think that having a ballot initiative, as I've supported in the past, helps connect us directly. Now, in terms of why would we need a ballot initiative since we are so connected, well, I think maybe every single member in this room might have had the same experience as me in not being able to reach a fellow member. And if I can't reach a fellow member and get an answer on an issue, What hope does a constituent have sometimes of reaching a member and getting an answer on an issue or getting them to act in their favor? A question about do we limit, how can we limit the number of questions so it doesn't clutter up the ballot? I think you could potentially amend it to say the first 3 ballot initiatives that meet the requirements would be included. Any other one that meets the requirements after that would have to go to the next election cycle. Also, the idea of can't legislators just reverse something that the people did? Yes, technically, but the reason that they wouldn't is simply pressure. Can you imagine if an overwhelming majority of people supported something, being a legislator going, no, the people are wrong? I think politically that would be not advisable for that member. Also, issues, what kind of issues would be on a ballot initiative other than the marijuana issue? You all are about to hear about ranked choice voting coming up. In Maine, the legislators did not want to act on this issue and fought it, and the people of Maine overturned their own legislators, and it was successful. And not only was it successful, but you will hear from a member of the Secretary of State's office in Maine about how successful it was. So it turns out in that particular example, the people had more wisdom than their legislators. So I just wanted to touch on those few issues. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to answer questions, but I suspect all the members have had their questions answered.
Thank you, Representative Reed. It occurs to me as I listen to this, that this is a sort of presented in, as Article 11A as a statewide issue, but the actual petition will go on the local ballots, correct?
That's my understanding of the CACR process.
And it would go on a state election ballot.
Correct.
And how do you determine whether the issue is one for a general election? If the process is no longer going through the legislature,
How do you determine if it's appropriate for a
Right.
statewide ballot?
right?
That's a very good question, Madam Chair, and I do not have the answer to that one.
Because is it fair to say, let's say, it's not coming to mind, but I think the 5% is probably a pretty high bar, so I'm sort of hypothetically saying, okay, we can meet that. I can see where there are issues that could be brought forward on a local level that would be traditionally dealt with at a local level that would now end up on this state ballot in a general election, because that's the intent, but it doesn't say it, right? The intent is for this to go on a
Statewide ballot.
statewide ballot, but it's not limited to that.
Well, I
based on-
presume that the threshold is high enough that if it were merely a single town or county issue, that you wouldn't be able to meet the requirement.
But it doesn't actually say total registered voters of the state. It just says total registered voters.
I
So
see.
could I argue that it's total registered voters of my community, since I'm going to petition my selectmen?
I would argue that it means that it needs to be amended to say of the state.
Thank you. Representative Barry?
I appreciate the distinction of republic and direct democracy. Glad to know you're a American government teacher. I'm a political science guy myself. I studied American government. And I studied the founding fathers who wrote extensively about the tyranny of the majority. And that's why we have this complicated system of government, which, as much as people don't like to admit it, is designed not to pass things. It's literally designed for gridlock so that when the legislator is doing things, it's only doing things that are really important.
The cooling saucer.
Yes. And the reason we have this system is because their direct democracy is tyranny of the majority. It's not up for debate, right? If 50.1% of the people show up and say they want this, and 49.9% show up and say they don't, which this bill allows for, right? By the way, it's not. We're proposing these issues which are 70, 80% approval, but there's nothing that stops something from passing with 50.1. the reason we have this legislative process, the reason we're legislators, right, is that we're supposed to look into issues, dive into it, and make the best decisions for our constituency, right? And for me, there's examples of that, right, where I break party ranks. Just last week, I voted to punish Saint-Gobain for polluting the water because I represent the town of Litchfield, and Saint-Gobain has polluted the water, and they deserve to be punished. And, you know, I broke party ranks because that's what I do as a representative. My party said send it to judiciary, and I said, no, these people are evil. They deserve to be punished. So how are you not shortchanging that process with this, right? You're just sending things, you know, our job is to look into things. Our job is to dig into this. If you took me and dumped me in transportation, I wouldn't know what to do. You put me in election law, and I happen to be very good at this. So like, how are you not
That's subject
shortchanging that
to debate,
process?
Representative.
Thank you for the question and the background. And as someone who recently was in the news for quite publicly breaking party ranks, I can appreciate your comment. And what I would say is this doesn't overturn that. I mean, we have plenty of states that have ballot initiatives. That doesn't overturn it. You still elect representatives. They still vote on the vast majority of technical issues. If you look at all the propositions that come up in the different states, they are usually propositions that have to do with, they're not very technical issues like marijuana or, you know, in the past, gay marriage. They're more just, are the people ready to move forward from traditional to something else? It's more philosophical and broad and not very technical. So you don't have, for example, propositions popping up across the country about how many parts per million arsenic can we allow, should it be 5 or 6, right? So you are absolutely correct that one of the dangers of a pure direct democracy is that the people are not educated enough on those issues and end up voting poorly. And I think we can all make arguments that sometimes that even happens in our representative process where people are not educated on the people they're electing and vote poorly. But to that point, when you say tyranny of the majority, it was certainly a concern of the founders, but it wasn't the only concern of direct democracy of the founders, but it was one of them. But the problem is that we already have that potential. It only takes 50% plus one to elect a tyrant into office or elect somebody who wants to be a tyrant into office now, right? So we still have that threat. All this does is it barely moves the needle over to if the people want to put a question, they have to overcome that threshold, then the people have to vote by 51% on a particular question. I think the point that Madam Chair made earlier about is it appropriate to be on the statewide ballot might be something along the lines of what you're talking about, like, is this something that we can really put on a statewide ballot? Is it appropriate? And could that be problematic? So I'd like to kind of explore that issue a little bit more.
Thank you. Any further questions for Representative Reed on the bill? We are currently conducting a public hearing on CACR
Representative,
17.
yeah.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, you can stay in your seat. I'll get to you, I promise.
I feel like Horseshack. A lot of people aren't going to remember that. I'm thinking of what you said when you said the people in Maine had more wisdom than their own elected officials when they passed ranked choice voting this way. But here in New Hampshire, I said we had one representative in the House per 3,000 citizens. What's that number in Maine?
Oh, you're
And
absolutely.
if you don't know, maybe the person that's coming later to speak on that from the Secretary of State's office in Maine can
I'm
give us
almost
that.
positive she can answer that. I don't have that. It is larger than ours, obviously, because we are a small state and we have the largest state representative body. But I'm completely with you that I know there are legislators that support reducing the size of our body. I am adamantly not one of those. I really appreciate the fact that I am accessible to my constituents, so I'm not at all suggesting that. But you're right that perhaps that kind of distance does breed like less understanding of what the people want or less accountability to the people. Having said that, like I said, I may contact someone on this committee and not hear back, or I may ask another representative to do a small favor and not hear back. So if I'm having those problems, how much more problems are the 3,000 constituents of that representative possibly having?
Thank you.
As a
Further
follow-up.
follow-up
I think that
question.
okay, would you believe that I've had a different experience where, as a citizen, before I became in the legislature, contacting my state representative to talk to them about something was a much different experience than representatives contacting representatives? And I had positive experiences with that. Would you believe that? Thank you.
I would believe that both positive and negative experiences happen both as a legislator and as a constituent, and I'm sure we all know people who've had both positive and negative experiences.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Reed? All right, I think that.
I'll be back.
All right. All right, so this does close the hearing on CACR 17. I'm going to turn my mic off, and we're going to go through here and make sure all the committee members have handouts that are available for the next presentations, which are all related to each other. I expect we will be spending the majority of time on HB 1482. So hold on, we'll get going officially in a minute. And Christina, all I'm going to do is turn off my mic, because I'm assuming that will shut the sound down, and the video will just keep playing. Okay.
They turn nice.
Okay. So I'm reconvening the Election Law Committee. It is 10:25. If you're on this side of the room, and apparently you're 5 minutes behind me if you're at the other side of the room, so I hope whatever the space continuum is working for the audio here. We are about to open the hearing on 1482. The reality is, here in the election law, we have 1482 relative to ranked choice voting, followed by 1264 relative to ranked choice voting for state party primaries, and a CACR relating to all elections. These have been placed in order on the calendar at the request of the prime sponsor, so that hopefully as we go through this in our efforts to understand what is being presented to us, we can sort of get the big picture and follow the bills through. In that regards, I'm also accommodating requests for the order of speakers, because there are people who have come in with various presentation materials to try and convey the logistics of what this request would do. So with that, 1482, relative to ranked choice voting, the prime sponsor is Representative Reed, and she joins us today to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Reed.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and honorable members, for welcoming me into your committee, which is, of course, my home away from home. When I'm not in fishing game, you'll be sure to find me across the hall. For the record, once again, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket, and Newfields. And I also did, as the chair mentioned, I have some experts. I believe that we are really going to try to focus on answering technical details of the committee and really deep diving into this issue. It has been before this committee, not all of the members, obviously, before, but to that end, I do have here ready to testify Emily Cook from the Maine Secretary of State's office, Phil Steele, who helped head up voter education efforts in Maine, to talk about the Maine experience, as well as Professor Charlie Whelan, Dartmouth professor, New Hampshire resident. I also have legal expert, current New Hampshire resident, but former Utah GOP chair, Tiani Coleman. So anyway, with that, let me take you on a time-traveling journey back to when we started this crazy thing called democracy with all the voting and stuff. It isn't what we have in terms of you go and vote, whoever has the most votes wins, right? That makes sense. It's what we've all grown up with. That started really a long time ago, and it's a simple but kind of antiquated thing. Hear me out. From Old England, when no one thought of more sophisticated ways to accurately represent people's wishes. So the philosophy was majority rule, which is great when you have two people running, because whoever gets the most votes, by definition, gets 50% plus at least one. But when you have more than two people running in an election, sometimes you don't end up with a winner that has the most support. You have what's called vote splitting or spoiler effect. So you may have one candidate that 2/3 of the people do not want in a 3-person race. The 2/3 get their vote split between two other candidates. None of them wanted the third person, but because the other two candidates split that anti-person vote, that person wins with 34% of the vote. When you have more than 3 people, it can get even hairier. You have the potential for people winning with 20%, 12% of the vote. Are these people that actually have the most support? We don't know. Now, because we have this system where votes can get split and we don't know where the actual desire of the public is, we have the spoiler effect and wasted votes. So people casting their ballots for any candidate who isn't one of the major 2 parties in contention are essentially wasting their votes in many elections. And what that means is we get driven into a 2-party system. And the 2-party system, as we know, has become more and more and more divisive, because as those 2 parties become the only power holders in our democracy, everyone is forced into one of two camps, not because that's necessarily where their true desires lay, but because fear of the greater evil. In essence, more and more voters are voting for the lesser of two evils, or the evil of two lessers. But the point is that we all recognize the divisiveness in our system. We all recognize that sometimes winners win when they don't have the most support, or other candidates would have had more support. But we haven't necessarily figured out the right way to get past that. Now, having said that, many states, including ours, have attempted to get past this problem, mostly by instituting a majority provision, saying that the winner has to have a majority. The New Hampshire Constitution put that provision in place originally. Originally, the New Hampshire Constitution demanded that winners have a majority, 50% plus one. In other states, the way they get to this majority is through runoff elections. However, we did not have runoff elections in New Hampshire, and instead we had a provision in the Constitution that has since been struck that said if we did not have a majority, the decision would be made by the legislature. And so what happened is, as people started to realize that they could win through the legislature if enough people were in the race, we had more and more elections that didn't have majority winners, and more frequently, and this is the late 1800s into the early 1900s, more and more frequently the legislature, the New Hampshire legislature, was deciding election outcomes. And so in 1912, I believe, we amended the Constitution to say just a plurality, just whoever happens to get the most votes, even if that's 12%. So that's where we stand today, right now. However, other states that have this majority provision that do the runoff elections, they still do that. So they find a winner in those states that have majority support. So ranked choice voting is another way of getting at this, and it's not actually another way. The other name for ranked choice voting is instant runoff voting. If you understand runoff elections like they have in Georgia and other states, then you understand ranked choice voting. So just in case, because we don't have runoff elections in this state, in case you don't know, when they have a race in Georgia where they don't have a majority winner, so they had more than two people running, no one got 50% plus one, what will happen is they will eliminate everybody but the top two candidates, and they'll have an entirely new election. This actually happened for both Senate seats this last election cycle. They'll have an entirely new election at the expense of the taxpayer. Now, what if, instead of holding a whole new election, which takes months, or at least a month, and is at great cost to the people, the taxpayer, and at great cost to them having to turn out, what if we just said, hey, if this goes to a runoff election, who would you vote for? And that's what ranked choice voting is. It's as simple as that. So if you think runoff elections are good and they help determine majority outcomes, it's the same thing for ranked choice voting. That is literally instant runoff voting. So how it works is you as a voter put down your preferences, your first preference. If that person gets eliminated because they got the least number of votes, then your next preference, etc. And then we go in runoff rounds. So starting with the first round, we count up the votes just like normal. If someone gets a majority, it's over, done, just like normal. If no one gets 50% plus one, then the person, the candidate who receives the least number of votes is eliminated, and all of those ballots that chose that person as their first preference get reallocated to their next preference. And then we do an entirely new election, a runoff round. So one of the, I guess, talking points of opposition tends to be, well, isn't this just giving certain people extra votes? Is a runoff election giving people extra votes? Every single person who voted in that election still is voting. So if your ballot didn't get eliminated, or that first preference didn't get eliminated, you're still voting for your first preference, but you're still voting in that runoff round. And in fact, and we have a legal expert that can talk about specific cases, but in fact, this has gone before the court quite a number of times on the idea that it violated one person, one vote. And every single time, at every single level of the judiciary, ranked choice voting was found not only to not violate one person, one vote, but to actually, in some court cases, they said it strengthened one person, one vote. So really briefly, I want to talk about this cool thing that we have as state representatives in our district, multi-member districts. Because when you do ranked choice voting in a multi-member district where you have more than one person that has a seat, so you have, like in many of our districts, 2 seats, 3 seats, you get a really cool effect because not only are you eliminating those wasted votes that are cast for candidates that can't win and coalescing the support from those candidates around the one that most people support, but you're also eliminating the problem of wasted votes for candidates who have already won. And the effect of that, because the votes, when your candidate, your preferred candidate's already won, you go to your next preference. And the effect of that is proportional representation. Proportional representation is when the actual elected body looks like the electorate, and looks like in terms of politically, I don't mean physically, obviously. So for example, right now I might have a district that has 3 seats. Let's say the district is 67% Democrat and 33% Republican. It has 3 seats, it's 67% Democrat. Ideally, you would want 2 of those seats to be Democrat and 1 to be Republican, right? Because that would reflect the body, the electorate. However, what happens right now? A single party sweep. If you have a district that's 67% Democrat, all 3 will go to the Democrats, leaving a third of that district unrepresented. With proportional representation, that is an outcome of ranked choice voting in a multi-member district, you end up with the 2 and 1, usually. It's not based on party, but the point is that people's preferences are taken into account, excuse me. So I'd like to talk about implementation, and I am kind of giving a 30,000-foot view. I know I'm going through details, but I'm not delving into the details. That's why I have the experts behind me. So really briefly on implementation, one of the concerns that I've heard is, how does this affect town workers? Absolutely not at all. If you are a municipal worker in an election, you do not do anything differently. Ranked choice voting ballots are not counted, tabulated, what have you, on the town level. They can't be. It wouldn't make any sense. In all of these elections, you have to take into account, you can't eliminate any candidates until you know who got the least number of votes overall. So the way implementation is done, and this is how implementation was done in Maine, and we do have people to speak to that, is you have to centralize all of the data from all the ballots. This can either mean a secure courier that couriers the actual memory cards from the election machines, or a secure courier that couriers the ballots themselves. So even without machines whatsoever, we can implement ranked choice voting. This is what they do in Maine. Maine is a geographically larger state than we are. The furthest, if we're centralizing everything, the furthest you can get from Concord is about 3 hours in this state, maybe 4. So you're talking about maybe a delay of 5 or 6 hours on election night in terms of results, but not in terms of the first runoff round reporting. Town workers can still report their first runoff round numbers. Just like normal, those are not certified election results. The Secretary of State rarely certifies on the same night, but they can report what their numbers are. They do not have to run any rounds. In fact, they can't run any rounds because it wouldn't make sense. So anyway, the implementation does, nothing changes for the town worker. They process the ballots as normal. You have couriers that either bring memory cards or ballots to a central location, Concord. The Secretary of State's office takes over from there. If they are ballots, they are run through a high-speed scanner that are rented for a very, very low cost. Maine does this. If they are memory cards, then they are simply plugged in, and through open source software where everyone can see how the software works, the rounds are run, and everyone can see exactly which votes went to whom. Now, if you're using memory cards, the question is, do we have machines compatible? Currently, Our current machines are not compatible. However, the Secretary of State's office is already looking into machines. We have the HAVA funds to buy new machines, as many of you already know. And every single machine on the market today is ranked choice voting compatible so we have no dog in the game in terms of which machine does the Secretary of State certify. All of this implementation, again, they can speak more in depth about this, but it took Maine a few months and low six figures to implement. So really, really kind of low barrier to implementation. Another question that gets brought up a lot is voter education and the voter experience. So this has been implemented in, I believe, we're at 27 states on some level, municipal level, local elections, military, state political parties. We have over half the country in terms of states that do it on some level. We have exit polls from those states. Voters overwhelmingly understand and are satisfied with the process, even in the first iteration of it. And really, there are voter education efforts, but it's mostly just to prepare them for the idea of ranking. Like, it's not just one person, you get to rank. So the kind of myth that voters get confused, if you understand how to rank your 3 favorite flavors of ice cream, then you understand how to vote on a ranked choice voting ballot. 3 choices, first, second, third, simple as that. It's one of those things that's really easy to understand when you see it, and it's harder to explain verbally. I know that you've heard testimony that there's writing names on ballots or something like. None of that is the case. It's still fill in the bubble, just like our current ballots. And in fact, roughly half of our body, who was previously skeptical, by the way, some members were skeptical at the beginning of this term about ranked choice voting, but the Democratic caucus elected their leader for the first time using ranked choice voting. As I mentioned, some of the members were skeptical, but we all went through the process, when I used to be a member. And it took about 15 minutes or so, but only because some of the members were having computer difficulties, and everybody understood the results. It was very simple. We got to see the different rounds and how the votes got reallocated. And I think we made a lot of believers out of a lot of the caucus just through that one experience. Having said that, there will be opportunities for you all. I wish I could do it here in testimony, but to vote on flavors of cookie or ice cream, once you do it, you understand it fairly quickly. In fact, for those of you who have been here when we've voted for speaker, when we had more than 2 people running, the process is pretty similar, only that we undergo several rounds of voting instead of just putting our preferences on one ballot. But if you have more than 2 people running for speaker, we as legislators, and we vote, and nobody gets a majority. Usually what happens is the person who got the fewest votes drops out, possibly endorses another candidate, and everybody votes again. That's exactly what happens with ranked choice voting. So I mentioned that a bunch of states do this on the local level. Obviously, Maine does it on the statewide level. Alaska recently adopted it for primaries. Minnesota, California, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, municipal level. The Virginia GOP recently adopted it. The Utah GOP has been using it for well over a decade. It's used throughout the English-speaking world, including in every election in Australia, every election in Ireland, New Zealand, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. It is the voting method, not by name, but by description, recommended by Robert's Rules of Order. And as such, it's widely used in corporations, it's widely used by universities, and it's actually used by the Academy Awards. I don't know how you feel about the Academy Awards, but that's how we get Best Picture. That may not be a selling point, depending on what you like. So the point is this has been done for decades. There's a ton of data on how this works. And if this was a sky is falling situation, as some people say, you would know about it. You would know about it. 27 states using it on all different levels, the military using it, corporations, universities. You would hear about how this doesn't work. But instead, we're hearing the opposite. where more and more people are adopting it because it does work, because it does allow people, it allows a number of things actually. First of all, it allows the voter to vote their conscience instead of feeling forced into one or two parties and ultimately, I don't really like this person, but at least they're not that other person. Instead of that kind of voting, which feels icky to me, if that's a technical word, it feels negative and forced. Instead of that, it allows them to vote their conscience without penalizing their next preference. And I think we can all think of examples of elections where maybe we felt that way, where we didn't really like the person on our side, but the independent really didn't have a shot, so we voted for that person because at least they weren't, Beelzebub or whatever. It also allows third-party candidates, independent candidates, candidates that don't normally get a lot of airtime per se, low-dollar candidates, people with different ideas. It allows them all to compete on an even playing field, not in terms of advertising and money, but in terms of recognition on the ballot and people being allowed to vote for them without penalizing their next preference. It also reduces negative campaigning because if you think about it, you may be asking a voter to vote for you as their first preference, but even if they tell you that someone else is their first preference, you're not going to badmouth their favorite preference because maybe you can be their second preference or their third even. So in the places where this has been instituted, negative campaigning has gone down. All right. And obviously, and most importantly, it does help represent people. It actually gives us the most accurate, high-definition picture of the will of the electorate over any other system. And it is the only system where you can actually, basically through your voting, say anybody but that person. Yes, this person, my first, and maybe these people, but definitely never that person. There's no other voting system. There are a number of alternative voting systems, but there's no other system that allows the voter to do that. So it increases accurate representation, and it also increases voter engagement because in some of these cases where people feel like they're being forced into one of two parties or the lesser of two evils, they feel like their vote doesn't matter. They feel like the only person I really want is this independent candidate who doesn't have any chance, so why do I even turn out? In this case, they have a reason to turn out. And like I said, it increases the civility in politics. So this particular bill allows for stepped implementation. So it is implemented in stages so that at any point the legislature can pull the plug if there's any problems. It starts implementation in 2023 by allowing political parties and municipalities the opt-in. So parties would be able to use it for their primaries and municipalities would be able to use it on the municipal level. Then in 2025, it would go to federal elections. Those are the big name elections that people would really be able to see how this plays out. Certainly some party primaries, it would also be very publicized and people could start seeing how people start to coalesce around certain candidates. And then 2027, which is 5 years from now, would be extended to all statewide elections. So there's plenty of time to put on the brakes if any of these stages proves to be problematic. And I have spoken for quite a long time, so with that, I will open up to any questions, but I do appreciate this committee's time in hearing me out.
Thank you, Representative Reed. Questions from committee members, keeping in mind that the people as to the logistics of this implementation are yet to be heard. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I heard you say in your presentation that under ranked choice voting, it's still, you just get one vote. But in reality, if you have a ballot with 6 people on it, you're actually voting 6 times with different choices, but you're still voting 6 times.
Right. I don't know exactly what sentence you're referring to. I think you might be referring to me saying it does not violate, but in fact strengthens one person, one vote. But what I did say is it literally is as if you are going through several different elections. So you are correct. you are voting. Every voter who casts a ballot is voting each time in a different election. So you are voting 6 times, but the point is everybody in that election is voting 6 times if there are 6 rounds.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure if you can answer it or somebody behind you can. My question is regarding voter compliance, I guess, with the system, because if you have like a large group of voters, like maybe 30% of voters that are like, I hate ranked choice voting, like I'm voting for my candidate A and I'm not voting for any other candidates because that's my candidate. So you're still not going to get like a majority because it doesn't get to the 50 plus 1. Is it 50% plus 1 on the first round of ballots, regardless of if somebody chooses a second, third, fourth, fifth preference? Or can they choose the same person each round of voting?
Thank you so much for the question. It is a really interesting question. So the answer is yes, while it is absolutely true. So no, you cannot choose the same person for more than one preference. If your person hasn't been eliminated and it goes to a second or third round, you're still voting for your first preference, right? Because that person is still your favorite. Just as if you were to go to a runoff election, if the person you voted for the first time is in the runoff election, you're still voting for that person, right? So yes, it's true that a voter who for some reason is like, oh, this ranked choice voting stuff is hoo-ha, they might only fill in the first preference and that's it, especially in the early stages, the first couple times. But there's literally no reason to do that strategically. It is the same as if they voted in the first election and their candidate was eliminated, and then they chose not to show up to the runoff election.
If I could follow up, thank you. So that's just assuming that every voter is a rational voter, and they want to make sure their preference is noted in order. But I'm asking the 5% of voters that might want to vote for just that one person, and their person is eliminated in the runoff. So then what you're going to have is, out of the total majority of votes, that 5% of vote base that doesn't pick somebody else and their candidate was eliminated, that's still making it so there's no majority on the first, there's no majority, if that makes sense.
Of the original, so every election is separate. So just as if you were to go to a second runoff election and 5% of the electorate who voted in the first election didn't show up, that is their right to not show up. So they are choosing to not have a voice in that second election. You're right that some voters might do that. We call that bullet voting. And whereas bullet voting is a legitimate strategy in our current system, there's absolutely no strategic voting, no reason to even think about strategic voting in this system. And yes, people might do that initially because they're, whatever, they feel negatively. But I think as time goes on, second, third, they realize there's no reason for me to bullet vote. So yes, you're right, not everybody's rational, but it is just as if each runoff round is a separate runoff election.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Groen.
Representative Reed, my understanding then is that no matter how many candidates there are, the person ranks all those candidates. Is that correct?
Not if they don't want to. So my bill in particular, let's say you have like a really wacky district or a wacky race where you've got 17, 30 candidates. The studies that have been done have shown that there's no statistical difference after the 10th ranking. So mine is the number of candidates, if the candidates are like 3, 4, 5, or 10, whichever is fewer. So you don't end up with these crazy ballots with 17 columns or 30 columns. The most columns you'll ever have, the most rankings you'll ever have are 10.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Representative Reed, for speaking with us today. If I understood correctly a little while ago, you said that the calculations required for this system of voting are done by open source software, and everyone can see how it works. What is your estimate of the percentage of the population, the voters and population in general, that's proficient enough at reading computer code that they actually can derive how it works from doing that?
Oh, I don't suppose very many people are proficient at reading computer code, but that's not the point. You can literally see each ballot, and of course, it's not identifiable to the voter, but you can see each ballot had a first preference and a second preference. The ones that had this first preference, when that person was eliminated, went to their second preference, and so on. Of course, open source, they will be able to also, those who can read computer code will be able to see that as well. But I would say that even though that's only a small number of the population, literally 0 can understand how our current machines work, because those are literal proprietary black boxes. No one's allowed to see how those machines work, except the company. So even saying, okay, we're opening up to everyone who can read computer code is still a huge improvement over the situation we have now, where even experts who are proficient at computer code don't know what's going on inside the voting machines we currently have.
Further questions? Representative Reed, I have one, and then I'm looking forward to moving on to the people who have come in to testify on this. What's a wasted vote?
Thank you. A wasted vote is not to say that a vote is like, oh, this person doesn't matter, we're throwing out that vote, their vote doesn't count. It means that the person voted for someone who could not win. So they could have voted for someone who had the ability to win, but they voted for someone who ended up with only 3% of the overall vote. And if you had given them the option and said, okay, if you know that this candidate will not be able to win, who would you pick? They would pick somebody else. And every single voter has that same ability in ranked choice voting. So that's what a wasted vote is. It just means that their vote ended up not influencing the outcome.
It means it doesn't win.
Well, because of, not that it just doesn't
No,
win, but
you're
they didn't have a
talking
chance to win.
I understand, but you're identifying the need for ranked choice voting, at least in part because the current system has wasted votes. So given the current system, not ranked choice, what is a wasted vote?
Right. A wasted vote is a vote for a candidate who had no potential to win because all the votes ended up going, excuse me, not all, a significant enough number of votes ended up going to one of 2 candidates that the other candidates did not influence the outcome.
Does that mean we are characterizing a certain percentage of our population as simply wasting their time at the polls?
No, I'm not trying to cast aspersion about them wasting their time at the polls, but I do know many voters do feel like their vote doesn't matter because no matter who they want, if they wanted some, other third party or an independent, they know that their candidate has no chance of winning, and so they get forced into one of 2 parties.
Reminds me of discussions about when you're the last kid picked for the team. Representative Barry.
So I have a question about our presidential primary, which I guess this would eventually apply to, right?
Indeed.
So the parties, systems, we don't need to go into great detail of it, but when you go to vote for your pick for first in the nation, you're selecting delegates. You're not actually voting for the person. You're voting for delegates, much like when you vote for president election, you're picking electors, the electoral college. How does that work now? Are we creating a system where somebody's going to come out of the New Hampshire primary with all of the delegates because ranked choice voting is going to get into 50%? Or
No. So each party, it's 10% for the Republican Party and 15%. Am I backwards? I think I might be. 10%. Okay, one's 10, one's 15, I thought. But there is a threshold above which the candidate has to get in order to get any delegates in their primary system. So ranked choice voting doesn't only work to get candidates up to the 50% threshold, it can also work just to get candidates up to the 15 or 10% threshold. So you would just run those runoff rounds until all candidates remaining are above that threshold. Essentially, you're coalescing support amongst the people. If you have 20 candidates, you're asking them, okay, who do you support? And if this person cannot get above 10%, who would you support next? Until they have coalesced all of their support behind candidates who reach over 10%. There are people that are probably better explaining this, but that's
thank
what's
you.
happening.
I mean, I sort of started this by asking another question, because now I want to say, well, aren't we talking about a caucus? So I'm going to stop. Does anybody have any further questions for Representative Reed? And if not, thank you very much. And I believe we talked about Tiani Coleman speaking next. And I believe that was the person with the box. Is that right? Is that? Who? All right, who would you, I'm sorry, I'm happy to go in order of preference. Would you rather have Ms. Cook go next? I'm sorry. I ordered my pink cards and I'm, yeah, Christina, if you could help her. She needs two, actually. Well, that's all right, we can deal with that later, because she's got the file. Who needs a copy? Raise your hand. That other side, you going to have enough? Do we need to share some? Does everybody have one that they can at least look at? We're too short because we're going to need one for the file too. And we have members missing, so. Right, okay, all right. For the file, we have it in electronic form. Okay, all right, committee members, we have a handout, which is basically slides that we're going to go through here today with our Ms. Coleman from Amherst, New Hampshire. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tiani Coleman, and yes, I'm a resident of Amherst, New Hampshire, and I'm also president of New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting, as well as president of New Hampshire Independent Voters. I also am an attorney. I am licensed here in New Hampshire as well as in New York, and I'm on inactive status in Connecticut and as well as Utah. So I am not practicing very much law at the moment, but I am licensed here in New Hampshire. So anyway, I sent this out to all of you early this morning. You all have it on file. You have it in PDF as well as a link to it on the web. So it's a presentation. I'm not planning to go through all of this right now. That's not what this is about. But I just wanted you to be aware of it because it very systematically explains each thing, and there's a table of contents. And so if there's a topic that you have questions about or something that you want to understand better, it explains it pretty well. It's probably a little bit better in the slide format, but you know, hard copy still explains it pretty well. So I didn't really actually plan to come and talk about each of these things. I did want to clarify a couple of things. This bill does not actually say anywhere that, it doesn't use the word majority. It doesn't say anywhere that somebody has to get a majority in order to win. It just talks about how you're going to run all of the rounds until you get a winner, and you're going to eliminate people if they haven't reached the threshold. And in an election where you have a single winner, the threshold is 50% because it's the number 50% plus 1 because it's the number where if someone reaches it, nobody else has a chance to win. It's a mathematical impossibility for anyone else to win if someone reaches that threshold of 50%. And so what the ranked choice voting really is it's saying we want to determine a winner by going through the full rounds. We want everyone to be able to express their preferences, and we want to be able to go through all of the rounds. But it's not necessarily someone said, oh, well, you're voting 6 times. You're actually not. What you're doing is you're expressing your preferences in case if you need to go to one of them. Just like if you send someone to the ice cream store and you say, I really want, pistachio ice cream, but a lot of stores don't have pistachio. And so when they go, they say, well, if they don't have pistachio, what do you want instead? And you say, well, then I want, pralines and cream. And they're like, well, if they don't have that, what do you want? You're like, well, I guess I'll have Rocky Road. Well, if you don't have that, what do you want? Okay, I'll just have vanilla, But maybe you'll go there but if your favorite ice cream is vanilla, then you're probably going to always find, vanilla at the ice cream store. But you still rank them because maybe they ran out of vanilla and you might want chocolate. So you rank them all just in case if you need to use that ranking. But you may never fall back on that ranking. So we have an example here in these slides that show how it works. But the way it works is, they count everybody's first choice, and if somebody gets that threshold of 50% after they count all the first choices, it's over. The election's over. You don't have to run any rounds. You don't have to send any ballots to the central counting place. It's over. Somebody already reached the threshold. No one else can win, even if you count all the rest of the rounds, because someone already won. So they can win on election night. You don't even have to count them. People just express their preference in case if it was needed. And so if you count all of the ballots that night and nobody gets that preference, then you say, okay, we're going to eliminate the person in last, and those people, we're going to count their second preference because their candidate's been eliminated. But everyone else, we're still going to count their top preference. And you just keep doing that until someone reaches the threshold. Now, someone asked the question, well, what happens if, nobody gets a majority because nobody, because maybe 5% of the people chose not to rank all their candidates. Because it's true, if every single person ranks all of their candidates, then you will certainly always get a majority when you use ranked choice voting, if everybody ranks all their candidates. But if everybody doesn't rank all of their candidates, well, you probably will still get a majority because usually the race isn't quite that close that it comes down to the last little percentage. But let's say it is that close. Well, then there are two different ways that you can do it. One way is to say, we are going to go by everyone that voted on the first round, and we're going to, and so you just count until either A, someone reaches the threshold, or B, all the ballots have been exhausted, and then maybe they won't win by a majority, but you still were able to count everybody's full preferences until the ballots were exhausted. Now, in some cases, people choose to do it in such a way that they count it by, by counting each round separately, and so at the end, they say, okay, well, we're only counting the people that voted in the last round, like a typical runoff, and so it's going to be a majority because you only have two people. So there's two different ways to do it, but it doesn't have to be any certain way. Just like Ellen brought up, in presidential primaries, you use ranked choice voting, and you don't have to come to a majority. Ranked choice voting is just a way of expressing preferences. It doesn't mean majority. It just means a way of expressing preferences. So you can use ranked choice voting in a presidential primary and still only count until you reach the threshold, which in the case of a presidential primary, the threshold is the 10% or the 15%. So once all the candidates have that much, you don't count anymore because you're trying to get to that threshold, and it's not about a majority. So there are different ways to do it. You don't have to do it the same way every time. I can talk about the constitutional issues if you have questions. I wanted to point out a couple of things because I know there are a couple of elephants in the room sometimes. So one thing I want everyone to know is that I was introduced to ranked choice voting when I was chair of it wasn't the Utah GOP, it was the Salt Lake County Republican Party. I was chair of that. This was 2 decades ago, actually. It was in the early 2000s. And we used it in our conventions out there, and that's how I got to know it, and that's how I got to use it. And I liked it a lot. And I am now an independent, and I have also run a campaign before for a Democrat. And in all of those cases, I loved ranked choice voting when I was a staunch, diehard chair of the county Republican Party, total Republican. I loved ranked choice voting. When I ran the campaign for a Democrat, a candidate for Congress who was a Democrat, I loved ranked choice voting. And now I'm an independent, and I love ranked choice voting. It has nothing to do with what party I belong to, or what. It has nothing to do with that, because I just know that it's the best way of selecting a candidate. Which, by the way, I want everyone to know that, in my capacity with president of New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting, it's a complete volunteer position. I don't get paid. I am not here at all because I, am getting paid to do this or anything like that. I'm doing this because it's something I care about and something I think is very important, and I think it will help our country be better, and it's just a better way to do elections. Do I think that ranked choice voting is going to solve all the problems in our country and it's suddenly going to make everything just perfect? No, it's not the one-all, be-all, and only reform that we need, but it is definitely an easy reform that we can implement that will make a good difference, and it's good for everyone. I like to call it a nonpartisan win-win for everybody. It can help every stripe of person. It can help the people that are in the establishment. It can help the people who are non-establishment. It can help the people who are in the major party. It can help the people that are in the minor party, help independents, third parties. It really helps everyone because it gives everybody an equal voice and a more level playing field, and it actually is just a better system overall. So that is why I support ranked choice voting. Now, I know one of the other elephants in the room that I never used to hear. I was out talking about ranked choice voting here in New Hampshire. I've lived here now for almost 9 years, and I've been talking about it to people almost that long. And I used to just talk to people, and they were all excited. Didn't matter if they were Republican or Democrat or who they were really excited about it. But after Poliquin lost, all of a sudden I started hearing a lot of people saying, oh, that's a rigged, that's a horrible, horrible thing. We should not do that. Because somehow people thought, well, this is, that's just some liberal Democratic ploy to try to, take over or something. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Like, I've been in favor of ranked choice voting since forever, and I got introduced to it when I was a Republican. So I wanted to point out that in Maine, and it's in these slides, you can see it, but there are different scenarios that can happen in a ranked choice race. I already mentioned one of them. You can have someone win on the very first ballot when they count everyone's first choice, and they get that 50% threshold, and they are the winner, and it's exactly like it is now, no different. You can have a race where somebody is ahead in the very first ballot, and they have 35% of the vote, so they don't have the threshold, so you run the rounds. But after you run all the rounds and you're done, that person who had 35% of the vote still wins by the end. So the person that started with 35 ends up getting past the 50% threshold, and they win when they're done. They stayed ahead the whole time, or maybe they fell behind for a minute and then pulled back up. Whatever happened, but they won. So that can happen. And then you can have the case like the Golden and the Poliquin race, where it was very close the whole time. And so, yes, Poliquin was ahead in the first round. And yes, he did end up losing, because there were two other independent candidates who were pretty strong for independent candidates. And their second preference, they preferred Golden over Poliquin. And something kind of interesting that I found, sorry, I'm looking over there, I should look at all of you. Something kind of interesting that I found was that I was out actually kind of promoting ranked choice voting at a poll, and there was someone that was going to that, someone that was actually running in that election, and they didn't necessarily support ranked choice voting, but they came up to me and they said, you know what, I want to admit to you that I really think that, it wasn't, that what happened in Maine was not a rigged election. I know what happened. I know that they told everyone to only express one preference, and I also know that Poliquin wasn't out trying to earn the vote of those independents. He wasn't out trying to get them to vote for him. He should have been appealing more to the independents so that when they got knocked out of the race, they would have wanted to vote for him and support him, but he didn't campaign to them, and Golden did. But what I want all of you to know is that that could have been completely the opposite. It could have been Golden who started out ahead and Poliquin who pulled ahead of Golden. And that could happen in a lot of races. And so the point isn't that ranked choice voting helps any certain kind of candidate. It doesn't. It doesn't help any certain kind of candidate. The kind of candidate it helps is the candidate who can get the most support. And isn't that what we want from elections? We want to elect the people who have the most support. We don't want people to win by fluke. One of the examples I have in here is the Fall River race in Fall River, Massachusetts. I don't know if you've heard about it, but there was a mayor that was running, and he was indicted for tax fraud, I believe it was. He was under indictment. And so they had a recall election, and 61% of the voters, I believe, it's close to that, I think that was what it is, they voted to recall him. They didn't want him. And it was one of those elections where on the same ballot as the recall, they also elected who the new mayor would be if he was recalled. So he was recalled, and on that same ballot, people voted for who they wanted. And they had him as one of the names on the ballot. And so everyone voted again, and 65% of the voters voted for someone else. They didn't want him. But 35, I think it was, voted for him again, right? But the people who voted against him, they all split their votes between 4 or 5 other candidates. And so the other candidates got a small percentage of the vote, and Correa was elected again to be the mayor. He had just been recalled, and he was elected back in. Ranked choice voting would have never allowed that to happen. It would have never happened with ranked choice voting because we knew that 65% of the voters did not want him, and they would have gotten a much better result had they used ranked choice voting in that election. And that's the way things would happen in a lot of different races. And so I think, people should really give it a real look, pay attention to it because it's something that really is good for everybody. And I think that you would like it. So if anyone has any questions for me, I do have a whole section here on the constitutional issues if you want to look at them. For sure, I will say that ranked choice voting has been brought before federal courts on Article 1, on the Equal Protection Clause, which is the one person, one vote, on due process and free speech, on the Voting Rights Act, and it's been upheld every single time, and it's been clearly upheld. It's been upheld unanimously in many occasions. It's really not even a question when it comes to the U.S. Constitution. It is definitely constitutional. So, when it comes to the New Hampshire Constitution, there are some issues that are a little more complicated, and even those come out, I think, in favor of ranked choice voting. And I have in here the citation to a recent article that just came out, a law review article, that just came out in October from 2 professors at NYU who have studied that plurality provision very extensively, and they make their case very strongly that, ranked choice voting is still constitutional under the plurality provision, if anyone's aware of what I'm even talking about. But even so, the plurality provision is in the Constitution, and it only applies to the race for governor, for state senate, for House, because it mentions it, although if you were to use it for proportional RCV, I'm not sure it would matter anyway, and for executive council. And anyway, I think there's a really strong case that ranked choice voting, if you have any more questions, I'll talk more about that, but otherwise I won't talk any more about that.
And thank you. You did all get an email which has a link to this handout that you have, which within it has got links to videos and other information. Questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The Fall River case is interesting to me. It sounds like those were very loyal supporters of that mayor who was recalled. Now, if there were ranked choice voting, couldn't they vote for that mayor, the recalled mayor, for their second choice as well, and that would be the same situation? they could vote for that same person as their second choice. Is that right?
No, you can only vote for one person for each choice. You cannot vote for the same person for more than one choice. It's like if you go to an election and you vote, and then they're going to have a runoff, if your candidate didn't make it into the runoff, you can't vote for them because they're out. They're not in anymore. But you know, if they're in, then yeah, you can vote for. If you vote for them and they stay in, then in ranked choice voting, your vote will always count for the person that you voted for if they're still in. Your vote will always count for them. But if they're out, then you can't.
I have a follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. So if the person did vote in that manner, would that be a vote that was not counted because it would be hard to understand what the voter's intent was? Would the ballot just be tossed out on that race?
Well, I mean, it would. It'd be like if you go to a runoff election and you vote for someone who's not on the ballot. They're going to toss it. They're not going to count. I mean, you can do a write-in, and you can do a write-in in ranked choice voting as well. But yeah. So, I mean, you wouldn't vote for someone that's been eliminated at the bottom. Now, Correa, in this case, he was the winner. And so, you know what? If you made him a second choice, that wouldn't have worked because he wouldn't have been the first person eliminated. He was up near the top. He would have been one of the very last people eliminated, probably would have been, you know, he would have made it to the final two in that case. People that are eliminated are the people that are getting 5% of the vote, 3% of the vote, 10% of the vote. Not the people that are getting 35% of the vote. They're usually going to make it to the last round, usually.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would like you to speak to the New Hampshire Constitution, the plurality issue, because it
Okay.
has come up when we reviewed these bills
Okay.
the previous session, and just to address it. I know it's in here, but
Sure.
for the people
So
listening.
if you just want to turn to it real quick, basically, the point on the plurality provision is that there's a few different points about it, but if you look at it, at first it shows here what it applies to. I've already said that, though. So it only applies to certain races. And what it says is that the person elected, it just says in a little line, it says the person elected will be elected by a plurality of the vote. And so then the question is, what does plurality mean? What does that mean when you say that someone is elected by a plurality of the vote? And if you look up the word plurality, that means whoever had the most votes, right? So some people say, well, you know, it means, you know, I mean, yes, in the New Hampshire Constitution, like Representative Reed said, that it used to say that people had to win by majority of the vote. And they also said that the legislators would get to pick the candidate. So if you go back and you read what they were saying when they made that change to the Constitution and turned it into that you could win by a plurality of the vote, the whole reason why they did it was because they didn't want the legislature to make the decision. It's not because they didn't want a majority to decide. It was obvious that they wanted a majority to decide, but it was causing so many problems that they didn't want the legislature to keep making that decision, because then it became the legislative body was very political and they had too much power. They didn't want that, and so they changed it. And so what they were saying was, we're not going to have a restriction that someone can't win with a plurality. But ranked choice voting, like I said, doesn't create that restriction either. There is a scenario, it is technically possible, depending on how you decide to run it, but there is a scenario where someone could win with less than a majority. And nowhere in the bill does it say someone has to have a majority. It doesn't really say that, and like I said, it might say, yes, the threshold is 50%, but that's based on the fact that once someone reaches 50%, it's mathematically impossible for anyone else to win. But also, as these people are saying that I linked their law review article, they have gone through, you know, every single state, and a lot of states, they might not use the word plurality, but they still say the person with the most votes wins. And That's really what it's kind of talking about. And there are three terms in which plurality is used. Sometimes it says the plurality, you have to win by plurality of the vote, meaning you have to have the most votes. There's also the term that is plurality winners or plurality systems, and that's not necessarily the same thing. These terms keep getting used, and so I even hear people say it, and it makes me cringe because people, they use these terms and they intermix them, but they don't always mean the exact same thing. For example, if someone wins with the plurality of the vote, or not a plurality of the vote, but if someone wins with just a plurality percentage, then yes, if someone wins with a plurality percentage, that definitely means they won with less than 50% of the vote. But, we have elections all the time where people win with 50% of the vote, and that doesn't mean that, it's unconstitutional. Like, obviously, you're trying to get someone that wins with 50% of the vote. So it's not, these terms get used in different ways. Now, in the bill, it does specifically say that, ranked choice voting is the method by which a plurality will be determined. And also, it's the idea that in the ranked choice election, it's one ballot. Everyone goes and everyone votes on one ballot. They're not voting on, multiple ballots. Yes, they are expressing their preferences, but all of those preferences aren't going to be counted if your person's still in the race or if someone wins on the first round and all that. It's just one ballot, it's one vote, it's one election. And so you're just saying, look, we're not going to be at the end of the election until we've finished counting the rounds or someone's already reached the threshold and become the winner. And so it's similar to saying, oh, we're going to declare the winner, before you've counted all the precincts. Half the precincts have come in, and we counted them, and they have the most votes, and so they won because they have the most votes. It's like, wait a minute, finish the election. Finish counting all the other precincts. And that's what this is. We're saying, wait a minute, you can't declare the winner after the first round. You have to finish the election. This is a ranked choice election. You have to finish it. But that doesn't mean it violates the plurality provision. Now, yes, maybe we don't all know, but some of you know that the Maine Supreme Court did have an advisory opinion where Maine had a similar provision. And yes, the Maine Supreme Court did say in their advisory opinion that they thought that that was unconstitutional. Now, that was an advisory opinion. It was never decided on the merits. The people from Maine decided to just drop those races because, they had an election to win, and they just didn't want to be dealing with all of that. So when they dropped their state races, so in Maine, they use ranked choice voting for all of their primaries. They use it for their federal elections, meaning their elections for governor and U.S. Senate and U.S. Congress and president. They use it for those because those are under the federal Constitution, and there's no problem with there. But they don't use it in their general elections for governor, even though they want to. But that's not because it was declared unconstitutional, because it was not a final opinion. It was just an advisory, but they chose to take it off of their ballot measure. They chose to take it off of their ballot measure just so they didn't have to deal with it. But nonetheless, Maine opinions are not binding on us anyway. So that advisory opinion is not actually binding precedent on Maine, and it's certainly not binding precedent on us.
I'm going to ask that answers really be directed specifically to the questions, and I'm going to ask members to ask, please, specific questions. I apologize for my scheduling, and maybe the sponsor spoke for a very long time on this, but we have people who are here to speak, and I want to try and make sure that we're getting to specific points, because I think we handled the concept initially. So are there other questions for this witness? Representative Barry.
So I'm glad you brought up the Maine unanimous decision or advisory opinion. Are you aware that the language in the Maine Constitution is identical to the language in the New Hampshire State Constitution by a plurality of votes? It's literally the same language.
Same language. It's not exactly the same thing, but yes, it's very similar. Yes, it is. And like I said, there is that law review article where they go through every single state and all of the legislative histories and everything else, and they do come out with the conclusion that Maine was wrong. And I agree with them, at least I think they should be wrong. But yes, it is an issue. I'm not saying, it's not a slam dunk like the US Constitution. The US Constitution is a slam dunk. People who say that ranked choice voting violates the US Constitution, I'm sorry, I just think they're wrong, because way too many decisions have been made that said it does not. On this case, there are no, well, actually, there is a Massachusetts opinion that I cited here where they said it's fine. But it is slightly different, but it's pretty similar, and they say it's fine. But in Maine, like I said, it's not a binding decision, so the truth is the courts haven't opined on it. There are a lot of really good attorneys who think it really should have been, that it is constitutional, and that Maine made the wrong decision, but I can't guarantee that some court wouldn't say that it's unconstitutional. I don't think it should be. I think the legislative intent would clearly, if the people here in the people that made that amendment, that changed it to plurality, if they discovered ranked choice voting, they'd be like, oh, boom, that's exactly what we should be doing, I think, because that's what they wanted. But,
Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the question. So to just follow up, it's not a foregone conclusion that our Supreme Court would not vote differently than what Maine did. We don't know that answer. Would that be correct?
we don't know positively, no, we don't. But also, like Ms. Reed said, this bill does have the implementation in such a way that it won't, that provision will not affect this bill clear until 2027. That's a really long time, and it's time to sort it out and figure it out. And it wouldn't affect the other bill, but we won't talk about that, but it wouldn't affect that bill at all, so.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And I assume if the committee members individually reach out to you by email with questions, you'd be happy to answer.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Emily Cook. I understand that there are people who are not going to be able to stay to testify. The sponsor had asked me to have people who have come here to speak in a particular order, and I'm honoring that request. If I do not reach you before the end of the hearing, and it does happen in hearings in every committee here, I just ask that you please sign the blue sheet on your way out so we know your opinion, and if you have written testimony that has not been received yet by the committee, you can give it to someone at the end of the table on your way out, and we'll pass it up to the clerk and make sure everybody has it, and you can continue to contact the committee via the web portal and email. So with that, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to the Sure. Is that better? Okay. Good morning. I'm Emily Cook, Deputy Secretary of State and Director of Communications for the Maine Secretary of State. I've come to Concord today to speak about ranked choice voting. I put just one of the bill numbers on, but you can take this for both.
Ms. Cook, I
Sure.
note that on the pink card you said you have written testimony. Do you have written testimony?
Yes, I believe that was given out before when we were
Okay,
between
so
bills.
that's what I thought. So what does it look like?
It is mostly black and white with a little bit of blue on the bottom with the main seal on the top left.
Okay, everybody got it? The chair doesn't, but you should all. It's okay, we'll get it there. My clerk has got one.
Let's say, I have a couple
No,
extras.
no,
if you need
that's
one.
fine, and you can leave extras here.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
No problem. As you are definitely aware, given the last two presentations, Maine recently instituted ranked choice voting for a number of our elections, all primary elections, general elections for federal offices, and some municipal level elections. Due to a Supreme Judicial Court advisory opinion that was issued shortly after RCV first became law, it is not used for gubernatorial or legislative general elections at this time. We first passed RCV through a citizen initiative process requiring a statewide vote in 2016. Maine voters again then stated their preference for RCV in another statewide vote in 2018, when at the same time they were using RCV for the first time. We have found in the years since that voters appreciate the option to rank their candidates on their ballots and that they found it easy to vote in this manner. After all, we rank our choices on all sorts of things every day. What we'll be making for dinner for our families, what music to put on the radio, what to watch on, where to go on vacation, what to put on TV. So implementing that same decision-making process for voting was not very difficult. We also feel that voters appreciate the option to vote their heart on their ballots, rather than having to stress and worry that voting for their favorite candidate in a plurality election may end up helping their least favorite candidate win. Voter frustration that plurality voting doesn't always reflect the will of the majority, who may be split between two similar candidates who advance to the general election, is one of the reasons that Maine voters chose RCV. Voters should feel and know that their vote matters, and that the elections they participate in results in representation that mirrors the electorate. On the election administration side, we have not found undue difficulty in conducting elections. Voter education and instructions on ballot markings are always part of any election. That's still the case with RCV. It's just that the instructions and the educations themselves are new. I know the Secretary of State's office, when we were first implementing this, worked with nonprofits, the Committee on Ranked Choice Voting and the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of Maine to conduct more extensive voter education than is typically done ahead of an election. But those groups work together in a very nonpartisan way to educate voters about how they would be, what they'd be seeing on their ballots and how they'd be marking them. As with any election, being upfront and honest with voters about when they can expect to hear results. Perhaps it's a few days after Election Day rather than on election night as they might be used to, is a vital part of voter confidence in elections. Should New Hampshire choose to go the route of ranked choice voting, our elections division staff would be more than happy to provide assistance and guidance on best practices and things we've learned to help with a smooth implementation. And thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for taking the question. We've heard testimony today that ranked choice voting can often help third-party candidates. Since you've had it in use, has Maine voted in more third-party candidates than they did before?
I don't have the data in front of me. I know our legislature has a number of unenrolled and a couple third-party members. But again, our legislature general elections don't use ranked choice voting, so that isn't that doesn't have an impact there. I'd be happy to get you any numbers. I don't think for the elections that we have used it for, we have not seen unenrolled or third-party candidates win in those elections yet, but it's only been a few cycles.
Follow-up.
So a follow-up question would be, so if that's not the case, has it more than one time flipped one party that would have won under the plurality win after you went through a second or third round?
Yeah, so I think it's good to be cautious on trying to figure out what would have happened in any given election under different voting rules. We have seen in that first second congressional district race that the results were flipped, or not that they were flipped, but that someone who was not the leading candidate in the first round ended up being the winning candidate in the end, because we don't know what voters would have done under a different electoral system. You just can't run a hypothetical in that way, because I think each side would argue that their candidate would have won any election. That's typically what happens. We all would do that.
Thank you. Representative Barry.
What was the precipice for Maine going with this system? It wasn't just organic. Somebody thought of this. There was a trigger. What caused it? What was the reason why they broke, nearly 200 years of the same system? What caused it?
Yeah, so different bills for ranked choice voting were introduced in the legislature between 2001 and 2013. and were repeatedly voted down. So in
So did you
2000,
say 2013?
between 2001 and 2013, it had been introduced a number of times, and like I said, didn't pass. So in 2014, proponents, led by the Committee on Ranked Choice Voting, started gathering signatures under our citizen initiative constitutional provision to bring it to the voters themselves, and that process was the trigger to get it first passed into law.
Follow-up.
What is the ease of access for third-party or independent candidates? What's the ballot access provisions for non-major party candidates in Maine?
So if you want to run, our party access numbers are the same. We have signature requirements, different numbers for each, depending on the office that you're running for. 25 signatures for a House race, a couple thousand for governor, and then unenrolled candidates have double the number of signatures, but a longer amount of time since they are not running in a primary.
Further questions? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cook, for taking my question. We heard testimony earlier that the implementation of this cost Maine in the low six figures, I believe it was. That seems very low to me. How do you implement this in Maine? And you know, is it done? I assume it's done at the Secretary of State's office. How do you implement it?
Yeah, so I looked up the numbers, sadly, after I'd already printed off my testimony, but I'd be happy to send them to you all so you can review. We already have tabulators for most of our towns. Some of them are still hand count towns. We don't think a municipality with 5 voters is incapable of counting those 5 votes accurately themselves. So that was not a cost that we needed to incur. So our startup costs initially were $29,231 for a high-speed tabulator, software upgrades, and some computers. In the June 2018 primary for courier services, a tabulator, and software use, $72,200. Same number for our November 2018 general. The July 2020 primary for the same courier services, tabulator, and use was $67,800. And the November 2020 general no longer needed courier service, so that was $38,000 for the tabulator and software use. So for each of those bullet points, we're in the tens of thousands.
Further questions?
Follow-up.
Representative Groen.
So in your case, the votes come in, do paper ballots come into the Secretary of State and then you count them in a high-speed tabulator?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to address the second part of your question. So for the towns that have a tabulator, those memory sticks come to Augusta. For the towns that are hand count, the paper ballots come in and we run them through the high-speed tabulator and then run the rankings from there. So sounds like it would have been similar from what I heard earlier. The first rankings are counted at the town level, just like every election. If it needs to go to a ranked choice, that's when the ballots or the memory sticks come to Augusta.
Thank you.
Further questions? Question from the chair. How many polling places does Maine have that are involved in the elections that use the ranked choice voting?
So we have 500 or so municipalities, and our statewide elections and federal elections are all municipally run, so we have 500 different data points.
In 500 municipalities?
Yep.
Okay. Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again for taking the question. Since you implemented ranked choice voting, what's the timetable from when the close of the election to when you get your results?
I believe they've all been run within that same week. Like I think someone said, Maine's a large state, especially for New England. So getting those memory sticks and ballots securely to Augusta with the chain of custody is important, and taking the time to do that right, but also do it efficiently. For ranked choice tabulation for a legislative primary, I think we've run those maybe on the Thursday, I believe. And I'll double check on this. I think it was on a Friday for the congressional one, but again, I can get that to you.
Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you say the results come in that same week. What was it prior to ranked choice voting? When were the results out?
We count, municipalities are required to count the ballots on election night. And then they have 2 days to report their results to the Secretary of State's office. So I think most of the results are pretty publicly available on election night. But depending on, not everyone transmits their results to us that night. They have the next day or the day after, and the press isn't always in the towns with only 100 voters to get those numbers out to their readers.
Follow up, Madam Chair. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I didn't say that first, but what you're saying then is that when ranked choice voting was implemented in your state, the amount of time was extended. It took longer to get the results in for the people of the community to know what the results were. It took longer, and would that be? You said it went from 2 days to the same week, so is that up to 5 days longer it's taking?
I think to get the full results, if there isn't someone with a majority in that first round, it can take a little longer, but the same thing happens if there's the need for a recount. You don't know what the result, so we have up to 5 days for someone to request a recount. So if you have a really close election and someone's deciding whether or not to request a recount, you wouldn't have the final results of that election either for a few days, so it's kind of comes out in the wash.
I have a follow-up, Madam?
Follow-up.
A follow-up, thank you. A recount is totally different. A recount is not the same as what generally is happening in each
Question,
community.
please.
So, in general, for those 500 different municipalities, the length of time has been extended. Forget about recounts, that's a different issue. So is that correct for me to say, think that this would extend the time that the results come in? Am I correct in that?
So the initial results still have to come into us within 2 days, and that's when we're going and getting the ballots or having them couriered to Augusta. Our legislators aren't sworn in until December, and members of Congress aren't sworn in until January. So there is time to make sure that we get that right and that the will of the voters is accurately documented.
Thank you. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming from Augusta. Following up on the previous representative's questions, was there any sufficient backlash or brouhaha because the elections got delayed a few days?
I think we were the center of attention because we were one of the outstanding races, especially in 2018, which was fun. The secretary at that time and his staff did a Facebook Live, which then in 2018 was new and different for everyone, showing the running of the tabulation, which I think helped voters understand really what was happening because they could, from wherever they were around the state, watch what was going on in Augusta to run that tabulation.
Further questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Phil Steele from Portland, Maine. Welcome, Mr. Steele. And you have handouts, right?
I have two, actually. I had two.
One for this bill and,
No, both on this bill. One is from me personally, and other is from Adam Pontius and myself.
okay. So I think we
and
have passed those out, right?
Yeah, those would have been passed out early.
All right, there's One
And-
that looks like this, that is, my name is Phil
Yeah,
Steele.
Right, that's my personal one, and there's also one that starts off Representative Barbara Griffin.
That looks like this.
That, right. They're both 3 pages. And I'm going to dwell mostly on mine, but there's some data on the second page which you might be interested in.
Okay.
And I'd like to introduce myself by saying I live in Portland, Maine, and I have been an advocate and researcher for ranked choice voting for 10 years. And thank you for all the questions that you have addressed to all the other people who've testified. I actually have direct answers to almost all of them. If I had the time, I would address them. But I did want to, before I get into my stuff, I wanted to make one point that was said earlier and address the questions from over here, which is what has been the effect of ranked choice voting in terms of elections, okay? And Tiana made the point that ranked choice voting is good for all parties, whether Democrat, Republican, or independent, green, libertarian, or whatever. And that is true. And I'd like to explain why it's true, because one of the biggest criticisms in Maine was from Democrats and Republicans that ranked choice voting would be bad for their parties. It would, in fact, create more interest in other parties. So the reason that that's not true, that criticism is not true, is the following. When you have ranked choice voting elections, 9 out of 10 times, and this is all over the world, 9 out of 10 times, the person who gets the most votes in the first round wins the election ultimately. Right? We're not talking about the times when the person gets more than 50%. Throw those aside. We're talking about the elections where it goes into another round. 9 out of 10 times the person who gets the most votes, whether they are Republican or Democrat, and they're always Republican or Democrats, 9 out of 10 times they win the election. So why do you have ranked choice voting? Well, think about it. The reason it's good for the Republicans and Democrats is that if they won by plurality, they don't really have a mandate. They don't have a mandate. More people voted against them than voted for them in a regular plurality election. In a ranked choice voting election, they can take office and do take office with a mandate. They got more than 50% of the votes. So it's good for Republicans and Democrats. It's actually better for them than for the independents and the Greens. To answer the question, no. The independents and the Greens have not won any ranked choice voting elections in Maine since it was implemented. What's good for them is that the depth of their support is shown in a ranked choice voting election. Because if you're a Green supporter or a Libertarian going to vote in a normal election, if you vote, you know your candidate isn't going to win. And so that, in theory, is a wasted vote. It's not a wasted vote. They get to vote for the party that they most support. But what will happen is there will be a number of Green people or Libertarians who go to the polls and say, well, wait a minute, my support doesn't matter, so I'll vote for a Republican or a Democrat because I think they, well, in a ranked choice voting, they get to vote for their Green or Libertarian party, and that will show up. And I'm going to show you how it shows up, which is your question. It will show up in the results. And that's good for the libertarians, because the libertarians who might otherwise get 1% of the vote in a ranked choice voting election in the first round, that libertarian candidate who's not going to win, but he may get 5% or 10%, and they're going to feel good. And when they go to their supporters, they say, look, here's our support in the state. So that's why it's good for all parties. The results show the depth of support, and for the non-major parties, and for the major parties, it will give them a mandate that they would not otherwise have to implement their policies in the state. So that's a critical thing. Now, if you, and I want to address one other thing. I should say that I want you to know I work as a volunteer. I have never been paid. 10 years' time, I do not get paid for my opinions or my work.
Welcome to the $100 for 2-year.
There you go. And I first got exposed to ranked choice voting in 2011 when it was implemented for the mayor's race in Portland. There were 15 candidates on the ballot, right? And I studied the results in the same way that I've studied the results in all of the statewide main elections. And what you see is that people do enjoy candidates. The more candidates on the ballot, the more people will rank. The more people on the ballot, the more people will rank. That's you think about it, it just makes sense, and that's in fact what you see happen. Do people rank all of the candidates? No, they do not have to, and relatively few of them do. And the more candidates there are, the less people will rank all of them, okay? But here's the key thing for you to remember. In all ranked choice voting elections, no matter how many candidates, who wins on the first ballot wins 90% of the time. The person who is second on the ballot, meaning the second in the first place votes, wins 9.9% of the time. 99.9% of ranked choice voting elections go to either the first person who gets the most votes in the first round or the person who gets the most votes in the second round. 0.1% go to the person who gets the third most votes. That's it. If you fit mathematically, it doesn't work that way, okay? It just doesn't work. So does somebody, and one of the criticisms of ranked choice voting is, well, somebody who's not very popular, doesn't have a lot of people who really like him or her, but ends up with a lot of votes in the out rounds. It just doesn't happen, okay? All right, so I want to show, if you take my testimony, which is the one that says, my name is Phil Steele, and look at the third page, this is really interesting, and I'd be willing to bet most of you have never seen this. This is what's called the cast vote record. This is produced by the Secretary of State's office at the top of this page. And what this is, and to answer the question, how does the public find out about what happened in an election, right? 90,000 voters. in this district. This is November of 2018. This is the one where Poliquin got the most votes in the first round and lost in the second round. Actually lost in the third round. But 4 candidates, 3 rounds, Golden won in the third round, okay? Now, this is what the Secretary of State provides the public if you ask for it. You can see every voter and how they voted, how they filled out their ballot. And you'll see number 1, voter number 1 here, by the way, an undervote column. Undervote means they didn't fill out a name in that column. So the first voter here ranked Bruce Poliquin number 1, number 2, and number 3. Technically a violation of the rules, which say you can only rank a candidate once. All right, and this is important. The rules say you can only rank a candidate once. This person voted for him 3 times. Voted for him 3 times. He ranked them 3 times. Okay? That vote, the way the votes are counted, number 1 is exactly the same as number 2, who ranked Poliquin first and didn't rank anybody else. Okay? Voter number 1's ballot was filled out differently than voter number 2. They preferred Bruce Poliquin to all other candidates, and that is how the vote is counted by the software. All right? And you can see the other ones. I want to address number 6. They did not vote, that person, voter number 6, did not vote for anybody in the congressional district number 2 race. They probably voted for other candidates in other races, that otherwise they wouldn't have gone to the polls, right? But they didn't have a preference in congressional district number 1. Okay, so you can see how these voters voted. Now, round, all right, by round. And you'll see in the first round, if you look at the first choices, you'll see that there's 4 people who voted for Poliquin. There's 2 people who voted for Golden. There's 2 people who voted for Hoare. And there's 1 person who voted for Bond. Now, again, there's actually 290,000 voters. I just took the first 10. All right, and I'm showing you how the votes are counted. This is literally how the votes are counted. So there's 4, 2, 2, 1. At the end of the first round, Poliquin is ahead, but he doesn't have a majority. He doesn't have 50%. So it goes to a second round, and they drop Bond, Tiffany Bond, candidate number 10. That vote is now, they look at the second choice for that person, that's Golden. So you can see in the second round, Golden has gone from 2 to 3, and Bond is no longer in the race. All right? Poliquin is still ahead, but he doesn't have a majority. So it goes to the third round, right? And now Hoare is the least, has only got 2 votes, so those votes are dropped. And if you look, that's person 5 who voted for Hoare first, and 9 who voted for Hoare first. And so they go to the second votes, and so that's Poliquin, and Poliquin gets 1 of the votes, but number 9 voted for Tiffany Bond second, but she's already out of the race. So in that case, they go to the third choice, and that's Poliquin. So in the third round, Poliquin now has 6 votes, and Golden has 3. And if this was the election for these 10 people, Poliquin would have won. In the third round, there is no difference between somebody who bullets their ballot, which is the one where somebody asked where somebody votes for the same candidate first, second, third, fourth, or however many there are. That is not counted any differently than the person who votes for that person once and doesn't vote for any other. That person has 1 vote in each round, and their vote stays with the person that they voted for in the first round as long as that person is still in the race. That's the way ranked choice voting works. Now, I want to just mention that I spent a lot of time educating voters about how ranked choice voting works. And that's what my testimony on the first 2 pages of this is about. And it's really, really interesting. And so I want to speak about, if you get down to the bottom of the first page, I have 3 major observations about that. As both an educator, somebody who went out and talked to people about ranked choice voting, and as a data analyst. Right? The first point here, at the conceptual level, nobody has any trouble with what ranked choice voting is all about. They understand that RCV gives you an opportunity to express your preferences. Candidate Smith is my first choice. Candidate Jones is my second choice, etc. Or I don't like anybody except candidate Smith. Or I like Smith and Jones, but I don't like Herbert and whatever. That's what ranked choice voting gives you the opportunity to do. And the data fact is that the vast majority of Maine voters, when given the opportunity, rank candidates. The more candidates on the ballot, the more they'll rank. And you can see the actual results of that if you look at page 2 in the testimony of Adam and myself. He wrote the first part. He couldn't come today, and I wrote the second part with the data. 70, 80%, 90%, depending on which election, people rank more than one candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. When we have pink cards, we ask people to estimate
Yeah.
how long you're going to speak, and we're
Okay.
way over your 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure, because my goal is to try to get through these ranked choice bills by 12:30 or close to there, and then break for lunch to start the afternoon bills, because I think we have an awful lot of people to testify, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to do
Yeah,
it. I will say that I thought that the count thing that you gave us was very helpful, so.
Right. I just
if-
want to make
and we
one
have
other
written stuff in there.
point,
Okay.
which is point number 2,
Okay.
okay? And this is 2 very quick points. One is people understand conceptually ranked choice voting very quickly, and when given, if they're given a ballot, they understand the ballot. First choice, second choice, third choice. It's easy. The data shows, on the second point, that the number of people who do not fill out their ballot in a way that their votes are counted correctly in the system is very small. 0.2% fill out the ballot wrong so that their votes cannot be counted. And that 0.2% is what you will find in most general elections, non-ranked choice voting elections. Very close to the same number. So people do not have trouble filling out the ballots. What people do have trouble with is understanding how the votes are counted, just like you're trying to figure out how the votes are counted, right? And unless you're taken through an example like I took you through, you know, you're not really going to understand it. But that's okay because the software does it correctly. All right? And votes do get counted, at least in Maine, and I've looked at the cast vote records of the third of the three ranked choice voting statewide elections, and as is documented here in my testimony. I thank you for, if anybody had questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but to the extent that you do have questions, I'll be happy to answer them afterwards. So thank you very much.
Committee members, questions for Mr. Steele before he retreats to the back of the room? And during break, I'm sure people will be around if you want to ask questions, but thank you. I thought that written material was very helpful. Anybody? We're all set? Okay. Also signed up to speak, I have Austin Mate? He had to leave. All right, and Mr. Matt had handouts for people on this bill, which I will do during the break. He's got one on this bill and the next bill. Okay. Also signed up to, Rick Yames had to leave. Right? Yep, he's gone. Alvin C. Alvin says he has a handout and 3 minutes. Alvin has been before this committee before, so he knows the timer is about to start. Alvin, if you just want to pass those out, if you have a handout.
Okay, I have one handout here, and
All right, we're going to put that in the record. You don't have copies.
I have a copy for you.
Okay, all right.
And make sure I'm on the right one here.
We're on 1482.
Right, and I had, I did have a quick question. Are we only talking about this one bill or all three of them together?
It's easier to just do it on the bill that we're talking about. I'm going to recognize Representative Reed because she's sponsor on all of these.
Okay.
Can you wait 3 minutes? I'm timing him. He knows, so. All right,
Okay.
go.
For the record, I'm Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I am opposed to the bill. I think there's several issues to be concerned about on this bill. In spite of the testimony earlier, I still think there may be a legal challenge that may not pass dealing with our Constitution requiring plurality of votes for governor, counselor, and senator. And just as an aside, this committee researchers report on the second page, it says state representatives are to be plurality votes, but not in our Constitution. It's the counselor, not the state representative.
Which handout were you referring to, Alvin?
This was one that I saw over there. It's addressed to you from Christina Dyer.
Okay.
And
Oh,
on-
it's our committee researcher
Right.
work.
and
Okay, thank you.
it's on the second page in the box, the middle paragraph.
Okay.
I think this bill would require extensive training for voters and election officials. I think it was oversimplified as in previous testimony. With this bill, all the AccuVote machines in the state become obsolete and have to be replaced. There's a fiscal note that shows about $4.5 million to replace all that, but that fiscal note does not identify the central processing equipment and the training and programming that goes with that. And also, just as an aside, there are two bills come this afternoon that would eliminate ballot counting machines. And for people who are skeptical of computers and electronic devices, this is not the system because it requires much more computer processing, transfer of data from various polling places to a central location and such. So I urge recommendation of ITL on this bill. Thank you very much, and I'll answer questions.
Questions for Mr. C? I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Okay.
You were very accommodating to my time request, so thank you. All right, and next is, what's the name of the next person on? Oh, thank you. Okay, sorry, right in front of me. Charlie Whelan from Hanover.
Thank you. I will be brief. I teach public policy at Dartmouth College, and I'm the founding chair of Unite America, which is a group that works on process reforms around the country to try and promote a healing of our partisanship. Since I assume I'm not under oath, if I'm asked if I've ever met Professor Muirhead, I will deny it. I just have 4 quick points to make. The first is, and many of them are going to put a finer point on things that you've already heard. Ranked choice vote better expresses the collective will of the electorate than first past the post, and I'm going to give you 2 not uncommon examples that I think make that point. The first is a 3-way race, and let's call them candidates A, B, and X, where A and B are relatively mainstream candidates. And in a head-to-head race, A beats B 52-48. It's very clear that this is the candidate preferred by the state's voters. Now we introduce candidate X, who draws just 5% of the vote, has no chance of getting elected, and the chair used the term wasted vote. I'm going to use the term spoiler, because it's not just that folks who vote for X have no chance of electing X, it's that it then distorts the outcome between A and B. And it is not uncommon that all of X's votes come from one candidate or the other, because these, even though they're independents, they tend to be outside of the mainstream. So it's not unreasonable that candidate X might be a super progressive candidate who draws all of his or her votes from the Democrat, or a libertarian candidate who draws all of his or her votes from the Republican. But the net effect is, if all 5% come from candidate A, B now wins 58-47, which is not consistent with what the state's voters want. That is a problem with our current system that is solved by ranked choice. A related problem is a crowded field, particularly in a primary election or an open municipal election, where you may have 6 or 7 candidates, one of whom maybe has 25% support, but no depth beyond that. Most voters would prefer perhaps one of 4 or 5 other candidates who are broadly similar. The votes get spread among those similar candidates, and the candidate with just 25% wins, even though that candidate would have lost a head-to-head race with many of the other candidates in the field. So in both of those cases, the current system distorts the preferences of voters. That's number one, is this is a system that better measures what the electorate wants. Number 2, which is that has been hinted at, but I think is more important and deserves a little attention, is ranked choice voting leads to more civil races. And the reason should be obvious, which is, if I'm running against Russ, whom I've never met, right, I want those folks who are going to vote for Russ, I want to be their second choice. So I might say, okay, he's, I don't think you should vote for him, but if you do, know that I also care about these things that he cares about. And one measure of whether independents are helped by this ranked choice voting is not just whether they win more often, or even if they get a higher percentage of the vote, because they're still losing. It's the degree to which they can tell the electorate about things they care about, and that mainstream candidates adopt those ideas, perhaps even co-opt them in the effort of being the second choice for those voters. So it is a way by which candidates who might not be able to win can still have their ideas radiated out into the public and adopted by the candidates who do win. Number three, and this is one where I think since we're looking at United America at the nation, I just want to express that ranked choice is already popular, it is growing quite quickly, and it tends to be popular with voters. So you've heard about Maine, you heard a little bit about Alaska, but that was passed by popular referendum in 2020. All federal and state elections will be RCV. Wyoming, Kansas, and Nevada use RCV for presidential primaries. Indiana, Virginia, and Utah use it for party conventions. It is very popular at the municipal level. I think 23 cities in Utah alone. 5 more passed it in 2020 by referendum. And then, of course, famously, New York City in 2021, which we haven't talked about. So in data from New York City, 95% of New York City voters described the RCV ballot as simple to complete. 77% said they would use it in future elections. And I will give you this written testimony afterwards. There are also some studies that I've cited that people describe mayoral races with RCV as more civil. There was a poll in Santa Fe in 2018 where 68% of voters said that quote, the tone of their first mayoral election with RCV was more positive than prior mayoral elections. And then the last point is, despite the startup costs, which are non-significant, or which are non-trivial, it saves money by preventing or by making unnecessary runoff elections. I think this is particularly important for the second bill you're going to discuss for municipalities, because it is effectively an instant runoff in New York City, obviously much bigger than any city in Maine, but they did save $20 million by not having to have a runoff election. So it's a better way of measuring the electorate's will. It will encourage more civil elections. People like it once they've done it, and it will save money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Whelan? I have a question. You mentioned its popularity in state party elections and primaries, and certainly if you look at the list of where it's used, that's certainly primarily where it's used. Isn't the core voter base in those elections more aligned to begin with from an ideological standpoint, thereby making any sort of runoff, and I don't think it is the same as a runoff, but making any sort of ranking more palatable to the ranker than it would be in a multi-party or ideological race?
It could be. It's certainly true with primaries. You're going to see only a truncated part of the electorate, and that's why it does make sense. But it's also true that in municipal elections, I would assume you're seeing kind of a relatively broad spectrum of what people might want. New York City mayoral race, it was mostly about the primary, I think, to your point. I think because it solves that spoiler problem with independents, though, I think it's a logical time to make that leap. And in Maine, one of the reasons, one of the many impetuses for the popularity of that referendum was that they had had an independent governor. And in that gubernatorial race, with 3 all viable candidates, the first past the post system really messed up priorities. So it was actually their general election with a Republican, an independent incumbent, and a Democrat that people said, I can't use the current system and make a sane choice in this election. So I think your point is well taken, but I'm not sure that means that it's inappropriate then for general elections.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Moorhead.
Good to meet you.
Yes, Representative Moorhead.
Is this I would have thought at first sight that this is the kind of thing that liberals like. It's just kind of like a complicated do-gooder thing that appeals to those of us who are liberals. And but listening to your examples, I hear Utah, I hear Kansas. When I think about just running it through history, I think, wow, in 92, George H.W. Bush probably would have beat Clinton because the spoiler effect of Ross Perot wouldn't have benefited Clinton. So it could benefit Republicans, could benefit Democrats. So I just wanted to invite you to comment on the partisan aspect of this. Is this a truly nonpartisan idea?
It is truly nonpartisan. Now, in any particular race, it may benefit one party or the other, because it depends on who the independent might be. It depends how the people look in the field relative to one another. But there's nothing methodologically about it at all that favors one party or the other. And in fact, if you project out our current partisan environment, God forbid, you can certainly imagine a scenario where if I want to win wearing team jersey blue or team jersey red, I'm going to start running independents, who look like you strategically. I'm going to fund the guy who is to the right of you if you're a Republican. I'm going to fund the person who's to the left of a Democrat. I mean, our current system is prone to hacking in that regard by either party or by anybody who wants to use
Try
some-
not to use the word hacking in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes,
please.
okay, thank you.
Try.
Yes. So it is not inherently ideological, and I failed to mention, I'm old enough to remember Horseshack, so thank you for that reference. But my first job in politics was writing speeches for the governor of Maine, John McKernan, and he ran for re-election. He's a Republican, ran for re-election with an independent who got like 7 or 8%. Now, McKernan was reelected, but only with like 43% of the vote, and it was the independent completely messed up both the campaign. The winner, McKernan in that case, didn't have majority support. So yes, short answer is it can affect either party depending on the circumstances, and I think that's a really important consideration.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Also signed up to speak is Stephen Boyne. B-O-R.
Sorry about that. I was standing up and writing on a clipboard.
And you have written testimony.
Yes, it was emailed last night, and I handed out some hard copies. I didn't print one for everyone. I apologize.
Thank you.
All right, and I will go quickly to make up time. How's that?
Terrific.
Okay. If you look at the Secretary of State's September 1 numbers, 37% of registered voters are undeclared. You hear a lot that us undeclared voters are really Republicans or Democrats. Well, that might have been true a number of years ago, but with the polarization of both parties, we're not very happy at all. We want more and better choices. Do you know how frustrating it is to make the time and the effort to go to the primaries and vote just to find out that the person that won is somebody that 70% of us wanted somebody else because the person with 30% won? That's not a majority when most people would prefer anybody but that candidate. My town in 2022 has 3 elections. If you look at the clerk's budget, it's $32,000. Yes, that's up a lot historically, but I think it's the same everywhere. That doesn't include the police details, fire details, the DPW setting it up, or the fact that there won't be school that day. All right, if we just round down and call it $10,000, there's 326 polling places in New Hampshire. That's $3.3 million. And that's just what the towns pay, or the cities. Does anyone here know what the Secretary of State's office pays for a presidential primary? I don't know. Does anyone have that number?
No. Continue,
No,
please.
we should. It would be good to have. I've asked a number of times. If you get it, and you can get it to me, I'd appreciate it. But if you round up, call it $700,000. That gets us to $4 million every 2 years for that number. Now, when you get that number, you can ignore the presidential primary. It'd be interesting, but for the meals and revenue, the hotel and meals tax, let's leave it alone. But if you go back to that 37% of that $4 million, that's $1.5 million, all right, that us undeclared, voters are paying for primaries that just are not working for us. Now is the time to fix that problem. We need to get going with ranked choice voting as soon as we can. All right, I brought 2 books. One is called The Political Industry. One of the authors is Michael Porter. All right, Michael Porter, if you know him, is a famous Harvard business strategy professor. When asked how to fix some of the problems in our country, ranked choice voting approaches is what they're putting forth. My book is called Consuming Government, and the premise of this book is that we're irresponsible consumers for all the government we're buying. So if we're spending $1.5 million for primaries that aren't working for me, I'm trying to make a stink. All right? You're spending my money, and I'm not happy. All right, because the way the system works does not work for me. I also put in the links to the common denominator to push out a newsletter. I've also spent a decade running our Civic League, put together a newsletter that briefs out in bullet points what's going on in our town. I spend a tremendous amount of time, my personal time, trying to help people be educated, informed, so we can make better decisions. It's a hobby. I don't golf or fish. All right? There is no one panacea for everything. All right? But one of the most important things we can do quickly is ranked choice voting. So please, let's hurry up and get going.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Everybody want a free book?
I'll take a free book.
You're gonna sell
Yeah,
that book.
yeah, I'll always take a free
Yeah.
book.
The price is right.
Thank you. All right. This didn't cost more than $50, did it? All right, thank you. Nathan Lockwood. You're last.
Hi, my name is Nathan Lockwood. Thanks for, really great to be here today. I'm executive director of a national organization called Rank the Vote. We work with citizens all across the U.S. to help them, provide them with education on how to best inform people in their states about ranked choice voting. And I'm here today with a couple points. One, I want to make really quickly. The important question was raised about if you did adopt ranked choice voting, what kind of education would be needed? And like any kind of change in elections, like education is very important, voter education, educating candidates and educating poll workers and election administrators. The good news is there are many national organizations and national and state organizations and foundations standing by, ready to help the state of New Hampshire, so the state of New Hampshire would not have to do this alone. You just got the offer from Communications Director Ellen Cook from the Maine Secretary of State to help with that education process at all those different levels. And in fact, this process is going on right now in Alaska, which adopted ranked choice voting by referendum in 2020. And actually, Professor Whelan's organization, United America, is participating in that process. So I just want to let you know, I'm sure New Hampshire ranked choice voting can tell you a lot more about that, but great resources available today. If you were doing this for the first time back in 2000, good help would be a lot harder to find. Doing this in 2020 with all the momentum behind the issue, you're gonna have more help than you could imagine. So what I want to talk about real quick is what a unique opportunity this is for New Hampshire specifically, because New Hampshire is exceptional in having the most extensive use of multi-member districts in their state legislature of anywhere in the U.S. And there's some real benefits that New Hampshire voters enjoy from this current system. So I want to talk about some of the good things about the way you vote now. You get greater choice of candidates, and voters can make more than one selection. When you run in one of those elections, as I imagine many of you have, you're more empowered to run for something.
I'm hoping everybody has, and that's why you're here, right? Everybody ran? Okay.
Awesome. Well, some may be from single-member districts. You have a few, but yeah, absolutely. So you can run, more likely to be able to run for something rather than be perceived as running against a person, because you're one of many running and many being elected. You're not fighting one incumbent for that seat. That's a more positive dynamic. This type of system you have is strongly correlated with more cross-partisan gender equity in government in the handful of states that use it, and has contributed to New Hampshire, and pat yourself on the back here, leading the country in elected women. So congratulations on that. That's a huge positive thing. You got an A, the only state to get an A in 2020 from Represent Women. But these benefits are just the beginning of what is possible, and there are currently some drawbacks to the current system. The main problem is this problem of district sweeps that happens when you elect these multiple members to the district the way we do it now, where frequently one or the other party will win all the seats, and supporters of the other party get none of the seats. And some of these districts are as big as, nine members being elected, I believe. In competitive districts where you have, like, New Hampshire's a very kind of purpley state. There's a lot of Republicans, there's a lot of Democrats. You can have these districts going back and forth regularly, just kind of based on turnout. So ranked choice voting offers a solution to this. Ranked choice voting specifically with proportional representation in these multi-member districts, which is described in the handout that Tiani offered you, offers a solution that could make New Hampshire government even better and actually be a model to the rest of the United States which does not have the benefits of some of these multi-member districts right now. It may seem paradoxical that a system with more competition and choice can actually yield more stability in government, civility, and service to the public good. The same system of ranked choice voting I'm talking about with multi-member districts exists in the Republic of Ireland. They've used it for over 100 years. And it has just that reputation. It's very good for incumbents who serve their districts well, and very good for replacing those who don't. So proportional representation means no more sweeps, no more throwing good incumbent babies out with the partisan bathwater. So there's more continuity in the legislature with the most supported representatives staying. It reduces instability in the legislature due to these irregular turnover from sweeps in between cycles. And the most important thing, though, about the system, the most important valuable thing about proportional RCV, which only states like New Hampshire are in a position to realize right now, is that at any given time, almost every citizen in the district is likely to be represented by a candidate they voted for. And this is what you see when you look at the ballots and look at who's elected in places like Ireland and other places. There's a few places in the US that use it as well. The other quick benefit is RCV is also simpler for voters. Why? Because they no longer have to make tough decisions about bullet voting. Their Uncle Jeff is running for the first time, and gosh, they want to make sure he wins. But oh my gosh, I'm giving up 4 out of my 5 votes to make sure Jeff wins. They no longer have to worry about that. The way the ballots are counted takes that off the table. You just rank your favorites and put Jeff first, and you're doing everything you can for Jeff. So there's a growing consensus amongst many political scientists and good government groups like Charlie Whelan's United America that by providing more choice, satisfying each voter with accurate representation, and encouraging politicians to appeal to the people broadly, this system offers the best possibilities for reducing the worst aspects of negative partisanship, you know, the kind of partisan rancor where people are more worried about, they hate the other side more than they like their side. So this reduces that and can help unite Americans around common goals. This is highlighted in a recent report that just dropped this week from a group called Protect America, which focuses on solutions to threats to American democracy. And it talks about the successful adoption of this system as part of the peace process, not in the Republic of Ireland that's used it for 100 years, but in Northern Ireland, where there was this sectarian and religious strife that came to a relative end in the 2000s, the violent part of it, through a peace process. And they adopted this voting process specifically because of these characteristics of helping people focus on common ground. So I've also lastly submitted written testimony. I didn't submit it. Written testimony has been submitted by an election commissioner in Massachusetts with decades of experience administering this type of election and attesting to the ease of running the elections, reporting the results, the accuracy of the results, and the high voter satisfaction. So congratulations on the things that have been working great in New Hampshire, and I encourage you to learn more and pursue this incredible opportunity that's going to be great for New Hampshire and great for the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lockwood. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. All right, and the last person I have signed up to speak is our own Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Technically, Representative Hamblett, you need to go testify right there.
Okay, actually, I was going to ask if I can pass on my testimony and just hand out the hard copy.
Yes, you certainly may. And
Okay.
members, feel free to ask Representative Hamblett questions.
And I am the one that passed out this
Oh,
chart,
okay.
which I think is just self-explanatory, simple explanation of how basically ranked choice voting works.
All right.
Did you get?
I'm just, okay, and you have a handout for all of us
I do,
afterwards.
yes.
Great, okay. Is there anybody else here who wants to speak on 1482? Representative Terosian, can you go grab the clipboard, the blue, for 1482 for me? And Representative Reed, if you want to get ready for 1264? Because I have a number of people signed up to speak on 1264. You can just pass it up. Oh, okay. So you can also sign up to sign in favor or opposed to the bills, and this will be part of the public record. I have approximately 15 people signed up, of which it appears the majority are in favor of ranked choice voting by 8, and I guess I'm off a little bit, and 4 opposed, and that will be available in the file record. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 1482 and open the hearing on 1264. 1264 is a bill establishing ranked choice voting for state party primary elections and municipal elections, and here to introduce the bill is the prime sponsor, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, for the record, Ellen Reed, representing Rockingham 17. These are my bullet point notes on this testimony, 6 whole lines. They're abbreviated, obviously. First of all, I have a problem with the title. It doesn't establish necessarily what this entire bill is. Everything you just heard about ranked choice voting, all the wonderful, awesome things about it, now we're not making anybody do any of it. We're just allowing towns, because we are a Dillon's Rule state after all, we're allowing towns to adopt it for their municipal elections should the voters of that town choose, and we're allowing state parties to adopt it for their primaries, both the state level primaries and the presidential primaries. And that's really it. Now, most of you know, I'm sure all of you know, we're a Dillon's Rule state, which means we're not home rule. Towns can't just do whatever they want. We have to enable them, which is why this is enabling legislation. We have a segment of legislation called enabling legislation to allow towns to do things, because we literally have to say that they're allowed before they can do it, which is why we don't already have towns that do ranked choice voting. But much like the states are laboratories of democracy in our country, towns are and can be laboratories of democracy within New Hampshire. Many of the states that have pursued ranked choice voting further, it started with towns in towns or municipalities in those states. So that's the municipal level. The party side of things, parties are, of course, private organizations, but they do use the Secretary of State and the taxpayer money to run their primary elections. Primaries are very important to the concept of democracy or a republic. Very infamously, a man by the name of Boss Tweed, who was one of the kind of morally dubious people in the 1800s in the Tammany Hall political machine, kind of famously said that he doesn't care who does the electing as long as he does the nominating, meaning that it really doesn't matter if people can vote in a general election if the choices in that election have already been determined. And that is the reason primaries are so very important, and why we should allow, for all the reasons you heard earlier, in terms of spoiler effect and having 17, 30, whatever candidates in a primary, why we should allow parties, if they choose, to institute ranked choice voting for their primaries. All of these things are opt-outable. In fact, the party primary option, opt-in, has to be done every election. So literally before every primary, I think it's 90 days before every primary, a party has to tell the Secretary of State that for their primary, they would like to use ranked choice voting, and then the Secretary of State will operate that particular election via ranked choice voting. For towns, obviously, they opt in, and at any point, just like anything else they do, they can repeal it. Just in terms of examples, and this is my last point, in 2016, I believe there were 17 candidates on the presidential primary ticket, and then about the same number, or a little bit more in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary. There was much speculation in both of those as to how those would have gone had we had ranked choice voting, and a lot of complaining about spoiler effect. And with the upcoming CD1 primary, especially on the Republican side, I understand, I think there's already 7 candidates, and we are still several months away from the deadline to file, that certainly there's real potential for someone to win that who does not have the majority of the Republican support. Having said that, I'm done with my notes. I'm happy to take questions, and I would encourage anybody else who is in support of the bill to abbreviate their notes or speak briefly or wave off if they don't have anything new to add.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Reed? Thanks.
Oh, quick question.
Representative Muirhead.
1482 requires ranked choice voting by 2027 in federal and state offices. And this bill only enables 1264 only enables, there's no requirement whatsoever.
There's no requirement whatsoever, and in the big, what we call the big bill, the one you just heard that very lengthy hearing on, for party primaries and for towns, it does not require it either. It is only, it enables it as the first stage of implementation by 2023, and then the other two stages of implementation have to do with general state elections. So not party primaries and not municipal. Both are enabling.
Thank you. All right. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Alvin C. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to this bill. One of the things that I noticed in the bill is that while the title says it's for primaries, on page 7, lines 4 to 12, it shows this applies to the general election as well, the state general elections. So in that case, then the constitutional issues with the governor, councilors, and senators may apply. For municipal elections, this bill doesn't specify a primary or general election. But since ranked choice voting can supposedly handle a crowded ballot, this could eliminate the need for a primary municipal nonpartisan election. And this could be a major selling point for going this route, because that would eliminate the need for a primary election. If cities choose to do the ranked choice, then only those cities would need to replace their AccuVote machines. And presumably that would be at the city's expense. However, if a party chooses to use the ranked choice, that suddenly means that all the AccuVote machines in the state are affected. And therefore, this bill really needs a fiscal note, likely similar to the fiscal note on House Bill 1482. And again, for people who are skeptical of computers and other electronic devices, ranked choice voting requires much more computer use and equipment and transfer of data. I urge ITL on this bill, and I'll take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. C? Seeing none, thanks.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Tiana Coleman. Did you have anything to add on this bill? Welcome.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to point out really clearly that if you pass this bill, nothing will change unless other people take action. So you're not changing anything, you're just enabling and giving an opt-in. So if you pass this bill, then municipalities are going to have to go through the process if they want to use it and pass it themselves and then opt in and use it. If they don't do that, nothing will change. If they do, they have that chance, and a lot of them would like to have that chance. And I think you should give them that opportunity. The same with primaries. If you pass this bill, that doesn't mean there will be ranked choice voting in primaries, only if the parties want to. And if one party wants to and another party doesn't want to, that's fine. They don't have to both use it. As well as what has already been expressed, just because they opt in doesn't mean they have to keep doing it either. And a municipality even can decide, because they have to, when they opt in, they'd probably do it by warrant article or something like that, and they can write it however they want. So if they want to write it to say, we're just going to use it in this particular primary, they could. Or they could just say, we want to now start using it in all of our primaries until or unless we repeal it. So this is a very open, flexible bill. It's a very conservative bill. Once again, I think Representative Reed kind of said it, but I want to repeat. The parties have no right to opt in. It's a federally funded election, and the state could say, we are going to have ranked choice voting in primaries, and if you pass that as a bill, then there would be ranked choice voting in primaries. The parties do not have that right because, parties party primaries that are funded by the state and that are public elections are governed by the state. So the state legislature can say what they want to do, but in this case, this bill is giving the parties the opportunity to choose and opt in, and they're not mandating it. And so this is a very conservative bill, allowing parties to opt in if they want or not want. As a side note, I do think that 1482 can be read either way, and I'm not sure which way is right. So just wanted to say that because you brought that up. On the one hand, it says that they opt in 2023. I'm not sure what happens in 2025 and 2027 because they don't distinguish between primaries and generals. So it is possible that in 2027, it's mandated for all elections, and it's only opt-in from 2023 till 2025, 2027, but that's a side note.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? I'm not seeing any. Just for people coming in, we are running way behind. I'm not sure what the signage on the door is. We are still on the morning bills. I anticipate that we will not be beginning the afternoon bills. My hope is by 1:30, but we'll see where we end up here. The chair did not do a great job of scheduling this morning. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Nathan Lockwood. We are on Bill 1264. Mr. Lockwood, welcome.
Hi, Nathan Lockwood, Executive Director of Rank the Vote. Just real brief on these bills. So I just want to reiterate that the same types of voter candidate and election and administrator education resources that we talked about being available for the state would also be available for municipalities as well. And there are a lot of civic organizations standing by ready to help out with that process. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think Professor Whelan referred to the use of ranked choice voting increasingly in party presidential primaries. Just a couple quick notes on that. Very bipartisan. The Democrats used it in a number of their primaries in 2020 for the presidency as part of the way to move to a higher participation primary as opposed to the caucus system. And so there were a lot of states that did that. The other thing I would mention is New Hampshire might have some special benefits, at least on the Democratic side, where you're very early in the primary cycle for the presidency, and with the proportional allocation of delegates that happens in the 15% threshold, there are historically, when there are big fields like there was in 2020, a lot of voters don't have their vote counted towards delegate allocation, even though it's supposed to be proportional, because they vote for someone who doesn't reach the threshold, and ranked choice voting just solves that problem. Last thing I'll say is one of the things most exciting to ranked choice voting advocates is the excitement amongst Republicans right now for ranked choice voting, most notably in Virginia. The Republican Party of Virginia chose to use ranked choice voting to nominate their candidates for statewide office because of its benefits, and that enabled them to nominate a winning candidate in Glenn Youngkin, who went on to kind of an upset victory in what was thought to be a state trending blue, and he was nominated through a ranked choice voting process. So thanks for Utah is also looking very closely at that, and as Professor Whelan mentioned, a lot of states, GOP state parties using it for their state conventions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Charlotte Pogue. Come on up, Charlotte. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a voter from Brookline and an Eisenhower Republican, which means I have no party. I'm speaking in favor of ranked choice voting today because I want my vote to count. Now that I'm retired, I prepare for our glorious first in the nation primary by trying to see all the candidates, Republicans, Democrats, and Bernie. Big job. Of the 50-plus candidates who ran in 2020, I only managed to meet and greet 18. Of those, half a dozen seem believable with some good ideas and a chance of winning, so who to vote for? The best, the likeliest, someone good for the country or good for the people or good for me? I voted in like 53.8% of the other people who voted, which is more than half. I didn't pick a winner. And like 41.7% of voters, my candidate didn't even get a delegate. So why bother voting? It's a waste of time and effort. But if we'd run that primary with ranked choice voting, the winner would have been one of my choices. All voters might have said the same, with ranked choice voting, we could all feel like we'd done something, and we could all feel like we'd won something, namely candidates with majority support. So, let's empower voters by implementing ranked choice voting in every election. Thanks. Any questions? More voice, more choice?
Ms. Pogue just showed us a shirt about having more choice in voting. This is HB 1264. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. And Joan Hamblett has signed up on this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, most of my points have already been covered, so I'm happy to waive off and hand out my hard copy instead.
Great. Thank you. Is there a clipboard coming my way? It's for me. All right, we also have a blue sign-up sheet for people in favor or opposed, and there are also about a little more than 15 people signed up for this bill, with, I'd say, 5 opposed and maybe 11 for, but this will be part of the public record for your review. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify on HB 1264? I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm going to close the hearing on 1264 and open the hearing on CACR 22. This is a constitutional amendment providing that all elections in New Hampshire should be by ranked choice voting. Welcome. Thank you. I was looking for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Election Law Committee, for hearing me today. My name is Representative Tony LaBranch, and I represent the town of Amherst. I'm here to introduce CACR 22, which would make it a constitutional requirement that all elections in New Hampshire be by ranked choice voting. That is all this amendment does. I would like to clear up that RCV is already constitutional and that this simply requires that elections be by ranked choice voting. This would also give the voters an opportunity to vote on the matter of RCV, as all CACRs in New Hampshire must be voted on by the voters. The majority of the testimony on this bill has already been heard, so I will not be diving into ranked choice voting. Instead, I will share how RCV would have affected me in my election. If we had ranked choice voting in 2020, I would not be here today, at least not in this capacity. My district is a purple multi-member district with 3 members. Last election, I came in 3rd place and therefore won my seat here today. Yet there was only a 74 vote difference between myself and the 4th place candidate. This meant that Democrats won all 3 seats, even though my district is closer to a 50-50 split. Under a ranked choice voting system, you would have expected voters to rank their candidates first, their party's candidates first, and this would have made it so that after 2 of the 3 Republicans being eliminated, if we're thinking of this in a simple way and we assume that these 2 candidates, voters would have voted for another Republican, that would have meant that a Republican would be occupying the seat that I am holding today. With that, I ask that the committee pass the bill with an ought to pass recommendation, and I would also like to say that I would rather this pass than I be sitting here, because I believe that representative democracy is important, and I'd rather that elections be truly representative of the will of the people than my personal sitting here today. So this is more important than me, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you, Representative LaBranch. Any questions for the representative introducing CACR 22? Representative Alexander.
Thank you. I just want to add, I don't think it's fair you could speculate on how voters make decisions in previous elections. Like, I understand moving forward, but to kind of pin the state of your race on the voters previously, I don't think is fair to the voters. That's all.
I understand that we cannot accurately predict how the election would have gone under ranked choice voting last year, as voters did not have the opportunity to use ranked choice voting. But if we are using, if we're adding all the votes up, all the Republican votes up, and coalesce it around one candidate, I would have been eliminated in the 2nd round. And that would have meant that a Republican most likely would have occupied my seat today.
Thank you. Any other questions I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Representative. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Alvin C.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I'm here representing myself, and
We'll go
I'm
through it
opposed to
afterwards.
this bill. This bill makes a change only to first part, Article 11, but it still leaves in place the constitutional requirements in Part 2 for the senators, the governor, and the councilors. And as such, I think this bill will put different articles of the Constitution in conflict with each other, and as such ought to be not passed. Also, I don't think that the type of manner of method of voting, I don't think should be specified in the Constitution. I think it might be a good case here to create a study committee to study all the articles of the Constitution and see what would be needed to allow for changing the manner how we vote, but without specifying what manner, whether it's ranked choice voting or approval voting or Condorcet voting or any other type that might come around, that would be something that the legislature could adopt. And I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions.
Thank you, and I have your written testimony. Any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Tiana Coleman.
Okay, I'm just here in my capacity as myself today. I'm not representing any organization on this bill. Our organization specifically chose to be neutral on this bill. Some people oppose it, some people support it. I'm opposed as an individual. And I just wanted to say that the reason why I oppose it is because my own constitutional philosophy is that a constitution should be flexible and should not go into every little detail of what you want. As you all know, I support ranked choice voting, but I do not believe that it should be mandated by the Constitution. I don't believe that our Constitution currently mandates first past the post, and I don't think we should change it to mandate or, to now mandate ranked choice voting. I think there are a lot of different kinds of voting methods that people could use, and they should be able to use them without having to change the Constitution every time they might want to use a different voting method. So I do not believe we should do that. Even with regards to the plurality provision, as we've discussed, I've already said I believe that it is constitutional. But if we were wanting to have it be 100% sure, no question, absolutely for sure, the route still wouldn't be this particular amendment. You could do an amendment that's much simpler, that's just a clarification kind of amendment that would not mandate ranked choice voting. You do not have to mandate ranked choice voting in order to have that be 100% for sure, perfect, no question. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Tiana Coleman? Thank you for coming up. Is there anybody else here to speak on CACR 22? I have been handed the sign-up sheet, and this number I can do in my head here. There have been 6 people who have signed up in regards to this bill, 1 person in favor and 5 opposed. This will be part of the public record on CACR 22. I am closing the hearing on CACR 22. This committee will take a break. I want to thank all the members for staying here for the morning and being so attentive. I want to thank my clerk, who I don't know if you've noticed has been shaking her hand periodically. So she certainly needs a break, as do all of us, and we will be back here at 1:30. I apologize for the short lunch break, but I want to keep it moving so we can get out of here for dinner. So for those of you who are here for afternoon bills, we'll just, since we're behind, we'll start off at 1 o'clock with CACR 15, and depending on the testimony on that, we'll move right into the 1:30 and follow-up hearings. Thank you.
maybe to amplify it back to the camera, so the person, if people at home, oh, yeah, maybe. I have to do that. I gotta get myself a drink. Fruit waters. It made it seem very more complicated than I thought. I'm curious about the time. How do you do another reelection for the reshuffle? People don't go back to vote.
I mean, for the ranked choice,
Yeah.
um,
I thought it was what it was. I didn't realize you had to have 50%.
read my, the time, is that what you said, the time? I wrote in mine that it can be calculated the same night. Now, I don't know if we know that for sure, as soon as I didn't want to read it.
Oh. Well, there is talk about needing new machines, and the new machines all come with that factor, with that.
Right, and we need new machines anyway, so that is not, there's not an excuse. So,
As they talked about, what was her name? The president, she's got that like a dog with a bone.
Yeah, I know.
Kiana Cody.
Yes, she's really,
She's good. I mean,
really good.
she's been on it for a while. I mean,
Yeah.
as president for 10 years or something.
Well, president of
If we
the,
lived in Kansas, we'd be doing it.
the Utah or whatever, Republicans.
The retirement system. Is that us? I mean, no, you're not looking at.
Oh, they gave us the wrong ones.
Oh, yeah. these are the
Yeah,
wrong
that's
ones.
not it.
I want that one though, because I'm a state
They up and
retiree.
Oh, they were set up against the door, so I could,
Yeah.
they were put in
Grab
the
them,
wrong
and
room.
said, I don't think we need those.
Yep,
New
wrong
Hampshire,
one.
So that would be somebody that's New Hampshire.
Thank you, that's
Yeah,
probably
I'm
ENA or Commerce. Yeah, when I picked her in the office, these were like set up against the door, and I was like, oh, this must be it.
No, she's like not. But I could see the attorney and.
So I think it's probably best to discover this way.
That's historical or
That's
something.
historical, right?
Are they the
Library or what?
Oh, that's, okay, this is city. That's the library, that's the, yes, I forget the state capitol.
State capitals, trigger point. Practice walking in that tunnel. You walked in the tunnel, right?
Yes. I was thinking I was following. What's her name? Jay Martin's husband, he's a guy who helps you see the girls doing the check. And I was up third floor, and in the elevator.
Oh, right.
I'm going right down to the basement, I'm not gonna let anyone see me getting up. So, I got a little chilly after that.
I did too.
You can't do no open doors, fine.
They told us in one of the conferences that there's a room for representative down in the basement. Maybe I should ask her, you're Christie. So is there a room, there's like a room for, people down in the basement?
Yes, so it's the former, they used to call it the smoking room. and
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's been made into, computer area for representatives.
So I could be eating my tuna fish down there.
You could.
But I'm not going to, at this point, but.
Well, you never know who's gonna be in there too.
Right. And I was thinking, this is not crowded.
The smokers are gone, my daughter brought me to Double Tree.
Yeah.
I get out of the car and there's alcohol, smoking. I said hi, you know, I'm just, I feel like, I'm like, hi, why would you say hi? Really? responsibilities, and try to sneak stuff in, that's what I
Yeah,
do.
true.
There's some things that sit in it. There's a lot of reading, isn't there, with this job? There is a ton. Landmark durable paper ballots, have you seen that?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like, not a pretty picture.
No.
Bill Steele liked to talk, didn't he?
Yeah. He was good, but.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
But, no.
9 out of 10 times, the person with the most votes in the first round wins. An independent or other has never won. But it does give them some visibility.
He's never won yet. They've only been doing it for a couple years.
Oh, and why did they get it to Arkansas and Arizona? Is that it?
I don't know.
Paper ballots. Anything from today is a 1064. I can't see, but it is a 1064. What is 1064? It's not.
Banning the voting. Well, it's paper ballots.
Require use of hand marked, your voting hand marked.
We already have those. Except in the, but then they get reading.
Oh, right, prohibits the use of computer scanners or other, this is kind of what people wrote to me several times. Well, relative to another electronic counting, this bill prohibits electric ballot counting devices. I think this all comes from Trump.
I think so.
How did I get like 40 ballots? Now, that was interesting one, that makes sense. And it was voted with your, didn't be marked on the
Yeah,
ballot.
but, right. But a couple of the people that emailed me opposing vote counting said, well, because of the error in Wyndham, it proves that the machines aren't valid.
I just thought that
But it wasn't the fault of the machine, which is my point, though.
yeah,
One of the machines, it wasn't the machine.
it's like when you go to pay your bill and it says tear here and you folded it.
Yes. Yeah.
It has to be some folding machine that does that. Why don't they just fold it on the one that will tear?
Yeah, they had used some different folding machine or something, they rented one or something that they. I'm a slow reader, I have to read this stuff slow, and it's quiet. You know, I can't read quickly.
I know I can pull stuff up, but then I have to go back and reread it, so I know I haven't read it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a selectman in my ward, so I'm familiar with this. Setting up a voting machine, you have to take the seals off and knock down the,
Yes.
what the machine isn't hooking
Yes,
it
I
off.
know.
And putting this seal, and taking that seal, and
Yep.
who gets to bring the thing to City Hall at 10:30? No, they go right away, they go right away.
alternative just before Gardner quit, so he's still on there.
When did he leave with his name on it?
When I started in legislature, Gardner was revered figure. I never seen anybody's public reputation go that. I mean, David, I love that. His drive, I'll never forget his drive up voting. But, you hear it over and over again. And then he was on Trump's committee. He just turned into a Republican. Very kind of sad.
Crystallized ginger? Oh, no. I love it. I know. And I finally found it again.
And I think
At Hannah, by the snacks and the, on the top shelf almost. They've always taken mixes and stuff, but there used to be like cookies on one of these little shelves. And one said to me, "Oh, the girl."
I could be wrong. I don't know.
On the snack on it.
But I still thought he was in the 70s.
Yes, I told Joe Friday that I'd be seeing you.
Oh. All right, I have to go.
Keep an eye on her.
Keep an eye on her.
Madam Chair was in the ladies' room before I was starting anytime.
Finding a couple of things.
Or she was headed that way. There was a million people in the hall.
She loves that. Sunday felt like Sundays. So awesome. She's just so crude and rude and. What crude? We have a radio, a local. Radio show, and she'll just people and just can't do it. So you can call in and.
We like, it's fun. Today's your friend on.
I know, I love him. Love him, Diane. Majestic Theater.
We're gonna go see a production.
We're going to do the February one. The February one is, Lone Page or something, because the other one was Nana's Naughty Knickers.
Something.
The dinner one, you go to the dinner one.
No, no. Actually, I heard them say that they had to cancel all the dinner ones because they couldn't get a good contract with the executive club.
Really?
They went way up, way high on the prices.
I think we used to pay 40, which included the ticket and dinner. And they have cash boxes, you never pay, and you start with salary or something, and you do something, you know.
Years ago, I think we went to one.
At St. Oh, there?
Oh, at
St. Louis School.
Chateau. Chateau
Yes,
Restaurant.
Chateau.
Yeah, the stage was in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember that was true. But it's like this, the stage would be in the middle. so
Yeah.
that was true.
Yeah.
Before that, you know, St. Louis.
Yeah, we went to one
I
there
went to
too.
one with
Yeah.
Betty Riley and I went a lot. God bless him, I said that.
Well, we're going to the, we're going to the, see the producers.
Oh,
at the
okay.
Palace.
That one has never really.
When we were in New York, once we had a chance to go, but we didn't. We ended up in this other thing.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw in the audience room of Flanagan from the Golden Girls. She was in there. It was kind of like a spoof off Broadway. It was fun.
Well, producers is Germans, aren't they? Trying to escape from the Germans, the bad guys.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but I think when they produce the play, they're kind of a little bit like kind of musical. And they got everyone involved in playing and that was to escape from the show.
right, good afternoon, everybody. This is the House Election Law Committee. It is a little after 1:30. We are beginning our afternoon session. My apologies to people for the untimeliness, and my thanks to everybody for being patient with the schedule as it is. So our first bill this afternoon is CACR 15 relating to election, and it provides that the age to vote in the primary election would be reduced to 17 for those who will be 18 by the general election. Joining us is to introduce the bill is the prime sponsor, Representative LaBranch. Welcome again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello again, House Election Law Committee. As we know, my name is Representative Tony LaBranch, and I represent the town of Amherst, New Hampshire. I come before you today to introduce CACR 15. This legislation would do what 23 states have already adopted in some form, and that is allow 17-year-olds who will be 18 by the date of the general election to vote in primary elections. It's that simple. This is a common sense and simple modification that would allow soon-to-be general election voters to choose their preferred candidates in their primary. And the reason that this is a CACR and not a bill is because the age requirement to vote in all elections is in the New Hampshire Constitution and is in Part 1, Article 11 of the Constitution. And therefore, a constitutional amendment is required to make this very narrow exemption. And with that, I ask the committee pass the CACR with an ought to pass recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you have a memo from Christina Dyer, our researcher, in regards to this issue. It was emailed to you before the meeting, and I believe you had a copy of it at your desk with the papers this morning to give you some background on this, because this is not, there's some history here in the state, along with general history on the request itself. Members of the committee, does anybody have any questions for Representative LaBranch? I'm not seeing any. Representative Trojan, could you grab the clipboard for me? I do not have anybody else speak up to speak on CACR 15. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak to this proposed bill? I'm not seeing any, thank you. We do have a sheet for people to sign up to register an opinion if they are not speaking. And I have approximately 11 people signed up in regards to this bill, with 4 in favor and 7 opposed. And that sheet will become part of the public record on this bill. Finally, is there anybody else on CACR 15? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on CACR 15 and move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon, which is CACR 19, relating to paper ballots, and that all elections should be conducted through paper ballots. And the prime sponsor is with us here to introduce the bill, Representative Steve Pearson. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Steve Pearson. I'm from Rockingham District 6, which is Derry. CACR 19 is extraordinarily simple. It's simple because it's something we're doing already. The difference here, though, is that the requirement that ballots be printed on paper in the state of New Hampshire is a matter of law. It is not in the Constitution. And as all of us here know, law can be changed quite simply, as by comparison with the constitutional law. So my proposal here is to move the requirement of paper balloting from statute into constitutional law. For those of us that follow this, if we got a little bit of our election nerd on here, and we all recall that the state of Iowa recently had developed a smartphone app in reference to their election process that turned out to be a colossal disaster. So we have story after story of people trying to vote on machines and other creative ways where there's just a slew of problems, and I'll touch upon a couple of those real quick. For those of us that that are not entirely sure here, let me be very clear what this proposal does and does not do. This proposal requires that we continue to vote on paper. This has nothing to do with how we count ballots. And unfortunately, in the media, a lot of times we see an interchange of the use of voting machine interchangeably with counting machine. And let me be clear to those watching that there's a substantial difference between a voting machine and a counting machine. A voting machine would be me walking into a booth with a screen in front of me and seeing two boxes, let's say in the case of a general, Joe Biden, Donald Trump is an example of our last federal election, and someone using that screen to vote. That's a voting machine. A counting machine takes a ballot and simply counts votes. And this bill has absolutely nothing to do with how we count votes. So I want to make sure that people understand that. This is simply about you casting your vote for whoever you choose for a particular office. When Secretary of State Gardner, former Secretary of State Gardner, was asked about the situation in Iowa, he had a great quote. He said, "You can't hack a pencil." And I think that today is something that is certainly on the minds of folks after this last election, where various things were discovered or accused or questioned here. And the fact is that when we vote on paper, a lot of these problems just can't happen. The state of New Hampshire has been printing ballots, the state has, since 1892. Again, this is a very common thing that we do in the state. We don't really think much of it, simply because we've been doing it as a matter of law for a long time. So I did have a member ask about this potentially being a 28A issue, in the sense that the state is dictating something, but we already do that. We're already requiring this as a matter of law. So this doesn't become a 28 issue, because we're in essence just moving this from one section of law to another. So that is the gist of this. It really, as far as the general voting public is concerned, would be seamless. They'd never know the difference.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Pearson? Representative Barry?
I just want to be very clear about this bill. So this bill wouldn't actually change anything. It's just codifying state statute in law, in the Constitution. And I have to do a follow-up to that question, Madam Chairman.
Correct, Representative Barry. This takes the requirement to vote on paper from statutory law, in essence, into constitutional law. And that, as you know, is an entirely different level of how it's viewed in the court system, and how it's the ability to change that changes substantially once it enters the constitutional law.
So the Secretary of State's office, the AccuVote systems are going to reach their end of life soon, and we're going to have some new system soon. By soon, I mean, it's relative, right? It's government. We move at the speed of government. So this would require that any new system we have would have to have some form of paper receipt, copy of the ballot, or something along those lines, correct?
No. You use the word receipt. I'm not sure that that's what we're saying here. We're actually using the term paper ballot. So that means you have to vote physically on the paper. Voting in another manner, in obtaining a receipt, is not a ballot. It's a receipt.
So there are machines out there. My parents use these in my native state of Texas, and I got to watch them vote when I went home right before my birthday and Christmas, where they, Texas is a very large state. They vote on an electronic machine, and it prints out a copy of their ballot, and then they put their ballot in, before they're leaving, they basically put their ballot in as a paper, a duplicate, I don't know what you want to, I don't want to use the term receipt, but it's, you print it out, you look at it, you say, yes, my printed out ballot looks like what I did, this is the right thing, and then you go and you put it in, and that's how they have basically gotten to the ability to count votes electronically with the security of a paper, I don't want to use the term receipt, but let's say copy. So would this prohibit something like that?
I don't believe so, because in that sense, what they're getting out is a ballot. And that ballot can be questioned, it can be reviewed, it can be recounted, it can be audited, because it's a tangible vote. Okay? So in contrast to a voting machine, which does not produce a ballot that is tangible, scrutinizable, and subject to the process of review.
Any further questions? All right, I'll just say in follow-up that I've been to other places who have the receipt system where you vote and then you get a little ticket to verify what was registered, and then if it's wrong, then you go back and you re-enter and redo it. But it's, so the system you're talking about in Texas actually has something that's tabulated separate from the completion of what I will refer to as a ballot.
Correct. Now, I couldn't actually see it because they were voting, but from the way they described it to me was they could actually see how they voted.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you. So I guess I should address the question to you. So in that circumstance that was described by Representative Berry, is that really the ballot, or is that really a paper trail for the ballot? And you can probably tell by my question, I'm a lawyer, so I'm just trying to be really clear.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
So this is already law in the state of New Hampshire, and as far as I know, we don't do this anywhere. Okay? And that may, and I don't know if the Secretary of State's office is here, they'd be better to answer that question as to whether that meets the intent of current law or not, because I don't know. But there's a huge difference between getting a receipt printed out, sticking it in, going, okay, yeah, these are who I voted for, putting it in your pocket and going home, versus having something like Representative Berry described, where it prints out a paper copy, of, if you will, of the device you used, and then you turn that in. There's a substantial difference there, because it's something that would be, akin to a receipt. If you bring it home with you, you can't do anything with it. There's no recounts. There's no nothing. So I think in that case, those are two very different ways of conducting a vote.
Representative Muirhead.
So you mentioned it doesn't change anything, and in the RSA's, RSA 656(1)(a) has the language that this proposed amendment has. It says, for purposes of facilitating the examination or counting of votes cast, all elections shall be conducted using paper ballots. What problem does this solve? Why is that law not good enough?
The reason that law is not good enough is because I don't have faith enough that that law is going to stay a law.
Has there ever been a situation in which that law was not good enough?
Representative Muirhead.
I'm sorry,
what's
Madam Chair.
What's the question? Good enough is not a term that an attorney would be happy with use of. Let's leave it at that.
I stand corrected.
And I thank my counsel for straightening that out, because I am certainly not an attorney.
We did have a memo. I think I can say somebody pop up if they have I am not aware of any legislative attempt to change that law. But I think the inference that Representative Pearson is asking us to draw is that it is significantly easier to do that than it is.
Correct. And this was
change
drawn up
something in the Constitution.
in consultation with the Secretary of State's office. I did not come up with this solely on my own. This was vetted through their office before it was filed.
It's another case of politicians trusting us, but not them. All right. Any other questions for Representative Pearson? All right. Thank you, Representative Pearson. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pearson, it does say that elections shall be conducted using paper ballots. And it seems to me that that would create a stretch, wouldn't it, for using a machine and then printing a paper ballot receipt?
So
I was going to say, I don't see any problem with that. I could argue both sides of that one, Flash and the other attorneys.
But I mean, if you're going to make that argument based on the proposal that's before you now, you can make that same argument based on current law.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative
Thank you,
Pearson.
Madam Chair. Thank you for the committee's time.
I do not have any other pink cards on, Liz Tentarelli, I'm sorry. Representative Terosian, can you see if there's a clipboard for CACR 19, please?
Thank you. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm from Newbury, New Hampshire. And I compiled testimony on this bill and the one to follow because of a misreading. And I'm going to hold that testimony for the next bill, but I would like to point out what caused my misreading of this, and perhaps the sponsor might want to make a change. If you look at section 5, in particular line 18, I thought this was part of the proposed amendment language. And it's not, it's really about the process of putting it on the ballot. But it does say, if no cross is made, excuse me, in either of the squares, the ballot shall not be counted on this question. So in my reading of it earlier, and then I reread it this morning because we had a lot of spare time this morning. Sorry. I thought that imposing a cross rather than the ovals that we fill in would lead to a requirement to do hand counting, because X's are much harder for a machine to count. So I now understand that was not the intent of this, but that may be a suggestion to the sponsor to change that language. So you can put me down as neutral on this bill. I signed in opposed, but neutral if that change is made.
Okay.
So thank you for allowing me to make that statement.
Thank you for pointing that out. Any questions for Ms. Tentarelli before she goes? She's not really going anywhere, but she's going back to her seat. All right. Is there anybody else here who'd like to speak on CACR 19? All right, thank you. I have the blue sheet here for people who have registered to speak, registered a position who do not want to speak. There is one of these over on the table for every bill that we hear. So if you are here on a bill but don't actually want to come to speak but want us to know your opinion, we ask that you fill this out. And I have here an example of why we need sometimes to look at ballots to figure out the intent, because I have a huge scribble mark here. But in any case, it would appear that I have a number of people all signed up in favor of this bill. So having said that, I'm going to close the public hearing on CACR 19, and I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 1060. Oh, I actually have to wait. 1064 is scheduled for 2 p.m. And I am not supposed to open hearings before the scheduled time, so we will be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Or 8 minutes, I guess, depending on what, 8 or 12 or whatever, I don't know.
people over there.
This way, buddy, right here. That's good.
These on. If everybody, if you are, we I assume the chair will do it like we did the redistricting hearings. So we'd like this section over here on my left, your right, to be the masked only section. And we'll try to keep the middle and this section over here for the unmasked folks. And just go ahead and honor that. We did that for redistricting, and it worked out pretty well. So thank you. Once again, if we're going to reserve the section to my left for the masked section only. If you're unmasked, can you sit in the center or on the right side? That we did that for the redistricting hearings, and it worked out really well. So I asked everybody just to go ahead and get that. Also, I placed a new sign-up sheet. If you've already signed up, don't worry about it, but I placed a new sign-up sheet and new pink cards if you'd like to register your opinion in the back in the ante room. If you have any problems, let me know.
pink slip if you want to speak. And there are many bills today on the election law that we all need to support too, besides the 1064. 1157, there are many. Since you're already here, might as well sign it and support it. Okay? At the other table, there's a whole slew of them. Oh, right here.
Just give me 2 minutes and I'll see when the live stream is going to be back up. I think I already got it.
My name is Zhao Kelly. That's on the top of the board. So can you just copy that? Because I read it. Yeah. Over there. Sign it. Thanks, Zhao. Thank you. Yeah, they wouldn't let me think.
So we're trying to deal with the AV issues right now, so as soon as I've got some indication that we're set to go, or not, because I may decide we need to get going, we will get going. As a preliminary matter, we have a hearing that's scheduled on 1064, 1157, and 1247. All of those hearings will occur in this room now. We're not going to move back across the hall. There are blue sheets going around for you to sign up. A position on each of the bill. Make sure that at the top of the page it has the bill number that you mean to sign up for. And you testify, you're going to check off whether you're in favor or opposed to that bill. That you can do that electronically online also. And if you want to speak here today, we have pink cards for you to sign up on. These are all cards for 1064. I apologize. I think I had like 2 or 3 cards for the other bills, and I think I've left them in the LOB. So if we get to those bills and you have signed up to speak, I'm going to ask your indulgence to grab another pink card. And Chow Kelly, are there still pink cards out there for people to have? Are there still? Can you check to make sure there are still blank ones and blue sheets? Oh, there. I just. right, just somebody let me know if it doesn't get picked up. I've got to stay still. No, I'm not supposed to. All right. No, I'll just, as long as I can pick them up, I'll stay here. Because then. All right. Yeah, that's better. All right, you ready to go? All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are ready to go. This is the New Hampshire House Election Law Committee. It is January 13th. We are here for a scheduled hearing at 2 o'clock on HB 1064. I thank everybody here for your indulgence in the delay in the start. We have moved this hearing, for those of you watching, from our regular committee room to here, Reps Hall in the State House. For anybody who's watching who might be interested in the other two bills we have following this, HB 1157 and HB 1247, those hearings will occur directly after the hearing on this bill in this hall. In regards to testimony on this bill, we have the prime sponsor. A number of people signed up to speak. We have what are referred to as blue sheets for those of you in attendance to register your opinion. If you don't want to speak, if you do want to speak, you do the pink card and get it down to me. You can also, for those of you watching online and those of you hearing, you can also log on to the House Home webpage and you can register your position on this bill or any bill that is considered by the House in the upcoming session, so that committee members can take account of that when they do their deliberations on the bill. This is a public hearing. The purpose of this public hearing is to hear from you. We want to do that. So also understand that I am probably going to limit testimony, given the amount of people that I have signed up, to make sure everybody can be heard, to 3-4 minutes. That's pretty much what we get told as legislators, is if you're not quiet in 3 minutes, nobody's listening anymore. So, all right, I may have to go back up to the, all right. All right, I may just move back, it's depending on how this goes, because if you don't mind, I prefer to remain standing so I can make sure I don't miss anybody or see what's going on. I'm assuming the hand I saw was because you couldn't hear me. So we have resolved that, and frankly, once this gets going, you're not going to really have to listen to me anymore. So with that, this is the Election Law Committee. I did not have them bring their name tags with them to facilitate getting this going. So without further ado, unless there are other questions about procedure, we're going to get going, and I'm going to recognize the prime sponsor of this bill. He's here with us today, Representative Allegro. Thank you.
Madam Chair and committee.
Before you begin, Representative, just so you know, one of the rules of Reps Hall is that we're not supposed to get excited or clap or yell, because we're all a very quiet, demure group. But Representative Allegro did a lot of work. You're all here in support of him. I recognize that, so thank you very much for giving him a clap. But for proceeding, I'm going to ask that you sort of retain that enthusiasm a little bit, because I'd like to think that we give every speaker the same attention. And by paying attention and trying to mute our responses to ourselves or maybe our seatmate, we show everybody the same respect. So with that, thank you for waiting, Representative.
Thank you. Madam Chair and committee members, good afternoon, and thank you for granting me the time to speak to you today. I am going to present some data, being mindful of time considerations. Before I do that, I would like to provide a little bit of context for this bill. I would like to address some of the criticisms that I know exist, and then I'm going to present a little data and summarize. But first, I do want to point out that it's really not fair asking an Italian to testify with one hand encumbered. So I'll just do my best. Well, when I talk about this, the purpose of this bill is because I've known for years and have now confirmed with a simple data analysis that there are problems with voting machines. When I talk about this to people, they roll their eyes, some of them. Let me assure you, this is not about Windham. This is not really even about 2020. This is about losing votes, votes being swallowed by machines. So I also want to point out before I get rolling here, when you question me, please set aside etiquette and be as tough with your questions as you possibly can. I'm prepared to defend any and all data I present to you. And I want to point out that this data has been confirmed by an independent source with the same outcome, although a completely opposite conclusion. And again, to provide a little context, a few weeks back, a fellow from the Concord Monitor wanted to interview me. The interview was not going well, so I declined going further. Miraculously, about 2 or 3 weeks later, there was an article in the Concord Times using the exact same approach that I used to do this study. And he only did 2020. Amazingly, he came out with almost exactly the same numbers. But in his opinion, it was okay to throw out some thousands of votes. To me, not so much. So let me address some criticisms first, because I know they're real criticisms. With every bill, with every proposal, there are upsides and downsides. One of the commonest things you'll hear about this particular bill is that it's going to cost more. Well, first of all, let me tell you that I had an interesting interaction with the budget office and the input that they received from the Municipal Association, who somehow managed to not observe that, yes, there will be there will be some increased costs with some poll workers, but, and by the way, that's so minimal they couldn't even put a number on it, but there will be cost savings, cost offsets, savings in not having to purchase machines, savings in not having to pay for machine updates, software updates, maintenance, and that sort of thing. So the actual fiscal note to this bill is almost irrelevant, in my opinion anyway. Timing. Timing is another criticism. Yes, it's going to take longer to count the votes. Now, let me point out that 1/3 of the towns in New Hampshire already count by hand. 2/3 do not, and they include, of course, as expected, some of our larger towns. So there's going to be some added, not only difficulty, I'll be fair and say hardship in this. It's going to take extra hours. It's going to take a few extra people. I have an acquaintance on the select board in Littleton, and she told me that the cost of a stipend for a poll worker is about $50 for Election Day. So if larger towns had to bring on some more people, truly we're just talking about a few $100s every year or every couple of years. So yes, it is going to be more difficult, and I know that there are regulations that, or there are laws that regulate how long after the ballot box closes that towns have to report their numbers. I have two things to say to that. Number one is that these other 100 towns manage to do it every year. That's number one. Number two, for the larger towns where it's going to be more difficult, it may require some reorganization. And last but not least, look at the current state of our elections in this country and in this state now. We wait hours beyond deadlines, days, sometimes weeks, right? And in all fairness, we saw this play out in the presidential primaries in this state and in others. We waited weeks for full results to be reported. So, and again, this is nothing that can't be addressed with a simple amendment to this bill that would modify existing statutes if necessary. All right. Let me give the data, and I just want to present a couple of definitions to you. So first of all, here's the basis for the study that I did. It's almost impossible to know the accuracy or the precision, and in this case, the terms are almost interchangeable. It's almost impossible to know the accuracy of machine versus hand counting, except for one special case, and that's cases where districts are recounted. because whether they're initially counted by hand or by machine, eventually they're recounted by hand. Of course, the first thing you need to ask yourself is, why do we recount by hand and not by machine? Well, the obvious answer to that is because hand counting is more accurate to begin with. It's something we know already. So what you're able to do is compare the original count, whether it's by machine or hand count, the same set of ballots after the recount, and see if there's a difference between the two. I call that difference, assuming that the recount is the gold standard, and it is the official gold standard, I call the recounts the gold standard, and everything is compared to that. So when I refer to error, I mean the difference between the original count and the recount. When I refer to net error, there's actually a value assigned, not only the difference between them, but whether that difference was a gain of votes or a loss of votes. All right. Excuse me while I just run through my notes over here for a second. Okay, now let me just lay a little bit more groundwork. When a district goes into a recount, there are usually a few extra votes picked up. I found that this range is anywhere between 0.2 and 0.3% of the vote. And that's primarily because as we do a recount, there are a number of votes that we spend more time deducing the voter's intent. So whereas a little check next to a bubble might be thrown out in the original count, in the recount, there's a little bit more effort to divine the intent of the voter, and that extra vote is usually picked up. So usually, the original count represents a small undercount, okay, just by definition, or at least for the purpose of today. Okay. Now, I looked at the years 2016, 2018, and 2020. The only reason I didn't go back further, well, there's a couple of reasons. One is because then you have to start tracking when these machines were brought in, and also I don't have a staff, as none of you do, and I only have so much time in a day. So in 2016, there were 14 state rep districts and 1 state senate district subjected to recount. In 2018, it was 19 and 1. And in 2020, it was 9 and 2. And I just concentrated on state rep and state senate races. All right. Let's talk about the average error per race in each year. I know that some of you, and some of you who are not in favor of this bill, are going to say, but these are tiny differences, all right? But I want to tell you some information that was relayed to me by the Secretary of State in a recent conversation I had with him, and it's public information. Since Mr. Gardner was in office, and we all know that's quite some time, 1976, there were 322 races in the state of New Hampshire, 322 elections that were decided by 19 or less votes. So when I'm talking small numbers, please put it into context and realize that in this state, especially with our small state rep districts, 5, 6 votes can make a big difference. All right, ready for some data. So in 2016, the average error was 0.3% in hand count towns, meaning that the original count was an undercount of 0.3%. Okay, so when they recounted them, the candidates picked up 0.3%. That's in hand count towns. In machine count towns, the error was 0.7%, a 0.4% difference. Sounds small? Not really. I think those of you here in the know understand that a 0.4% difference is a significant difference in these races. In 2018, the average error was 0.2% in hand count towns and 0.4% in machine count towns. So again, a couple of tenths of a percent. Not that big a deal, right? Maybe, maybe not. Whose vote should we throw out when we're talking about that 0.2 or 0.4%? In 2020, the average error was 0.7% in hand count towns and 0.8% in machine count towns. Again, a tiny error. The average error per race over these 3 election years was 0.6 versus 0.4%. Anybody running for office here like to give up 0.2% when they come up for reelection out of the gate, or see that many votes thrown out. My understanding is that we should be aiming for every legal vote to be counted, and that we can't afford to throw out 0.2 or 0.4%. Now, in 2016, the net error was a difference of 0.5% in hand count towns and machine count towns. In other words, in hand count towns, there was a plus, meaning that the candidate picked up a 0.1%, and in machine count towns, it was 0.6%. That's a 0.5% difference. In 2018, it was minus 0.1 and plus 0.3. And in 2020, it was 0.2 and 0.7. Again, a 0.5% difference. If you doubt my numbers, again, I want to remind you that this was confirmed independently by someone who was not favorable to this bill. Here's an interesting one for you. The frequency of errors equal to or greater than a 0.5 percentage point. I'll summarize these 3 years together. In the 3 years all put together, there were 100 races. Now, mind you, when I say 100 races, I mean, you have a district with 2 towns in it or 2 jurisdictions in it, and so that's 2 races I'm talking about. There were 100 cases in the past 3 biennial elections with errors of 0.5% or greater. I find that unacceptable. All right? I'm going to try to rush through some of this and skip over a little bit. Here's an important point. 13 of those cases were in hand count towns, and 87 of them were in machine count towns. Now, to be fair, there are more machine count towns, right? So you would expect more errors and more big errors in the machine count towns. But the number is an overrepresentation of that ratio, right? If it's 1/3 to 2/3, we would expect there to be twice as many errors, but in fact, there was an additional 38% overrepresentation in machine count towns. Here's one I like. Each year, there are major, there's no better way to put it, major screw-ups in machine count towns. Now, in 2020 it was Windham, and that's what everybody likes to talk to. I'll bet you nobody in this room knows the case of Somersworth, Ward 4, in 2016, where the errors for 6 candidates, you want to listen to what I'm saying here, was over 10%. If that count didn't happen to be caught up by chance in a recounted district, we would have never known about it. 10% error. That's how accurate your machine counts are. I'm going to repeat what that means. The count was made by machine, and then it was recounted, and there was a difference of 10 and 11% in Somersworth Ward 4. I don't know about you. I'd call that a screw-up. In 2018, there was no huge screw-up like that, but the big one was Laconia, Ward 5, where there was greater than a 2% error for 4 of the 8 candidates. In 2020, of course, it was Windham, where there was a net difference of 6% for 4 of the candidates. And by the way, what people don't talk about, there was an average of a 1% error for the other 4 candidates that weren't involved in that whole mess. Big screw-ups. All right, last page of notes, I'm just going to summarize for you. Here's the fact. The unavoidable fact is that machine counting leads to more and bigger errors than hand counting. The average error in machine-counted towns is always greater than the average error in hand-counted towns. The average net error for machine-counted towns is always greater than the average net error in hand-counted towns. The frequency of errors each year is always greater in machine-counted towns than in hand-counted towns. The frequency of larger errors each year is always greater for machine-counted towns than hand-counted towns. And I want to put something to you here. I've told you how many recounts we had in these few years. 15, 20. Each biennium in this state There are over 1,000 elections that take place. U.S. Senate, U.S. House, President every 4 years, state reps, county commissioners, dog catchers, you name it. There are over 1,000. Let's just do a little simple extrapolation. That means that there are hundreds of elections each year in this state, and we'll never be able to know which ones they were or how they might have turned out. Hundreds of elections with errors of this kind of magnitude, 0.5%, 1%, 0.4%, 10%. We'll never know because they weren't recounted. Given these inaccuracies, it means that every election we're literally throwing out our citizens' votes. There's no way to know how many and in how many races that's true. Somebody might say, well, but these haven't, you know, like in 2020, this didn't result in any reversals. But it does. It does occasionally. And again, we'll never know how many reversals there might have been. I'm not going to sit here and try to describe to you what if the race was this close or this close or this close, and it was recounted, whether we would have seen a reversal. But there were 2 districts recounted in 2016 and 2018 where there were reversals. No, I'm sorry. They resulted in 5 position reversals and in 4 election reversals. When I say a position reversal, somebody that finished outside of the running flipped with another candidate. So it didn't result in an overturning of that election, but it was still a position reversal. So there were actually 4 election reversals in those 2 years. They were all in machine-counted districts, none in hand-counted districts. So I just want to conclude, and then I'll be very pleased to take any questions, by saying we're concerned about election integrity in this nation and in this state. And we should be. We didn't have to change rooms because people are confident in elections in this state. We didn't have to move over here because everybody's happy with the way things are going. It's our responsibility, and it should be our desire, to count every vote and to imbue confidence in our citizenry, that our elections are fair and free, and that their vote is being counted. And I'll end with that, and I'd be very pleased to take any questions that you have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Please hold your applause. He got one good clap before. Does anybody on the committee have any questions for the representative? Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. Can you tell me how many voters are in those hand count towns, either an average or the range of, what's the population of the hand count towns?
Okay, it was a little hard for me to understand you, so I'm going to try to repeat your question. I think you were asking how many voters are in these different towns.
In the hand count.
In the hand-counted towns. I don't have that number. Obviously, you know, I'll be happy to concede that the hand-counted towns that are currently in the state are the smaller jurisdictions. For instance, you know, whatever. It's not important, really. Because there's a simple fix for this. In towns with larger populations, you know that it's just a management issue to decide, okay, you 6 people count here, you 6 people count here, you know, so it's a management issue. And by the way, if this had to be phased in over a year or 2 so that municipalities could react to those kinds of problems, I think that would be a really fair request and amendment to be made. Did I answer your question okay?
Yes, thank you very much.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Barry.
I know we're having trouble hearing. Thank you for your testimony. I have to, in these situations, as you're aware, I'm one of the loudest voices for voter integrity on this committee. I'm not the only one. There's many of us. But you know, when I think about this procedurally, that's when I start asking questions, right? So I looked up in your election, you won by 50 votes. There was 2,000 and some odd, 2,075 cast, right? And it appears that your opponent didn't ask for a recount, right? So I assume you're a hand count town, 2,000 votes, I would assume.
No, we're a
You're
machine
not-
count
machine
town.
count town. So is it possible that your election was outside of these margin of errors?
I'm not sure what you mean by outside of the margin of error.
Well, you gave an average. You're a machine count town, right? So
Oh,
yeah.
my district, yeah. My
Yeah.
district, if the error was only 0.2 or let me rephrase that. If the error was only 0.2, 3.4%, 0.5%, it would not have affected the outcome of my election.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
that's this year.
Yeah.
Who knows about the year before? Who knows what the error was the year before? There's no way to know.
So I have a floterial district. I
So
represent.
question, Representative Barry.
Yes, I represent over 28, almost 29,000 people in South Manchester in the town of Litchfield. I live in Ward 9, which is becoming Republican, but it's still a Democrat-leaning ward. And then I represent Ward 8 in the town of Litchfield, which both tend to lean Republican. In my election, I beat my opponent. She won Ward 9. I beat the other Democrat running, but I got second to her in the ward. She was super excited about losing to me, and she ran for selectman. Now, for those of you who don't live in city government, a selectman does not rule over the city. The selectman counts ballots. So under your proposal, the person who, not a big fan of mine, is going to be counting my ballots. And that's where I think we need to find some form of compromise because, bluntly, I don't trust her. I did not vote for her for selectman, by the way. But I think if you were in my shoes, you probably would also feel the same way, would you not?
I missed the last words, I'm sorry.
So you're asking me, right, to have my previous opponent, who I've beaten, count my votes in the next election.
Yes, that's right. And so here's the issue, is that one advantage of this that's not discussed is that it could allow for, I mean, you can make it's a half full, half empty argument. The half full argument is that we can involve more citizens in this process. So.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Representative Allegro is going to be excused from the mic if the clapping continues. So keep that in mind, please.
It's okay, please. These are the regular rules of the House, and so I ask that we abide by them. So, yeah, it could provide for more involvement of citizens. Again, I understand this isn't going to be easy. Getting people involved in elections, although you might find it different now, if you can judge by what you're seeing today, you might find it different now, but getting people involved in the wearisome project of counting votes is not going to be easy. So yes, we're going to have to hire some more poll workers or poll volunteers who get small stipends. Again, here's the bottom line, Representative, and it's the toughest part of this whole thing, I willingly admit. The toughest part is the time and the manpower. But my answer to that is, if this was going to be bloody murder and not just a discomfort, the question is still, are we going to make accurate counts in our votes? Do we want fast or do we want accurate? So I very much appreciate. Could a compromise be reached? I suppose I need to think about that, and if anybody in the committee or in the House has some good ideas, I'd be tickled pink to work with you and try to bring it to something that's less painful but more accurate, honestly. So please do.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Allegro? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that presentation. In our state, the electronic ballot counting machines are enacted by and purchased by the municipalities. And that's who decides that they can remain in use. So if a community doesn't want electronic ballot counting machines, citizens can apply. They can petition their own leaders to discontinue their use.
Yeah.
Have you done this in your own community, and has that been effective? And do you think that this situation that we have now is ineffective?
Well, actually, there are two parts to your question. I'm going to answer the second part first. And that is, it is my understanding that people in my district are indeed introducing a petition warrant article. And I know it's happening around the state. But to the first part of your question, in the U.S. Constitution, the state legislatures have the power to enact the means and the timing and so forth of elections. So we do have the authority to do it. This isn't a matter of town officials being able to overrule a state election law. It would be nice if they all did, but we'll still face problems in some of our larger towns. Did I answer your question adequately, I hope? I'll be happy to take it in a different form if I didn't.
Any other questions from committee members? And I'm sure the representative would be open to receiving questions individually after this hearing. Thank you, Representative. I have a number.
Thank you.
I have a number of pink cards. We're going to ask that speakers, as I said, stay to 3 minutes. We, of course, give the sponsor of the bill great latitude in presenting the bill so we can get as much information as necessary. Dennis Malloy. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Dennis Malloy. I am the state representative from Rockingham 23. I represent Greenland and Newington. And you may have heard that indeed Greenland just recently had a petitioned warrant article presented to the voters.
Can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Had a petitioned warrant article presented to the voters. And that vote was held a week before Christmas this year on a snowy Saturday. And we had a turnout of about 2/3 of our elected, our registered voters turned out for that petitioned warrant article. And the article said to see if the town would eliminate our electronic tabulating machines. That vote failed by a 9-to-1 vote in a town that prides itself on accuracy, integrity. Our town clerk, Marge Morgan, was the former chair of the Town Clerks Association. She is in contact with every town chair, town clerk in the state, and saw this response in Greenland, and she is getting questions from many town chairs about how this happened and what that means. I'm a former selectman in Barrington, New Hampshire, and I am my third term in Greenland, the state house in here. So there are a lot of other facts and figures I could give you, but I think what I would like to leave you with is, in a test vote of this, 90% of the voters, of the 66% registered voters in Greenland, rejected this idea outright. So that is one example, and I can only speak on behalf of Greenland. I cannot project that out to the rest of the state, and I don't pretend to. I can also tell you that our town election officials have a pretty good handle on what they think the turnout's going to be. We printed 700 ballots. Another 300 needed to be printed that day to accommodate everybody who came to the polls. Those 300 then need to be counted by hand, and they were that day. One warrant article, one item on that ballot.
If you could wrap it up,
It took
Representative.
an hour and a half for those poll workers to count that and to make sure it was accurate. So what does that mean when we have warrant articles in March where you have multiple pages of ballots and candidates? And I'll thank you very much. I'll end it with that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Judy Loeffner. Do I have that right? Julie. There you are. Come on down. Up over here.
Hi, I'm Julie Lochner. I live in Raymond. After I heard about the Wyndham results, I checked the machines in my town in Raymond. We have 3 machines, and to me, machine 3 looked very different than machine 1 and 2. Just for an example, for the presidential race in November 2020, machine 1 had 31% for Biden on machine 1 and 2, and 62.5% on machine number 3. And that was the same way down the whole ballot for machine number 3. So I did go to my selectmen, and I made it clear that I trust the officials in my town, but I had questions about the machines because of the way the numbers look and because of what happened in Wyndham. And they weren't very interested. They said it was too expensive and it would take too much time, basically. So some of us said, well, how about if we do a recount? No, you can't. There's the state laws against that. It's too late. Well, how about if we, on the next election, how about if we hand count and machine count just to check the machines? No, you're not allowed to do that, state rules. So at this point, this feels like it's our only recourse, that we get rid of the machines so that the people feel confident that their votes are counted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no applause, please. Everybody deserves your same attention and response. That's how we try to treat all of you on the committee. Also signed up to speak on this is J.D. Bernardi. I think I need reading glasses.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I am a representative, Rockingham 16, that is Southampton, East Kingston, and Kensington. I'm going to take a little different tact on this. To me, this issue is all about trust. Trust in our election, trust in election integrity. There are many, many polls showing that election integrity is a major issue in the United States right now. And I'm going to divert to another area where we need trust. We have in the state a division of weights and measures. What do those people do? 20,000 different devices are under the division of weights and measures. 3,200 businesses are supervised by Division of Weights and Measures. Over 260 people are certified as testers, checkers, inspectors by that division. Why are they doing that? Why am I talking about that? Because we need to have faith that the weight of the things that we buy, the pump that pumps our gas is pumping 1 gallon, not less. And we've set up a system to ensure the integrity of those machines and scales and ensure that our economy is working in a productive and true, fair manner. What's in place for our election counting machines? Nothing. We have no chain of custody requirements for the memory cards or the microchips. We have no software security reviews. We have no audit requirements. We have no upgraded security directives. We have no testing against controls. We have no certifications of the technicians that are responsible for dealing with these things. It's entirely left to the organization. LHS is the company in New Hampshire and most of New England that deals with these machines. It's entirely left in their hands. Now, there is a very small guidance document that was written in 2010 by the Secretary of State in response to the Ballot Commission, saying you need some guidance here, and it tells a town clerk how to deal with these issues. We recently had a member of a constituent in one of my towns, Kensington, Al Brandano, he is here today, do a review of how well that process is working in the town of Kensington.
Representative, I'm going to ask that you try to wrap it up. It's been over 3 minutes.
Will do.
Thank you.
The bottom line is it did not work at all. Many, many problems associated with that. No malicious intent was identified, but big problems. So my focus here is to focus the issue on trust. If you want trust in this election, if people are going to have trust in the integrity of these results, you heard the results from Mark. Hand count is the highest, most trustworthy way to do election counting. Happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any, thank you. I'm not sure this mic is picking me up. All right. The next person I have here is Rusan Chester. R-U-S-S-A-N. Oh, there! My new friend helping me organize.
Over your job. I'm going to put this down.
Thank you.
I am. So I'm coming here today in support of getting machines.
Excuse me, could you state your name again?
Oh,
and I'm sure I said it wrong, so I
no,
want to know
it's
how to pronounce it.
Rusan Chester. It's R-U-S-S-A-N for the record. I'm coming here today in support of getting the machines out of our state. Some of you folks may not remember the fiasco in the 2000 election, not in our state, but in the federal election. That's when the trust in our election process began to go downhill and has been increasingly going downhill over the years. We currently have 30 towns that will be having warrant articles on their ballots in March to get the machines out. That's pretty impressive, seeing that we had less than 24 hours to get those warrant articles in place. Second of all, I'd like to speak a little bit about the Greenland fiasco that Representative spoke about. I actually know a number of people in Greenland who thought they were voting to get the machine out, or they thought if they voted to get the machines out, they made the clerk look bad. And they trust their clerk, and they trust their elected representatives. So the bottom line is Greenland might be an outlier, but as you can see here today, we don't trust too many of our elected representatives anymore. We have gotten to the point where we have said, show me the proof. I don't trust you folks anymore. I have been here every day since January 5th. I've been either at Doubletree or here, speaking and paying attention. And I am getting everyone around me to speak and pay attention to what our elected officials are doing and what we're allowing to happen, not only in our local and state government, but what's happening with our machines. Our machines cannot be trusted. They never should have been trusted. And there's been problems for years. For folks that don't have the statistical, I was trying to look up everyone's town that's up here, or town or city, to see how many voters you have, so you could get the figure on the average. So the best way to do it is to take your voter population, take 10%, 0.10% of that voter population and divide it by half. That's how many votes were wrong, just in your county or district. That should make everybody go, what? And if it doesn't, then shame on all of us. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Anybody on the committee have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for coming. Brenda Town.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brenda Town. I am I was a business owner here in the state for 12 years. I have been a group controller of $1 billion business. I run a $100 million business today, and I'm on a board of directors of the largest employee-owned company. I'm a mother of 4 kids, 3 in the military who are serving right now, and I am a grandmother of 8. And so I'm here to talk from all of those vectors. The first thing I would like to say is that I was never politically active, but over the past 2 years, I've kind of had an awakening, and it's been a gradual process, but the election process was my big awakening, and it catapulted me into becoming a participant in a citizen's audit for a statewide audit for New Hampshire. And through that process, I led the canvassing effort, as well as did a personal evaluation of at least 100+ of our town's machine performance. So on the machine performance, I will tell you that when you look town by town, you will find anomalies where at least 1, if not 2 or 3 of the machines perform out of statistical normalcy to what the registered voter profile looks like. So as a citizen who would like to go further to look at how that could happen, we have no access to root data, which of course are the ballots. We have no access to those. The second thing I would like to say is that from a canvassing perspective, we have found that on the doors we've knocked, at least anywhere from 10 to 15% of the people that were voters on the day of the election did not vote or were in another capacity. They voted either absentee when they should have voted in person, or vice versa. So with all of this, I found myself in that same group of people, the same group of people that show up now as 50% who don't trust our election process. And we need to trust our election process. I have sons that are serving to fight for our right, for having our voices heard. And it is shocking to me that we would allow machines to wipe away the voices of the citizens of New Hampshire, whether it be by accident or by malfeasance. As a business owner and as somebody who ran large finance departments, the lack of business controls that happens around those machines within our state is astounding to me. No business owner would ever allow a third party to manage their bank accounts without audit, without visibility into what goes on in the bank. They would want a complete and total reconciliation of everything that's going on, and we have absolutely no transparency. If you want to know the absolute count of what went through the machine, you have to have a recount if you want to make sure it ties out. Without that, there is no integrity in the numbers that we as citizens of New Hampshire can believe in. So we are here today, loud and clear, to say we want the machines out, we want hand count, and we want to restore the trust in the vote of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next sign up. Kelly Potenza. Kelly Potenza, are you here? Anybody know who Kelly is? Is she here? Oh, all right.
So it's hard to say this in 3 minutes. I'm just going to really talk about Wyndham, the Wyndham audit and SB 43, because we spent, there's many people in this room that spent hundreds and thousands of hours on that. And so really, if anybody read the report that came out, it showed that the machines were a problem. Foldgate, we know that there was inaccuracies. If every vote is not counted, then that's a problem. And Wyndham made a lot of mistakes, and we know that. There's a 100 and some odd page report. But I'd love everybody to know, because this is an article that was written by myself and my very good friend, Sarah Ibanez. All of the public officials on the House Election Law Committee knew in advance that the folds were going to be a problem, and they did nothing about it. The chair of the Election House Law Committee knew it and did nothing. We could have spent a little bit of extra money to have no folds in our ballots to make sure that all our votes were counted, but we didn't want to do that.
Ms. Potenza, your testimony is to the committee. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry?
Your testimony is to the committee, I'm just reminding you, thank you.
Okay, well, it is to the committee. You are the House Election Law Committee. So, also, when you guys found out about the folds were going to be a problem, there was a meeting. This was on May 19th of 2020. All of these people were at this meeting. Of course, all of the House Election Law Committee, Dave Scanlon, who was the Deputy, now he's actually the Secretary of State, Bud Fitch, Legal Counsel, Nicholas Chung Young, many others, except one person that was at this meeting. And that person wasn't listed on any member rolls or as a participant, but he piped in the meeting just unexpectedly. And what is his name? Jeff Silvestro, the president of LHS, which is Dominion Voter Machines. Why is he at our House Election Law Committee member? Why have we sold our vote out to a third party? That's what we've done. And all of these people are talking about it here. That is unbelievable that you have someone that is printing our ballots, that's counting our ballots, that's got the memory cards. It's crazy. No one would ever do that. And you guys all knew about it. That means you're all in on it. So get the machines out. There's no other way. We're done with this.
Thank you, Ms. Matenda.
And everybody here will work an election. I'll be there. I'll count every single one. You've got all your election workers right here.
This hearing will be adjourned for 3 minutes, and we're going to take a break for 3 minutes. And it has occurred to me that I believe there is a rule for Reps Hall that no hats are allowed. So I'm going to ask that people remove their hats. So 3 minutes. Thank you.
Still going on?
We've been doing a little push.
Every microphone is live.
If they point their bad results to a 10% out, I learned something here today that I didn't know.
So what was the change?
Oh, the lady.
Because I don't see where the assistant is. So just give it to her.
right, and I'm going to start up now, so. All right, we're going to get started here. I said 3 minutes, and as it is, I went over, so if everybody wants to quiet down, please, so we can get going, please. All right, and again, for purposes of this meeting, we're trying to keep the unmasked people in these sections, the masked people over the masked people over here. So if you don't have a mask on, we're going to ask that you either move or maybe move over to the last section over here as compared to where the masked people are, just out of respect for their concerns. And we have plenty of seating. I'm going to ask everybody to have a seat. Is Joan Dargy here, please? Joan Dargy. Joan, up. Oh. Okay, I just spoke to you. All right, come on down. All right, again, the time for speakers is 3 minutes. I'm giving you a little indulgence when I give you that time, but we want the people who gave us the card to be able to speak. And you have written material. Thank you.
My name is Joan Dargy, the town clerk in the town of Milford.
All right, if you can get a little closer to the mic.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
I
With the
am
mask, it's a little hard.
speaking on behalf of the City and Town, New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. And we respectfully request that you ITL this bill. We are opposed to this bill for many reasons. Machine counts have been found to be more accurate than hand counts, as evidence in almost every recount conducted by the Secretary of State's office. It is usually the hand count towns that have the largest discrepancies. The machines we use are the most basic of devices. They are only reading the marks on the ballot. They are not connected to the internet, and the programming is very basic. Hand counts would require a battery of election officials to be on hand at the end of a 16 to 17-hour day. To have them sit down and count for another 6 to 10 hours is not practical. In Milford, for example, we have in 2020, we had 10,000 ballots. On a town election, we can have close to 15,000 ballots that need to be counted. We have approximately over 200 volunteers that day. We would need another 150 volunteers to hand count that night. The election budgets for workers would triple or more. Finding election workers would also be very difficult for many cities and towns, therefore leading to a much longer time to complete the counting. Going to hand count would be like telling the Automobile Association to go back to building cars manually and getting rid of the machines. Machines have been found over and over in many disciplines to be far more accurate than humans. Why would we want to go back in time? And I attached an article written recently by David Brooks where he did a little study on the machine versus hand count accuracy. If you have any questions?
Thank you. Does anybody on the committee have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming in your written testimony. I have signed up to speak on this bill, Albert Todd.
Good afternoon, Albert Todd, live in Nashua, New Hampshire. I'll start out by stating this. There'd be no greater a breakdown in the trust and diplomacy between the people and their government than the violation of their vote and the right thereof. I have pored through our state constitution multiple times. Every time I do so, I notice the same principle. The power resides with the people. Now we have educated you on the issues and instructed you on our will to fix these issues multiple times now. Each time we have been met with corruption and intent on demonstrating power that no one in this state has given you. If the power resides with the people, and the people have enumerated and instructed their representatives through verbal and written correspondence, then the Constitution is quite clear as to what needs to happen next. You are to enact legislation that is representative of their will. Anything less than this is quite clearly a breach of your oath to the Constitution and maladministration of your office. and you should be tried for treason and at minimum fired for it. We have been more than patient with you and worked hard to get legislation passed that is representative of our will. Yet even now, we have heard words from some of you that you will only support this bill if this person or that person supports that bill. I ask you, did they elect you or did your district elect you? Is it the will of the government that compels your decisions, or is it the will of your constituents that compels your decisions? If it is anything less than the latter, then you should remove yourself from these chambers immediately and open your office up to someone who understands the true role of government here in our republic. There isn't a single person within this government that has not been educated regarding the issues on potential fraud that could be generated using these machines. For crying out loud, Harry Hursty, your auditor, made a documentary about it called Hacking Democracy. To deny the potentials of fraud using these machines would deny the credentials of your own auditor. Now I strongly implore you to do your job and ban the use of these machines in our republic in order to secure a free society for the posterity of our republic.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Marilyn Todd.
I just want to make a quick statement. Greenland used their machines to count the special election to get rid of their machines. So there's that. I would like to start with a quote made at the audit by the chief investigator of the AG's office. Just because it's unethical doesn't make it a criminal violation. This quote summarizes the entire audit and the New Hampshire government. Harry Hursty resets the machine cards without making a copy and stated it was the only way. We later found out through the machine manual that he could have made a copy of the memory card using the machine itself. In doing this, he violated not only state law, but also federal law. After obtaining and reviewing the video Harry Hursty resetting the card, something very particular caught my eye. Harry was using LHS's directions to reset this card. Could you imagine a business being audited by the IRS getting directions from the business they are auditing how to audit them? When SB 43 was originally introduced, LHS wasn't even allowed at the audit. Unfortunately, it was Barbara Griffin and this committee who one-lined it and allowed LHS to be at an audit, which was a conflict of interest. So were all three of our auditors. When you take the 4 machines from Wyndham and you calculate the overvotes and the undervotes, machine number 2 had about a 5% larger increase. When Harry Hursty reset the cards, and this is before he blew all the machine off and did his special tricks, it went normal. The overvotes and undervotes for the other 4 machines went normal. And this was before he cleaned the machine like he claims. Harry Hursty says in an affidavit signed under perjury for the Wisconsin court that these machines can be manipulated and you would have to reset them and that clears the memory card. I've sent you guys all that affidavit. So when he reset that memory card, it's not a coincidence that the overvotes and undervotes on machine number 2 went normal. Hacking Democracy, we've already gone over that. Foldgate, someone else has already gone over that. We're gonna save the taxpayers in New Hampshire an astronomical amount of money. I have over $150,000 in invoices for 4 states. For 4 towns in the state of New Hampshire. There's 136 towns that use these machines. This is not a partisan issue. It's not. I'm an independent. So it's time for you guys to stand up for us and stand up for America. Because our vote is the most sacred right that we have. My 3 grandparents survived the trip from the Mayflower and survived that first winter. I have 2 grandfathers that fought in the American Revolution. I am not going anywhere. My DNA is going to get these machines out of this town, out of this state, whether anybody likes it or not. I won't give up. It's not in my DNA. Now respect everybody in this room and get these machines out because you guys know for a fact that we should not be using these machines.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee for Marilyn Todd? Okay, thank you. I also have signed up to speak Shelley Laskinski. Shelley.
Thank you for the opportunity. Madam Chairman, I just wanted to address one of the members of the committee, a gentleman, a Republican, I'm sorry, I don't know
We don't
your
identify
name.
members by their party. The representative has a name, and your comment should be addressed to me through the committee. That's just the protocol.
Well, yes,
you.
I was addressing it to you, but
Oh,
it was
okay.
in response to his remarks. And I just wanted to say, I just wanted to address his concern that he stated he would not want his former Democrat opponent to be counting his votes. I just wanted to say that I've been involved in recounts and in hand counting years ago in my town of Merrimack, and it's never, hand counting is never done in a vacuum by one party. They have safeguards for that, and it's always Democrat, Republican, and if there's another party involved, there's always safeguards. So his concern is something that he does not need to be concerned about. And I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this is Mr. Grays. Is it Natch? Is Natch Grays still here? Apparently not. From NHMA. Johnny Burgess.
Good afternoon. Johnny Burgess, Bedford, New Hampshire. I have properties in multiple towns in New Hampshire, several businesses, a little dressed down, but I own a significant insurance agency, and I can put my agents in front of a Walmart for the day, and I know they'll get about 16 sales on a really good day, maybe 22, a really bad day, maybe 11, but if once in a while they get 64, something happened. You can't explain, it's called an anomaly. When Harry Hursty said there was an anomaly, I think moisture is some ridiculous 1 in a million in Windham. There's also 1 in a million in Bedford, in Amherst, in Claremont, all over this state. That doesn't just happen. If I send an ad out for my real estate business or my insurance business, I'll get about a 1/4 of 1% response. If I have a really colorful ad, I might get a 0.5%. If I do really good, a tiny bit better than that. If I ever get a 9% response, something happened. You can't explain these away. Listen, they make chocolate and vanilla because we're not all the same. If we all believed we had integrity in voting, we could, if my opponent won a vote, I would tip my hat and say, see you in 4 years. I'd buy you a beer or a coffee and try to talk you into what I think, et cetera. But if we had voting integrity, we'd all get along great. Right now, we know we don't because of the machines. It's not the heroic work of Maryland and New Hampshire voter integrity, when 192% of people voted in Waterville Valley, there's something very, very wrong with this great state. We can fix it, but that's up to you guys.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? He's already sat down, but anybody have any questions? Okay. Goss? Harla Goss? I apologize for the inability to read your handwriting.
It's not the first time, and the name is Harleen.
Harleen?
Yeah, the Y is silent. They did that to confuse everybody. I did not plan to speak today, but I learned something that really upset me immensely. I do hospital lab work. We have protocols for every machine that we run. If we run a lab test and it is 10% off, if it's even 5% off, you can send a patient from being a normal value to a bad diagnosis to even a critical value. And when I learned that there is no quality control on these machines, There's no preventive maintenance on these machines. That to me is absolutely horrifying. I can tell you that we have PMs done on our machines regularly. It's documented. Anybody can check it out. We have any kind of issue, we get the company in. But every day that we run a test on those machines, we are doing quality control. And in some cases, it's 3 times a day, depending upon the particular test and the particular instrument. So the fact that these machines only have one company responsible for them, and there's no quality control, that to me is horrifying, because we could kill somebody with a wrong lab result. Just think about that. This is not life or death, but this is the death of freedom if we don't do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Mercer?
Good afternoon. I'm Jen Mercer from Loudoun. I'm asking you to support HB 1064 to require paper ballots and hand counting for the entire state. I, along with the 80 to 100 million voters, would like my vote to count. Yes, Trump won in a historical landslide. I'm not going to repeat the information already presented. Mark, and the rest of those speaking in support did a great job. I've done my research on the ability to use algorithms and adjudications to alter votes with these machines. I've watched election night as votes mysteriously switched, as counting was shut down for numerous ridiculous reasons when Trump was ahead, only to wake up to it changing to a Biden lead, or changing in the several days and weeks that followed, as fake ballots were brought in or our counters were processing ballots. That was followed up with hundreds of hours of going through the information in the Navarro report, the Maricopa County Forensic Election Audit, and the audit report for New Hampshire. If you don't have time to do your research, then you should at least ask yourself, how does a state flip to red at the state level, but vote blue at the national level? This makes 0 sense unless cheating was involved. Reminder, the evidence shows that Trump won. We are in this economic and social mess because of the cheating that happened. It's long past time that you take action, 1, to fix 2020 before we lose everything to Communist China. In the meantime, please vote to support HB 1064 to remove the machines. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Chow Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that I was at the Windham audit for 15 days, and what I saw is it's a magic show. The switch and swapping. I've tried to pay attention to machine number 2 because that's the questionable one, and you know what? Most of us couldn't tell which one is number 2. And at the 15th day, it's not the machine that's supposed to be number 2. They switch everything. At the ballot, running from zig over here, run over there, over here, and over there, zigzag like that. They don't run a test like this so you can follow one pile of ballots. No, it's like so confusing. It's like a circus in there. And Harry Hursley said, oh, this is a perfect storm. No, it's a mess. It's not a perfect storm. And I was at the Merrimack special election. Bill Boyd won, right? And they have a ballot that's pre-filled with a Democrat on it. And I happened to interview the guy that got that ballot. You know, and these are counted by the machine. And on Derry, just recently, in Derry special election, about 2 o'clock, the machine's down. So they stopped using that machine. So machine do act up and have problems. But we don't have a system in place to maintain or to monitor them. So the best thing is to get rid of the machine. We know how to count them by hands, and that's the best thing we can do because most of us don't have trust in it anymore. And I just want to credit all this to Mr. Tom Murray and Ken Eyring. These are the two most dedicated New Hampshire citizens that worked on this for months to bring our attention to the Windham audit. And that's why it causes movement all around the country, not just New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is a primary state, live free or die. We set the sample, so let's do it right. Get rid of all of the machine, restore the faith and the trust of the people to preserve our freedom. It doesn't matter how much it costs or how long it takes. We have to, if we have this many people in the room, we should have that many bathrooms prepared for them, right? If we have a big city, we need to have the system in place to count all the ballots so it's finished by 12 o'clock. The end. Don't get lazy and get used to the machine so we have all this mess and it costs us so much money. But what's most importantly is cost our civil rights, our liberty. And I flee Vietnam as a political refugee. So I know the value of freedom and democracy. And my father spent 7 years in the Vietnamese communist prison as a political prisoner, as POW. We know, and we don't want it here. And with us being lazy by not counting by hand, we lose everything. Do you all want to be in prison for 7 years? No, right?
Miss Kelly, if I have to raise my voice, we probably ought to bring it down a
I'm
notch.
sorry.
And if you could wrap it up, it's
Yeah.
3 minutes.
So I'm sorry I get excited. I'm so passionate because I love my freedom. I can breathe freedom the first day I was in this country. I love New Hampshire. This is the first and the only state that I live here. I love New Hampshire and I love to keep it that way. So please vote to support 1064.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Next to sign up, thank you for the enthusiasm. Nobody can match it. I saw you at the audit and everything, and thank you for that. Also signed up to speak is Lois DeLong.
Hi, Lois DeYoung. I'm a Brentwood resident, and to be honest with you, I have voted in every election, presidential election, since I was 21 years old. That tells you that I'm old because now it's 18. I'm very active in towns, have been, and I have never seen the like of this polling. Just the poll watchers. Maybe 2 to 4 years ago, we didn't have any poll watchers in our little towns. Now, in our little town of Brentwood, we had 6 to 8. We had to turn them away. We didn't have a place to put them all. If that doesn't tell you about integrity, I don't know what does. People are watching, and they are looking, and they want to see, because they don't trust their elections. And as my predecessor so amply said, our freedom is everything. And if we don't get rid of these machines, we are not going to ever get another free election.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Al Brandad? Brandato?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have somebody with you correcting people for you. That's good.
It's okay. Just don't call me late for dinner. I'll be all right.
All right, and let me just, before you begin, so I don't forget, I have actually 2 pink cards filled out by you for the same bill.
One, yeah, it's my mistake. I thought it was 1157. So
But
this
it's
is the
just
correct
this
one.
bill. This is a duplicate. Okay,
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure I don't miss you on anything.
I rise in favor of House Bill 1064. And let me tell you why. I signed up as a poll watcher a while ago. And I live in a little town in Kensington. I've been there for 33 years. And went through, watched it all happen. Actually, I did it in the town of Exeter. I didn't do it in my town. And watched what happened. And I really started to get involved because I'm like, there's something here that I can't put my finger on. I couldn't understand. And the more I did my homework, the more concerned I got. And what I'm about to tell you, these facts, the selectmen in the town of Kensington, to their credit, put it on the website. I did a citizens report. I went in and audited the town clerk and the town moderator, and specifically for the machines. The machines have 3 activity logs: canvas bag, data card, microchip. On those data logs are witness signings, when witnesses, when they use the, when the cards come in and out, the microdata comes in and out, all that, when there's maintenance on the machine. About 40% of the time, they didn't have a second witness. 40% of the time, the maintenance person who did the work on the machine, you can't read their name. By contract, in the town of Kensington, and I'm assuming that all of them are like this, the LHS contract says that it can be their representative or somebody they designate. When maintenance is done on the machine, they're supposed to say what they did, not maintenance. Almost 90% of the documents assigned maintenance. I'm saying this is my little town in Kensington. To the gentleman that talked about Greenland, it's not an emotional thing. The town clerk worked with us. We have an amazing relationship. The town attorney worked with us. This is a positive experience. It was hard. No one wanted to go through it, but we did. And we did it right, and we came together on it. And you can do it too. But you need to look at those activity logs. But one thing I want to leave you with, and I urge you to be bold. I really do. You can unite us. You can really unite us. Countries all over the world, Germany, Canada, Britain, all hand count. Whole countries do. But I'm urging you, all of you, to be bold. We have a problem. We can work on this together. We can do this together. But we got to start from ground zero. We got to start over. And if we can start over together, we can do anything. And I'm asking you, please, to be bold and act to unite us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Also signed up to speak on 1064 is Liz Tentarelli.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm from Newbury, and I respectfully urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill. I had to change my testimony, as I explained on the earlier bill across the road, so I did a little cross out on here. So I really am testifying just on 1064. I have included in my testimony copies of the articles that the sponsor of the bill referred to. David Brooks, he calls himself the granite geek of the Concord Monitor, did a study of our hand-counted elections, that is our recounts, compared them with the machine counts in those elections from 2016, 2018, and 2020, and found that the machines had an accuracy rate of 99.7%. Pretty good. When we think about our cities and the huge number of ballots that need to be counted, I'd like you to think about how hard it will be to find people to do that counting in those cities. In 2020, in my role with the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, I was trying to find ballot clerks around the state to replace some of the elderly ballot clerks who'd been doing it for years, but because of COVID, were concerned for their health and had to step down. That was not an easy job. Imagine now trying to find all those additional ballot counters. Human beings make mistakes. It requires very close attention to do that kind of ballot counting. Multiple candidates, multiple races, to do it for hour upon hour. It can't be the same people who are the ballot clerks all day, obviously. So I ask you to think about the logistics of this, but also about the proven accuracy in the analysis that David Brooks did of our hand counts versus the machine counts. And so I have attached those articles to this testimony, and I urge you to vote in expedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Louise Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my testimony today. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Lift it up. Yeah.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Louise Spencer. I live in Concord, and I am the co-founder of an all grassroots organization called the Kent Street Coalition. I am speaking, though, today on my own behalf. I'd like to congratulate all the people who showed up today to participate in our democracy. That's always a good thing when we have people who come and share their opinions. And I truly am grateful that we have engaged members of the public. I would like to point out, however, since several members mentioned how many people are here today, that I'm aware of many who did not feel comfortable coming because of the thinking that it would be in the small room over in the LOB, and that therefore their presence is not represented here today. And I would just like the committee to recognize that there are limits on people's ability right now to show up in person. The other thing that I would like to mention is that I think much of the distrust of our elections has been the result of a failure of leadership, that myths about voter fraud, about misfunctioning machines, about absentee ballots. There are facts on these things, and these issues should be corrected by those who are in position to know better. We have one of the most successful elections in our country's history this last round, with more people, excuse me.
That's why I asked that people don't
I did not
comment,
say a
because
word.
there are people who agree or disagree with everything that gets said in any hearing, and if you've been on this side of the table, you know that.
So, charges about the elections were brought before many, many, many courts and dismissed. So I'm here today asking our leaders, our elected leaders, to do a better job in confronting some of the mistruths out there that inform the distrust of our elections. We're told our elections aren't safe, and therefore people believe that. We have elections that we can be extremely proud of. We have election officials that work really, really hard. They're often under
Spencer,
attack.
It's been a little over 3 minutes, so if you could wrap up.
I'm happy to wrap up. One thing I'd like to point out, I'm glad to see that people are being able to express their opinion today by raising their hands, but I've been reprimanded for doing that in past hearings, so I'm a little bit surprised to see that, but thank you very much.
As chair of the committee, I exercise a certain amount of discretion on the conduct, but Reps Hall's rules I try to enforce. Those of you who come to committee meetings know that all committee meetings are run a little differently depending on who is at the front of the room. So there you go. Also signed up to speak on this is Secretary Scanlon, David Scanlon. I have a pink card for Mr. Grays, who has apparently left. If anybody else is here and wants to speak, if they could head up back and grab a pink card or get ready to speak, because Secretary Scanlon, I have as the last speaker on this bill. We do, of course, have, well, then I need you to go outside and get it. Ma'am, I don't have a pink card, and if you forget it's a pink card, all right, please keep in mind that you needed to put the right bill number on it. And Mr. Murray, I have a card for you. I have to know who Mr. Murray is, and I have bill number 1157 on that card, not 1054. Well, I'm telling you, there is not, so I am asking, trying to manage this hearing, that if you want to speak on this bill, you do not have that card, which is why I'm announcing it now. So if for whatever reason I did not get a card, but another one, I want to give you the time to speak, so that would be terrific. I don't know, Chow Kelly, are there still pink cards out there? There were, okay, thank you. Okay. All right, Secretary Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Acting Secretary of State. Not taking a position on this bill today because it has always been the position of the Secretary of State's office that in the first instance it's the municipalities that make the decision on whether or not they're going to use a ballot counting device or not. And ultimately it's the legislature's responsibility to determine whether they can be used in the state as a whole. I wanted to comment on this bill because it is indirectly addressing a much larger issue, an issue that was mentioned several times today, and that is the declining lack of confidence in our elections. And I agree with many of the comments that were made that we have to get a handle on that, and we have to turn it around, and we have to make this a positive experience. And I certainly think that we can do that. Our experience has been that when the voter properly marks a ballot, the AccuVote machine does a pretty good job counting it. There are instances where a voter won't put their mark in an oval, and in that instance, the machine's not going to count that vote on the ballot, and that results in what could be considered an error. If you did away with the machines, if we got rid of them completely, I don't believe that the problem is going to be solved, because there are many, many instances where there are hand counts that have been done in elections that have been off to a much greater degree than the machine counts. As long as there are humans involved in the election process, we're going to have errors. And when we do a state election, there could easily be as many as 6,000 people working at the polling places, making sure that that election is conducted and that those votes are counted. I've been thinking in my own mind, how can we start taking steps to restore confidence in our elections, where we can get back to where we've been 10 years ago. And I will add that really our voting system hasn't changed in at least 25 or 30 years. But all of a sudden today, there's a great deal of scrutiny and concern about what's actually happening. Some of it's based on misinformation, but some of the concerns are real, and I understand that. I guess one of the things that I would like to suggest that there are many ways that we can address this issue. One are audits, and I know that your committee has a number of audit bills coming up to take a look at. I think the process has to be as transparent as it can be, so that any one of you can understand the process, which actually begins in June, and it goes through to a couple of weeks after the election's over while we're conducting recounts. And that's going to be a goal of mine. I'm happy to talk to you about ideas that will make that successful. I know I have had conversations with Ken Eyring in the past, and I've certainly appreciated his comments, and I think he understands what we go through in conducting an election as well. So, as the gentleman said, I think that we can turn this into a positive thing, and Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Does anybody on the committee have any questions for the Secretary?
Madam Chair, if I could, I did have an item just specific to the bill itself.
Okay.
And that is that it talks about using durable paper ballots. And if that language is going to be used in a version of this bill, I think the word durable should be defined. I mean, right now, we're required to keep ballots by statute for a period of 22 months after an election, and then they can be destroyed. But if there's an intent to keep them longer than that, I think that word or that term should be defined in the statute.
Representative Barry.
Thank you, and Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your position. In your testimony, did I hear you correctly that your office would support the concept of audits?
Our office has supported a version of audits in the past. You know, it all depends on how it takes place.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee members?
Thank you.
Wait, I have one.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on your position. I have been on both sides of this issue myself. When I saw some irregularities in the election in my community, one thing that was very helpful was this book of election laws. It goes over the machines and the process. And isn't it true that this is available for free in your office around the corner for anyone that wants it?
That's true, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Anybody can stop in and pick up an election law book in our office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Lawrence.
Hi, Therese Lawrence, Manchester, New Hampshire. I don't have any statistics or anything to bring here. I actually really avoided this realm up until, like 2 years ago, like many people. But I have this to offer. I watched the election in November, and I watched a live stream of the front of the building on some random person's channel and on my TV. And then I went through my phone and I looked at mainstream media channels doing a live stream of what was going on. There wasn't a match. I've watched people get torn apart. I see a president that looks like he's doing TikTok videos on a green screen. And while I didn't vote, I think the problem is that nobody trusts the machines, and I'm for it. I think that it's silly to just discredit humans as these flawed things that can't get along and come to terms with each other and do things the right way. I think it's dangerous to keep putting everything onto technology. I mean, I have a laptop that I want to turn into a Frisbee. Technology messes up. And then so do humans, but at least we can communicate and use compassion and really get a message across. So I support getting rid of the machines, and that's it.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Ann Kopp, former rep. Ann, where are you living now? It says formerly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Ann Kopp standing before you, former state representative of the 2020 election season. I'd like to stand in support of this bill 1064. I think the machines need to go. And personal note, in the town of Derry, which our town clerks are here today, thank you for being here. The election for 2020, the absentee ballots, we had a total of 26,000 registered voters. 18,000 voters voted on November 3rd, and the absentee voters were 1,836. It's over 10%. I personally did a mailing to those people because the Secretary of State did not, and I got over 300 returned postcards. My data is solid, it's still continuing, and it's added in with Greenfield and any of the other towns that have done their audits. And I think it's important for us to focus in on the next election, because the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again expecting a different result. The people here, the good representatives, please respond to your people, your constituents, because they're your bosses. When you respond only to the committee and the powers that be in this state, which we know most of the offices have been usurped, their power is taken away from the House. Here we are, volunteers and people here in the Reps Hall, when the representatives can't even do the people's business in Representatives Hall. That needs to stop, and our reps need to stand up and speak for us, or else 2020, November's right around the corner, 22. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the honorable representative. Nice to see you. Where, Representative Kopp, you put down that you're formerly of Derry. Where are you living now?
That's right, and I put it down that way on purpose. Thank you.
So I'm going to put it down that you wouldn't identify where you reside now. Also signed up to speak is Teresa Grinnell. Is it Therese or Teresa? It's Therese. Thank you.
My name's Therese Grinnell. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm from Loudon. I'm also a foster mom of 2 little boys. I want to appreciate you guys for letting us have a public hearing today. I got started in this with medical freedom, COVID recovered, full antibodies, and watching all my coworkers lose their jobs, and thinking I have a Republican governor, Republican House, Republican Senate. What the heck is going on in my state? I've been a registered Republican since I was 18. I have voted down party lines. I voted for Sununu. I found myself in an executive council meeting being arrested because I allegedly said the word amen. I have gotten politically involved in the last 3 months. When I found out Marilyn Todd, who sat across from me at a General Bolduc fundraiser that I had met 2 weeks before, was also arrested with me, and I found out what she had been doing with voter integrity and started to look at what happened in Windham. When last night I saw Dick Tracy, the Attorney General, say, well, just because it's unethical doesn't mean that it's illegal. When I found out the memory cards, once they leave our town clerks, can be altered, and there's no way to back into how I voted, that is not okay. I was in finance for 20 years. We cashed out our drawer, the vault teller, the bank, the branch. We had to go down to the penny every night when we closed. When I worked at the hospital, the narcotics, we did the count of the narcotics together under dual control. We had to make sure every tablet was accounted for. I am all for automation. I am not about working harder, I'm about working smarter. But when there is no integrity, you lose the fundamental piece of our democracy. If we don't have vote integrity, we have nothing. We have lost it all. I did not work 7 years with DCYF to save these 2 boys from residential homes and growing up in that situation. I did not dedicate my life and change my career path to be a nurse, to give up on helping people. I did not work this hard to live in this country where people like Chow, who come from China, can have freedom to stop now. I believe with watermarks, I believe with QR codes, I believe with integrity and these voting machines and us doing some work, we can get back to automation. But right now, I think we need to take a step backwards. We need to take a step back under dual control. We need to count our hand ballots. And we had 30 cities in 24 hours get the warrant articles in on Tuesday. It was a small, fierce group of us, but we have lost our jobs, our schools, our hospitals, our families, and we're not going away, and we're paying attention. And we are going to get our voter integrity back, because without that, we have nothing. This country means too much to us. We elected you. You work for us. We shouldn't have to take time off. We shouldn't have to get babysitters. We shouldn't have to sacrifice to micromanage what's going on with our elected officials.
All right, that's enough.
And I'll wrap up here with understanding that the New Hampshire GOP, our Governor Sununu, it's all about pharmaceutical COVID money that has corrupted every fiber of this country, and it's going to stop until I have not another breath left in my lungs. I will fight for our freedom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. When I think everybody's paying attention, we'll start again. Thank you. Tom Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Murray, Windham, New Hampshire. I rise in support of this bill. Before I begin, I would just like to point out, and I'm not sure if the committee members are aware, but last Friday, on January 7th, there was a dual author by both Secretary of State Gardner and Attorney General John Formella, and it regards to the Windham audit. If you haven't already read this 11-page document, I am going to highly suggest that you actually do so. So I'm going to begin with a quote from this letter. Quote, "Windham's election night results were not just imprecise, they were fundamentally flawed." This is from our former Secretary of State, Bill Gardner, and our Attorney General, John Formella. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the issues that Windham and other municipalities throughout the state has endured during this 2020 election cycle. This truly is about election integrity. This is a nonpartisan bill. I believe with all my heart that the election officials wanted to do the right thing. Nevertheless, we had errors and violations as well of election laws. This committee passes those laws. The fundamental issue, there is no accountability as to what happens when I violate them. Not just by me, but by our Secretary of State and our Attorney General. Windham's result was we're going to get assigned a monitor. I'm sorry, but a monitor? That's it? All these errors made? And by the way, this is consistent and pervasive throughout the state. All one has to do is go pull the tally tapes, pick a town, Sandown. I challenge you committee members to look at Sandown. You will see that in fact Democrats were on the short end of the stick, just like Republicans were in Windham. In Windham, we had the largest voting discrepancy in New Hampshire state history. I'll let that sink in for a minute. And the cause is the machines. During the audit of SB 43, we were never able to recreate the November 3rd election results. Never. We ran all 10,000 ballots through machine 1, machine 2, machine 3, machine 4. We couldn't even get them to line up during the audit with one another. And yet we are going to go through another election cycle using these same machines? I don't understand that.
Mr. Murray, if you can.
At a minimum, I think this is a good start to remove these machines. And from that point, there's a lot of work that this committee has to do going forward. Thank you both for your time, and thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Ken Eyring.
Thank you, Chairwoman Griffin, for the opportunity to talk and for all the honorable representatives on this committee. Oh, okay, how's this? Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Griffin, for this opportunity to talk and for the time that I'm going to take, and thank you, honorable representatives, as well. I'm just going to be brief, which I'm sure would be appreciated. My problem with voting machines is that right now we have all of the machines across the state, and in fact across the Northeast, 5 or 6 different states. They're all programmed by one company. Now we're trusting that that company does their job right. We don't know that they do. I'm not suggesting that anything nefarious is going on, but if they make mistakes, we're trusting that they're not making mistakes. These are our elections. This is all about election integrity. Everybody wants to know that if their vote is cast, that it's going to be counted, and that the people who truly get the most votes should be serving in office. So that's one of my issues with the machines. They could be loaded with malware, and we would never know. Harry Hursty, one of the auditors for the Wyndham audit this past spring, testified before the House Election Law Committee in 2007, stating just that, with our machines. So that is a possibility. Although I'm not suggesting that anybody would do that, again, we don't know, and we have no mechanisms, no way to verify and validate that our machines are set up properly, that they counted the votes properly, and that the end results that are being reported to the Secretary of State's office are accurate. And the other issue is that if there are overvotes on the ballots, right now they get sucked into the machine. Voters' votes for specific races, if there is an issue with the machine malfunction, their votes are disenfranchised. A perfect example was Windham, November 3rd, 2020, where we had hundreds, I think it was 420 votes that were counted as overvotes. And what happened is the machines malfunctioned. They counted additional votes for the state rep race when there were no overvotes. And that's a problem. After the audit, between November 3rd, the margin of discrepancy between the fourth place Republican in a four-seat race and the fifth place Democrat was 24 votes. After a state recount, that grew to 420 votes. That's 0.005% margin of loss to 9.6% margin of loss. There were 1,163 votes that were shifted from Election Day and then after the recount. That's a lot of votes that were moved around, considering there were only 10,006 ballots cast. And that's all due to the inaccuracy of the machines. So with that, I'm going to thank you again. I do support this bill, and thank you for your time.
Does anybody have any questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
You too.
I had a little bit of trouble hearing your entire testimony.
I'm sorry.
I have a question, and it's about the January 7 report. I skimmed a little bit of it, and I read that only a few ballots, one, maybe 6 ballots, something like that, went through the machines during the testing period that is supposed to happen to all of the electronic ballot counting machines prior to every election. And when those checks are done, 50 ballots are put in there, and they're put in every orientation that's conceivable. So then you can check the tally yourself. A citizen can watch this. And what happened in Windham, what I said was there was only like 6 ballots that went through. Do you think if they had adhered to state law that is in place right now, that these problems that you had in Windham would not have occurred, that would have safeguarded the election in Windham?
No, not in this case, because what caused the problems were the mail-in ballots were folded and the folds went across the ovals that got filled in. That caused an imperfection in the ballot. It caused the machine to misread and think of that oval was being filled in when it wasn't, and that triggered overvotes. And that's why a candidate, when people voted for less than the number allowed, the Democratic candidate, which is where the folds mostly went through, her oval, she gained votes. She actually lost 99 votes in the recount. So she gained 99 votes due to machine error. And so that was a mechanical error. That has nothing to do with the testing. You're right, the testing was an issue too. They didn't follow the law, but that wouldn't have resolved the issue on November 3rd.
Follow-up.
I know that you, more than anyone else I can think of, you and Mr. Murray watched this very closely, and do you know if the town clerks throughout the state were advised about the use of a folding machine? Do you know if that happened?
No, you have to ask them.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. That is the last person I have signed up to speak on this bill. I want to thank you all for coming and participating in the hearing. We do have 2 more hearings for this committee. Some of you have signed up for that. HB 1157 is going to start in 10 minutes, and it will be followed directly by HB 1247. Thank you all for coming.
Al. Thank you very much.
Great job.
Hello, man. You're the Nagos, Kelly? I am the Nagos. Had your steak and cheese yesterday. You know Tim Wakeman? I do. He works with me.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Yeah. Still on?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. This is the House Election Law. We are resuming our afternoon hearings. I apologize. We are running late. This is now the hearing on HB 1157 relative to electronic ballot counting devices. The prime sponsor of the bill would normally introduce the bill to get the bill in front of the committee procedurally. Representative Terosian had to leave, so Representative Hayward has agreed to stand in his place to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Hayward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm, as mentioned, Representative Pete Hayward from Stratford County District 1, the towns of Milton and Middleton. And HB 1157 is a fairly simple bill. It puts into the law that our devices cannot be hooked up to the internet. That's already the current practice. But it is not in law, and this bill puts it into law. Thank you. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Representative Hayward? You're getting away with it. Okay, Representative Hayward, you're set. All right. Katie Gargano. Welcome to the Election Committee.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay.
Yes, it is. Just get as close to the mic as you can, especially
Okay.
with the mask.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Gargano, and I'm a new face of the Secretary of State's office. Nice to meet you all. I'm here to represent on the Secretary of State's office that we're in support of this bill because the current machines are not connected to the internet, and we don't foresee any of the machines in the future to be approved by the Ballot Law Commission that would then be connected to the internet as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does anybody have any questions? No, we are not moving the bill just based on that testimony, representatives. I know we are all getting a little silly here. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Rosanne Chester. Mike, can you help her with the mic? Oh, no,
I got
she's
it.
got it.
Thank you so much, though. My name is Rosanne Chester. As many of the other committees have now said, I'm a frequent flyer here at the State House. I will be here on a regular basis because I feel that I do need to micromanage my elected representatives, and that's a shame. So I'm just going to, I believe in transparency. I'm just putting it out there, letting you all know that I am being very, very observant of everything you folks are doing, the votes you're making, the votes you're not making, as well as the arguments. That being said, this is 1157, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, I support this bill. However, I strongly oppose any electronic devices at all being used in our ballots or in our election process. I was in computer programming, and back in the day when the CPU would be in this room, and that's what the only thing that would be in this room is the CPU and the people working on it. And back in that day, the common phrase was garbage in, garbage out. The only thing those machines can do is what a human is telling them to do. And that human no longer has a face. So you don't know about their integrity. And machines don't have integrity. They're not meant to have integrity. So that being said, I support this bill because I don't think it should be connected into the internet. The other thing I want to point out is that, as you folks all know, much of the hacking that goes on today on the dark web and some of those other things are not necessarily connected to the internet, and they still manage to get our information. So just the fact that the machines are not physically connected to the internet does not mean someone's not gaining access to them. They are a computer. Computers can be programmed out of the area to act and react from a phone going off in the election room. I mean, there are millions and trillions of ways to activate internet access without being physically plugged in. So in that case, I'm saying I would support this. However, I think we need to get rid of the machines altogether. Thank you. Any questions?
That's my line.
I'm getting good at this.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert Laurie.
My name is Robert Laurie. I'm from the town of Danville. Yeah, it's kind of low. Can I pick it up?
Perfect.
I'm here speaking in support of this bill. I don't have a lot of faith in technology and the internet, and I find that although people are talking about machines and so forth having very little error, and people also having comparable small amounts of error, like as in the counting as we discussed in the earlier bill, I think the problem is there's an interface, and when you're adding, you add those errors together. It's not like the machines cancel out the human error, or the human error cancels out the machine error. I think you're adding them together because for myself, I'm not very good with technology, and I'm on several committees in my town, and we have a very glitchy internet service there. And our system isn't particularly secure. So when we're using the internet or we're using that technology, we're adding that human error, which we're all susceptible to the errors in technology. So I'm actually glad to hear that with this law, we would never be connected to the internet, because I think that adds a lot of insecurity to it. As we all know, I've been hacked several times on my computer and on my phone, so it makes it very accessible to the outside for people not within our town. So I am here standing in favor of this bill.
Thank you. Joseph Torelli. Oh, sorry. My card's up. Can I?
Yeah, Chairman Griffin, I handed that in too early too. That's for 1247. But I will say I support this bill, that our machines should not be connected to the internet. Should I fill out another card, or will you shift it over? I want to speak for 1247. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Tom Murray, and I am double checking here. It looks like this is the bill you want to speak on.
We're on 1157, correct?
Right. Everybody else knew that. I didn't. Okay. There you go.
Tom Murray, Wyndham, New Hampshire. Thank you again. Yeah, I just wanted to rise to support this bill. I don't believe that our devices should ever be connected to the internet for various reasons. Obviously, knowing what we know now, after the 2020 election, with all the problems that we had throughout the nation, I was happy to learn that we were not connected. In fact, the wires were cut, the modems were removed from all of our devices. But going forward, I don't support machines in general, ever. I'm a firm believer in hand counts, especially as small of a state as we are. But if there was ever a time where we were looking at another device, I don't support those election machines due to the fact that most of them have a proprietary code. The ones we use right now, the AccuBasic machines, have a proprietary code. I believe everything should be open source, and I think you're just adding even more possibilities to the swaying of elections by opening these up to internet. So I do support the bill, and I think it would take care of a problem now and forever. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I bring my credit card here. I just want to show you that I did not know this, but in the past few years, I've learned that if you put your credit card in your pocket or in your purse, and you just sit in a public place, the thief can steal all of your information. That's why ever since I only bring one credit card with a low limit. So without this connected to anything, they still can get your information. So, of course, I'm supporting to get rid of all of the machine, but we cannot chew the whole cake. Then we can have to buy the small piece to finish it. If we cannot, I would like to support this bill, 1157, because I watched the recount at the Windham audit for 15 days. I was there straight every day from morning to they close it, right? And I see that Harry Hursty, the gentleman who's in charge of that audit, he was the one that discovered that he can hack everything without even touching anything in the 80s or the 90s. So now it's 2020 something. And he's the one now standing saying that it cannot be hacked. And not only that, the last few days of the audit is when they open the machines so they can check the hardware inside and stuff like that. There were 3 auditors. Only he was there. The other 2 gone. Only he physically there. And you know what? I keep complaining like, we are not the expert in this industry. We don't know jack about machine or never mind election machine or programming. And we're no expert. He's saying, oh yeah, people are watching through the Zoom. Now, I was there from the first day, observing everything. You cannot see anything even if you in the room. The scanning thing is so blurry, you cannot read anything if you stand in front of it. So at the end of the first week on Friday, that's when they changed to a different machine so you can see a bit better. But the thing is, those cameras, they're pointing all over the places, not where you want them to be. And like I said, they zigzag ballot all over the places. So that audit is not an audit. Especially not a forensic audit for certain. I guarantee you that. So no connecting internet to the machine is the right thing to do. But the better thing to do is to get rid of all machines together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? I don't think so. That is the last person I have signed up to speak on 1157. Is there anybody else here who wants to speak on 1157? Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and that is, of course, subject to, I understand there are probably lots of blue sheets out there that I'm going to need to pick up at the conclusion of this hearing. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on 1247 relating to folded ballots. The prime sponsor is Representative Moffitt, and he is here to introduce the bill to the committee. Welcome, Representative Moffitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adjust this a little bit. Thank you. It's great to be back in Reps Hall. I don't know where everybody went. I was looking forward to speaking to a crowd, but it's not going to happen, apparently. But anyway, I have shared electronic correspondence with the committee earlier, and I do want to just mention that this is election law issues that were a little bit personal for me because I was in a race once that ended in a tie. And in the recount, I lost 1 vote off my total. So every vote does count. So this bill is intended to reduce the number of under and over-reported or under and over votes that seem to occur when folded ballots are fed through a ballot counting machine. There have been numerous reported problems with folded ballots, as you've heard in the AccuVote machines, as you've heard so well. In Derry, in the November 2020 election, I'm told that they reported 572 overvotes on the 7 other machines in use. Overall, there were 848 overvotes, or votes lost because of the machines. The AG was asked to investigate in Derry, I'm told, but that did not happen. Wyndham, of course, as you know so well, there was an audit that showed that the folded ballots were a problem. In this case, attributed to the ballots not being folded in the correct places. So this bill would have eliminated the miscount in Wyndham had this statute been in place at that time. So numerous moderators have reported having the machines not accept folded ballots unless they repeatedly tried to reinsert the ballots, maybe in different, orientations. And finally, earlier, this committee did hear plenty of testimony on a bill that would entirely eliminate the use of ballot counting machines. Now, this bill, while making more ballots or requiring more ballots to be handled or hand counted, would not be nearly as drastic as that proposal. So that's my my testimony. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. I think that the dairy issue will be addressed later on, so I won't get to that. But do you think it's possible that that the issue is really with the fold going through a target, a vote target, and that if that were to not happen, that this problem would be eliminated in that manner as well?
Okay, thank you, Representative Prudhomme. Could you repeat that part about the vote target?
Do you think if there was other ways to eliminate a fold going through a vote target, that would solve this problem as well, such as education of?
Sure, thank you for your question. So I think you're referring to the way the ballot would be inserted in the machine? Sure, with a vote target. That is something that I'm sure could possibly make a difference. To me, it seems really fairly simple to insert the ballot. The machine is usually somebody standing right there. So a better vote target, why not? If that could help alleviate the way the ballot enters the machine.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Christina Guilford.
Christina Guilford, Derry Town and School Moderator. I've worked elections for many, many years. In March of 2020, I was elected Town Moderator. 2020 had its challenges with more absentee ballots than we've ever seen before. After the November election, we did have about 800 overvotes on our sheet. We are a pick 10 town. So that means voters have to count and choose 10. You'll be surprised how difficult that is. We also had an undeclared candidate, so they were picking 10 from 21 candidates. Again, for someone who may not be voting a straight ballot, that can be very difficult. So while we do have overvotes, they may not all be from folds. However, after seeing the report out of Wyndham, I cannot in good conscience put a folded ballot through these machines. In fact, I have not. We have hand counted the absentees since then. And I know there's a lot of talk about tossing the machines. Well, in Derry, we had 18,000 voters sitting to figure out how many people you'd need to hire to count those ballots in a timely fashion. The Constitution says the moderator counts the ballots and needs to do so in public at the end of the meeting time. So our polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We would then need to start counting. And in my mind, we would need to do so that day, so we'd need to have them counted by midnight. That's a lot of ballots. I honestly feel that putting a straight ballot through the machine, a flat ballot, and putting a folded ballot in the hand count is a perfect idea. Many people who vote at home don't use pen. I've seen ballots in crayon. I've seen ballots with a highlighter. You'd be surprised what some of these absentee ballots come in looking like. And we can fold it perfectly when we send it out in the town, from the town clerk's office as an absentee. But then the voter gets it home and they open it up, and maybe they don't send it back right away, and they fold it and they open it and then they fold it again, and who knows where the folds end up. And knowing now what I know from Wyndham, you cannot put a folded ballot through the machine.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Joe Kelly.
The folded ballots, I happen to help Ken Eyring here in Terrace Group to do the special election in Danville, and I make it my duty to go and observe them as much as I could after the election, November, and the observer had to stand so far away from where they open these absentee ballots, where they come in. Okay, and so I complained, so they finally allowed me to stand near it. And as they opened the ballot and read the name, I wrote it down, and they miscounted, but they didn't know. So I was like recalculating my name, and I go through the names, and then the moderator came over and asked me, "Is there anything wrong?" I'm like, "Yeah, my number is off. Your number is off. I have more." So they recounted it, and yeah, so. Two big issues right here. Yes, humans do make mistakes. Machines make bigger mistakes, okay? And the process to count the ballots, absentee ballots should be a separate process instead of putting in through the machine, because there should be as many observers there in the due process, because only the two people here, only those two know if they make mistake or not. Had I not there, nobody know it was off. So it's important that these voted ballot and absentee ballots should be counted all separately. And by the way, that was the only one that I was able to be that close to observe, the absentee ballots. The rest, they are so far away, I could not see anything. So I support this bill, but the better thing is to get rid of all the machine. Thank you so much. Any question?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Alvin C.
Sorry, I'm not as tall as Mike is. Thank you. I'm Alvin C. I'm from Loudon, and I'm representing myself, and I'm in favor of this bill. I did want to follow up on a question that Representative Prudhomme O'Brien had asked about the machines.
Alvin, can you get a little closer to the mic? Thanks.
The-
Or tip it up a little more. Perfect.
The Wyndham audit definitely showed that with folds through the voting targets, that is a problem. However, there are many reports of machines, and we just heard about Derry, where the machine that they use for absentee ballots shows far higher number of overvotes in that report. Now, the report doesn't show what office had the overvote. It just gives a total. There's another way that there might be an overvote problem, because the rollers that take the paper and feed it through the machine are not at the same place where the glass rods are that has the optical sensors, that when that fold goes through the roller, it may make the paper bounce at the sensor, which may be an inch or two away from where the actual fold is. We don't know that information, so we're only guessing as what might happen. So, and as a follow-up to that, that's why this bill will help alleviate the problem. I have noticed after the last general election, through a number of blog sites and other places, reports of various discrepancies between one machine and another that should have had the same number of votes, machines that were used exclusively for absentee ballots. My town of Loudon just uses one machine, so all the absentee votes go through the same machine, and there's no way of knowing other than looking at the top and saying that, oh yeah, there were 100 or 200 or so overvotes, but we don't know where they are. And the only option for the candidates is to ask for a recount. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Do committee members have any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Ruth Sinchester?
Once again. Folks, I'm in support of this bill. I again want to restate, I would rather get the machines out of our state. However, I understand that a lot of people are saying, well, that's a lot of work, and that's a lot of money, and that's a lot of time. I don't care. The bottom line is, when I went to the DoubleTree on January 5th and 6th, and I heard a representative say, well, I don't want to have to be here on Friday, so can we just table this? That's unacceptable. And this is the same type of unacceptable response. We as the people of New Hampshire, and you as our elected representatives, have the responsibility to put the power of the people back into the hands of the people. Some of you may not remember the 2000 election, where we had a Democratic presidential candidate for what, a week, 12 days? And then all of a sudden, ooh, hanging charges. That was a machine issue. They solved it, and now there's another machine issue and another machine issue. Harry Hersey, one of the things he said in that audit, and I was not at that audit, but I saw it live, and 90% of the time watching it, being a former computer programmer, being someone that understood what he was doing, I just sat there like, oh my God, did he just really do that? Did he just really say that? When did he sell out? Because in 2005, he was very much against voting machines. And he demonstrated to a number of people how voting machines can be manipulated and controlled by nefarious entities. Now, is that what happened, or was it clearly just a mistake of the machine? I don't know. It's not my job. But I want to bring that to your attention. 2016, the first person to I remember talking about election fraud was Hillary Rodham Clinton. She was very, very clear in 2016 that election had been stolen from her. Bottom line. So this is definitely not a partisan issue if the Democrats in 2016 were saying the election was stolen, and the Republicans in 2020 saying the election was stolen. Maybe it was really stolen. Both times. I don't know. Not my job. Lastly, there's no such thing as a perfect storm. Any storm is not perfect. That was another quote out of Harry Hershey's mouth. So we had the folds, and then we had this, and then we had Wyndham not following the law, and we had all these different things that just lined up perfectly and created a perfect storm. I'm sorry, these are our elections. These are our lives. We can't afford a storm. We can't afford even one aspect of a perfect storm. Thank you for taking my comments. Anyone have any questions or comments back at me?
I'm not seeing any, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ken Eyring. Ken leave? No, there he is.
Hi, thank you again for the opportunity to talk. I'm going to be very, very quick. I just want to reiterate that I'd prefer that we, at this point in time, get rid of the machines as opposed to addressing the issue. But as I pointed out before in my previous testimony, and I don't know if it's worthwhile to go through again because it's a different bill for the record, but you know, all of my reasons that I brought up before are applicable here. The machines are not always accurate, and in the case of the Windham November 3rd election, it's because some ballots were folded across one of the ovals. Predominantly one oval. It did cross over other ovals as well, but predominantly for one candidate. That one candidate gained 99 votes. And in the instance that it was a straight Republican ticket and the Democrat whose oval was crossed over with one of the folds in the ballots, it triggered an overvote, and you can see by the results of the machines that it was quite significant, and that's what triggered the difference between 24 votes for the losing margin of the leading Democrat to 420 votes after the recount. So, you know, with that, I think it's pretty clear that it'd be much more safe or much more accurate to hand count mail-in ballots, and I think that pretty much sums it up. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? No. The next person is Joseph Torelli.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee. My name is Joe Torelli. I live in Hampton, New Hampshire. We are recent, we fled exile in Minnesota, and Governor Mao Tse Tim Walz for the liberties of New Hampshire. And I'm not expecting a lot of this stuff when I come here. I spent a number of years covering world news overseas, 76 countries. I have been involved in the coverage of many elections in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The last one was the East German election when there was an East Germany. I've spent 3 winters in Moscow, and absentee ballots to me mean a lot. And as a result of what happened in 2020 with the flurry to invite people to have absentee ballots because of the situation, absentee ballots used to require a reason and a notary in the places where I used to live. I voted in 1984 election on an absentee ballot and delivered it to the American Embassy in Rome to work its way to Florida. Many of our military vote absentee. Many of the people that are homebound and can't get out. Many of the people that may be in traveling situations that they can't get back, like I was for many, many years, can't get back. To have an absentee ballot thrown out because it was misread by modern technology, optical, and I am a technology guy, to have an optical read throw that out reminds me of a phrase that is attributed to, and I'm going to say this name in this hall, Joseph Stalin. It's not who votes, it's who counts. And I'm going to say what counts? The votes that determines the winner. Okay? Spent a lot of time in a lot of places watching a lot of really horrible things and getting it back for you to watch at home because I'm out there. And to watch how we treat absentee ballots, regular ballots with machines. Why are those other countries forcing hand ballots? Because it's sacred, and we're ignoring it. And when you think of the military that are out serving us, to have their absentee ballots come in because there's a fold that's not in the right place as it was sent out, and have an optical scanner misread it and count it as an overvote? No. So I'd like for 1064 to go through so that 1247 doesn't have to be dealt with.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming. Kelly Potenza.
So based upon the last bill, you know what I feel about in regards with folds and Foldgate and SB 43. And as I stated previously, this election law House committee knew that folds were going to be a problem, did nothing. This bill should have actually been enacted before votes were counted in 2020, but it wasn't. What a shame. I voted in Rye, and I don't live in Rye anymore, but I was a poll watcher, and so was my husband. They have never seen the amount of absentee ballots that came in. It almost exceeded the amount of people that voted in person. And as Brenda, there was a woman that came uptown, was talking about, we were part of the people that have canvassed Rye. So I'm just going to tell you about one house. There were 5 votes in that one house. Only 2 were valid. Those are the 2 people that lived there. The last 3 votes that had come in the 2020 election were the last 3 people that lived in that house, that don't live in that house anymore. And how do they all vote? Absentee. During that whole election, there was only 2 machines in Rye. One of those machines was off the charts when it comes to overvotes. Not of anything was looked at. Of course, I talked to the town moderator. I reported everything that I had to the AG as well, and my husband reported all of that as well. And to the New Hampshire GOP, it fell on deaf ears. Nothing. So this bill is perfect, and I would love all of these things to be, of course, hand counted, but I don't want machines anymore at all. We can make it happen. We can do it. You have other countries. We're little old New Hampshire. We can do it. Canada can do it. New Hampshire can do it. It's not that big of a deal to be able to get this done. So I really wish that this was introduced. I wish it was applied. I wish that we had some more safeguards. In Rye, for example, they weren't even matching signatures. I heard about that from many other towns. And so if you want to talk about Foldgate, this was a problem. I know for a fact, as we talked about, Sandown was a problem in Milford. It was a problem in Waterville Valley, and I can go on and on. So just if you look at Rye alone, that was over 100% voter turnout because of those absentee ballots. That's statistically impossible. If you look at their last 3 presidential elections, federal elections, they had barely 70% vote. They were lucky. They were high 60s at one point. That's 30% fraud. Let's not be the first in the nation for fraud. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any. That is the last speaker that I have signed up to speak on this bill. Is there anybody else present in the hall who wanted to give testimony on this bill to the committee? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1247. And that concludes the Election Law Committee's business for today. I want to thank you all for participating. We will be meeting as a committee on different bills with more public hearings next week, commencing on Wednesday. Have a safe drive home, everybody, and thank you very much for coming. And somebody let me know when the mics are off, please.